Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Trapped in Infinite Lives? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The first breath was always the strangest. It never stopped being jarring, no matter how many times it happened. The gasping, the rush of air into lungs that felt too new, too clean. And the silence that followed, not true silence, but a hush. Like the world itself was waiting to see what this Izuku Midoriya would become. He was used to it now. Rebirth. Sometimes it came peacefully in his sleep, when his old body had simply run out of strength. Other times, it came in pain, fire, steel, villains, laughter, the cost of choosing a life of action. But whether as a whisper or a scream, the end always came. And then, it began again. Time reset, the world rewound, and he was born once more into the same home, the same body, the same life. Izuku Midoriya. Son of Inko. Quirkless, as the doctors always said. They never saw it. How could they? His quirk wasn't flashy. It didn't shine or explode or reshape matter. It activated only when he died. A cruel kind of quirk, one that demanded endings to restart. And every time he came back, no one remembered what had come before. No one but him. He stopped asking why after his 15th life. He'd lived 27, maybe 28 by now. Who was counting? In one life, he'd been UA's top graduate, a shining beacon of hope with one for all blazing in his veins, pushing all for one into the abyss with a scream that tore his throat raw. In another, he'd walked the back alleys in a mask, a nameless vigilante with bloodied knuckles and a penchant for pissing off Eraserhead that one had been fun. Aizawa never figured out who he was, and Izuku made sure to leave cryptic little calling cards just to push his buttons. A tradition, really. He'd annoyed Aizawa in at least 5 timelines. It never got old. One life he spent at peace, or as close to peace as someone like him could get. No one for all. No obvious quirk. Quirkless. Just a quiet job, a quiet life. He learned to bake bread, read detective novels, and grew herbs in a tiny window box. To us. Lonely. It didn't last. Another time, he'd been Principal Nezu's assistant. That was a bizarre timeline. Endless paperwork, long conversations about ethics and chaos theory, and an ever-growing suspicion that Nezu knew. The rat mammal had watched him too closely for someone who wasn't aware. That life ended with a villain attack and a very heroic, very stupid decision. He'd tried everything. Lived every kind of life. Each time he returned, it was a new attempt. A new performance on the same stage. And now it began again. Same hospital. Same ceiling tiles. Same weak cries from his brand new throat. Izuku Midoriya was back. And what would he do this time? He'd figure it out later. The hospital walls faded behind them as the car rolled through the city, same route, same traffic, same flickering streetlight on the corner near the bakery with the cracked window. Everything was familiar. Too familiar. Izuku lay bundled in Inko's arms, eyes squinted just enough to catch the blur of color and light outside the window. He knew this ride. He'd done it before, more times than he cared to count. But the warmth of Inko's heartbeat, steady and gentle against his tiny chest, never failed to settle something deep inside him. "We're almost home, baby," Inko whispered, soft and sweet, brushing her cheek lightly against his hair. "You're going to love your room. I made sure your cradle was next to the window. You'll get to watch the stars." Izuku wanted to smile, but his newborn muscles didn't cooperate. Still, the love in her voice wrapped around him like a blanket warmer than anything cotton could manage. She never changed. Thank God she never changed. When they arrived, she carried him inside like he was made of glass. She moved through the apartment with practice. The smell of miso still lingering faintly in the air. She paused at the hallway, calling gently, "Hisashi? We're home." Izuku's heartbeat slowed, a flicker of cold recognition slicing through the warmth. A moment later, footsteps. Then the man himself appeared, tall, lean, dressed like a normal salaryman in a collared shirt and loose tie. His face wore a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, not for Izuku. It never had. There's my little man, Hisashi said smoothly, stepping closer with arms outstretched. He's already got your eyes, Inko. His voice was perfectly balanced, gentle, fatherly, almost bored. Izuku knew better. Knew what lurked behind that expression. In his 9th life, he'd seen it behind the mask, behind the quirk-stealing hand. Hisashi Midoriya wasn't a man at all. He was all for one. But he didn't know. Not about Izuku's quirk. Not about the lives lived and lost. To him, Izuku was just a child, his child. An heir, maybe. But still innocent. Still moldable. Izuku let out a tiny, obligatory coo as Hisashi leaned in. The villain cradled him for a moment, careful and measured, the way someone might hold a ticking bomb. But there was no malice here. Not yet. Just curiosity. Hisashi mused, eyes scanning Izuku's face like he was reading something between the lines. Already so alert. Izuku didn't react. He'd learned long ago not to give AFO anything. No tells. No recognition. Let him think he had the upper hand. Be nice, Inko chided gently, completely unaware. He's still sleepy. Of course, Hisashi replied with a placid smile. Just saying hello to our miracle boy. Inko took Izuku back and moved toward the small bedroom, his room. She hummed a quiet lullaby as she lowered him into the cradle, adjusting the blanket just right. The mobile above swayed lazily, plastic stars spinning in slow circles. Izuku stared up at them, listening to Inko tidy nearby, her soft voice drifting in the background. It was the same room. Same walls. Same stars. Same warmth. He'd died, been reborn, and brought home to this exact place more times than he could remember. It was all familiar. Comforting. Terrifying. And yet, somehow, it still mattered. He didn't know what this life would hold, not yet. But for now, wrapped in soft blankets and the scent of his mother's perfume, he could afford to wait. To watch. To think. He'd figure it out later. The sun had barely started to rise when Izuku's eyes blinked open. There was no clock in his room, never had been, but he didn't need one. He was always the first to wake. The soft orange light of early dawn spilled through the window beside his cradle, painting gentle shadows across the nursery wall. It was quiet, peaceful, still. For a moment he just listened. The rustle of sheets from the next room. The low hum of the fridge. The city beyond the glass stretching awake with the day. It begins, he thought. This was the part where everything still felt okay. Where everything still looked like a family. He stared at the ceiling, letting the weight of memory past and future settle over him. Inko and Hisashi would be attentive for a while. Smiles, lullabies, warm arms and shared laughter. Hisashi would hold him like he meant it, play the part of a doting father. Inko would glow, even when tired. And then, just a few weeks in, Hisashi would tell her about a business trip. He'd pack his things, kiss her forehead, press a hand to Izuku's downy head, and walk out the door. He never came back. Izuku's tiny fingers curled around the edge of his blanket. Inko would wait, at first with faith, then with desperation. She'd work longer hours at the hospital, the shifts grueling, the pay never enough. Sometimes she'd come home composed, tired but smiling. Other times, she'd come home and cry behind the bathroom door, clinging to the idea that when her husband returned, everything would finally stabilize. And some nights she'd just sit on the couch, hold Izuku close and whisper apologies. That she wished she could be there more. That she was trying. She was. She always tried. And she never stopped loving him. Not once. Not even when things got harder. Not even when the weight of abandonment settled on her shoulders and refused to budge. By the time Izuku turned 2, Inko would finally stop pretending. She would never say it aloud, not to him, not to anyone, but he'd see it in her eyes. That moment when hope gave out and the reality of Hisashi's betrayal rooted itself deep in her heart. The changes were slow. Subtle. She'd sleep a little more when she could. Move a little less. Her body softened, rounded with time and stress, with skipped meals and late-night snacks eaten between tears. Society would call it letting go. Izuku called it grief. It was sad, really. He loved her more than anything. And he hated Hisashi for it. Not because he left. Not exactly. Izuku could live with being abandoned. He'd lived through worse. But the way Inko had to carry the silence he left behind, the way she bent under it, and still smiled, that was unforgivable. And since the BSRD was here pretending to be a father, pretending to be human, well, might as well make it miserable for him. Izuku turned his head slowly toward the window, watching a bird hop along the sill outside. He yawned once, deliberately. Then he inhaled deep. Newborn lungs filled to the brim and wailed. But, piercing. The kind of cry that said, I will not be ignored. Footsteps. A door creaked. Hisashi's groggy voice called from down the hall. Already? What time is it? Inko's softer, concerned one followed. I'm coming, Izuku. I've got you. Izuku didn't stop crying. If anything, he got louder. The crying worked. Hisashi stumbled into the nursery, first shirt wrinkled, hair still damp from sleep, with the expression of a man too used to control and not used to 3 a.m. tantrums. Izuku, still mid-wail, caught the brief flash of irritation in those dark eyes before Inko came rushing in behind him, all warmth and concern. Oh, sweetheart, she cooed, scooping Izuku into her arms. Did you have a bad dream? It's okay, Mama's here. Izuku quieted immediately, face nuzzled into her shoulder like he hadn't just launched an unprovoked auditory assault. He peeked over her shoulder to catch Hisashi blinking at the sudden calm. Hisashi muttered something about getting ready for the day early and trudged off. Izuku didn't smile. Not yet. This was a long game. The first few days passed in a pattern of affection and normalcy, almost too normal. Hisashi played the part of the present father well. He helped with bottles, changed diapers without complaint, and even made breakfast. A model man. It was nauseating. But Izuku waited. He knew the script. At exactly day 5, Hisashi bought a planner. By day 6, the calls started, quick updates from work. Business trips were mentioned vaguely, but nothing concrete. That gave Izuku time. Time for chaos. Small, petty, targeted chaos. It started with the pacifier. Inko always sterilized it and set it on a tiny dish near the crib. Every morning, like clockwork. One morning, Hisashi tried to put it in Izuku's mouth. Izuku spat it out instantly. Not like a baby refusing a pacifier, no, this was deliberate. Projectile spit, right into Hisashi's collar. Whoa, okay, Hisashi muttered, dabbing his shirt. Someone's got strong lungs. Inko giggled from the kitchen. He doesn't usually do that. But he didn't. Not unless Hisashi was the one offering. The next time Hisashi held him, Izuku timed it perfectly. He waited until the man bent over to kiss his forehead, then let loose the most vile, demonic diaper blowout of the week. Seriously? Oh dear, Inko called. Want me to take him? No. I got it, Hisashi replied stiffly, walking with slow dread toward the changing table. Izuku stared him dead in the eyes the whole time. That week, Hisashi tried to read to him from a picture book about planes. Izuku screamed the entire time. The second Inko took over, he settled with a happy burble. He refused to nap when Hisashi rocked him. He accidentally kicked him in the chin during tummy time. He had a perfect aim for spit bubbles. Everything he did was just small enough to be waved off as coincidence. He's a baby, Inko would say with a fond smile. He doesn't mean it. But Izuku meant every second. He kept a close eye on Inko during all of it. If she looked too tired, if she rubbed at her temples, he'd behave. He'd coo at her, smile like the baby she needed, and let her nap with him curled against her chest. He'd never make her suffer for his pettiness. She didn't deserve that. Only Hisashi did. By the second week, Hisashi was exhausted. Not obviously he still played the part. But the edges were fraying. He winced before entering the nursery now. He hesitated before lifting Izuku, like he expected retaliation. And he was right to. Izuku kept the pressure consistent. Never too much. Just enough. Until one night he heard it. Inko had gone to sleep early, worn thin from a double shift. Izuku pretended to nap in his crib, body still but ears open. On the phone, Hisashi's voice was hushed. No, not yet. I'm biding time. I can't just vanish. She's not dumb. No, he doesn't have a quirk yet. Looks completely normal. I'll wrap it up soon. Izuku lay still, but his pulse thudded in his ears. So that's how it was. Still lying. Still manipulating. Still plotting in the shadows while smiling in the light. Same as always. The next morning, Izuku was all sugar and sunshine with Inko. He cooed, nuzzled her cheek, even reached up and grabbed her hair, gently. She laughed like she hadn't in days and whispered, "You're such a sweet boy. Thank you." But when Hisashi entered the room, Izuku gave him the look. That wide-eyed, unfocused baby stare, unnerving in how direct it felt. Like a cat watching a corner where something invisible lingered. Hisashi blinked. "Creepy little stare," he muttered. Izuku slowly stuck out his tongue and blew a wet raspberry. 2 days later, Hisashi left for his business trip. Kissed Inko's cheek. Hugged her tight. Patted Izuku's head with a fake warmth that made Izuku's skin crawl. "I'll be back before you know it," he said with a smile. Liar, Izuku thought, and blew another raspberry for good measure. When the door clicked shut, Inko sat on the couch for a long time, just holding Izuku. She didn't cry. Not yet. Not this time. But she held him like she already knew the truth. Izuku rested his tiny head on her shoulder, eyes flicking to the front door. Good riddance. Let the BSTRD stay gone. Izuku turned 2 on a rainy Tuesday. There wasn't a party, Inko couldn't afford one, and she was working a long shift at the hospital anyway, but she left a sticky note on the fridge before she went. It was written in purple ink, curled with tired care. "Happy birthday, baby. Mama loves you so much. I'll bring home cake after work. Be good for the sitter, okay?" Izuku stared at it for a long time, then carefully peeled it from the fridge and tucked it into the kitchen drawer. He'd saved that note in 2 lifetimes before. No reason to stop now. He spent most of the day in silence, perched near the living room window with a small stack of books nearby. The sitter, an underpaid, overworked college student, was dozing on the couch with one AirPod in and the TV quietly playing some nature documentary. It suited him just fine. The rain tapped softly against the glass. 2 years old again. A solid age. Just enough mobility and independence to explore, just young enough to still be underestimated. He didn't talk much, not yet. He'd let his words come in slow trickles, like he always did. Kids were supposed to babble, stumble over syllables. But Izuku's words came full-formed when he chose them. He was just selective. It was safer that way. Grown-ups didn't like when a toddler sounded like a philosopher. He hummed and pressed his forehead against the cool window pane, watching the drops race down. He still hadn't decided. In his first few cycles, there had been panic, desperation. Later came the curiosity, the experimentation, the trials. Vigilantism. He tried it all. And now? Now he felt like a clock winding itself down. Every life taught him something new. Every death pushed him back to square one. He remembered them all. The victories. The failures. The moments where he swore he'd change things, and the moments where he just gave up. And yet, he kept getting back up. Izuku sighed and rolled onto his back, eyes drifting toward the ceiling. There has to be something new. His mind wandered as it often did to the figures that shaped the world. All Might. Endeavor. His former classmates. His enemies. His allies. His ghosts. But one name rose to the surface unprompted. Nezu. That was interesting. Nezu hadn't come up in a while. The intelligent, eccentric principal of UA. A mouse? A bear? A rat? A little bit of everything. And a mind that operated 6 steps ahead of most humans. Nezu had always fascinated Izuku. Not just because of his brain or his cheerful chaos, but because of what lay underneath it. Survival. Anger. Because Nezu was an experiment. Not everyone knew. The public barely cared. But Izuku knew. He'd seen the scars. He'd heard the stories directly in one timeline. The truth was buried in dusty files and unmarked labs. A quirked animal, experimented on for years before being released or escaping. Depending on the timeline, the details shifted. But the pain was always real. And now, As Izuku lay staring at the ceiling of his too small apartment, the thought wouldn't leave him. Nezu is still in a cage right now, isn't he? A kid, well, a toddler couldn't do much. But he wasn't just a toddler. He was Izuku Midoriya, reborn dozens of times. Strategist. Fighter. Student. Assistant. Vigilante. He had maps memorized. Names logged. Places marked. In this timeline, Nezu was most likely still being kept in a lab in western Tokyo. Hidden. Hurting. And the thought that lodged itself into Izuku's brain wasn't just could I save him? But what would happen if I did? Would it affect the timeline? Would Nezu become something new? Something more? What if Izuku saved him before the pain rooted too deep? Would it change everything? Would it change nothing? Izuku sat up, legs dangling off the couch. He didn't have answers. Not yet. But he had an idea. A small, dangerous, timeline-twisting idea. And that was enough to start with. He glanced at the rain outside. Somewhere out there, a mind like no other was being trapped and tested like a lab rat. Izuku's fingers curled into tiny fists. Maybe this time, it wouldn't have to be that way. For all the strength Izuku lacked in this toddler body, he more than made up for it in experience. He couldn't talk fluently yet not without raising questions. He couldn't write, or sneak out unsupervised, or waltz into a secure facility armed to the teeth. But he didn't need to. Not yet. Step 1 of any good plan? Information. He started small. Most people underestimated toddlers' memories. The babysitter often left the news running while texting on the couch, and Izuku soaked it all in. He caught the shifts in stories, the casual updates about city projects, construction, or relocations. Twice, the name of the pharmaceutical company that funded quirk animal studies popped up in passing. Izuku remembered the name like it was tattooed on his brain. Komodo Bioengineering. Western Tokyo. Still active in this timeline. Still funded. Still cruel. Step 2 was gaining mobility. He walked well now. Not waddling. Confident, quick steps. He made a point to explore the apartment when Inko or the sitter was watching, learning where things were kept, how to reach certain cabinets, which stools were stable enough to climb on. His tiny body moved with practiced care. Step 3, tools. He started collecting. Notebooks from the dollar store Inko let him draw in. Hidden under his bed, some pages scratched with childish scrawls, others written in tiny, cramped lettering only someone reborn multiple times would manage. Pens? Taped behind the headboard. An old flip phone Inko discarded months ago? Charged it in secret. He couldn't call anyone, but the calculator, notepad, and maps still worked. He began building a timeline. He tracked Komodo's activities. Based on his past lives and what little he could gather from public data, he estimated Nezu's escape, or release, always happened around the same general time frame, about 4 years from now. He wouldn't wait that long. He wouldn't let Nezu suffer 4 more years. So he narrowed it down. There were 4 facilities Komodo owned in the area. One had already been shut down due to protests. One was a decoy as far as he remembered. That left 2 possibilities. One of them had Nezu. By age 3, Izuku could speak in full sentences, though he still chose carefully when and with whom to do so. Inko praised his intelligence with tired pride, brushing his hair back and calling him her bright little boy. He loved her for it. He loved her enough not to burden her with the truth. She didn't ask why he built towers out of boxes that vaguely resembled floor plans. She didn't ask why he scribbled on napkins with arrows and symbols and circles. She just kissed his forehead and whispered, "You're so creative." He was creative. And he was going to save someone. He picked the night of a storm. Inko had worked a double shift and collapsed on the couch. The babysitter hadn't been scheduled. Izuku, now potty-trained and mature for his age, was allowed to wander with the baby monitor in hand and a blanket trailing behind him. He slipped out the back door with a small backpack, a half-charged phone, a peanut butter sandwich, and a flashlight. The lab wasn't far. He didn't need to break in. He just needed to wait. At 3 a.m., a janitor left the side entrance open while hauling out trash. Izuku slipped in, heart pounding. He remembered the halls. Sterile. But reeking of antiseptic and quiet screams. He moved fast. Quiet. Down the lower levels, past security cams with known blind spots. And there, in a room too small for dignity, he saw him. A small creature, white fur matted, eyes tired. Still brilliant. Nezu. He wasn't unconscious. Quiet. Izuku pressed a tiny hand to the glass and whispered, "Hey there, little guy." Nezu blinked. Then very slowly he tilted his head. Not in confusion. In calculation. The escape was messy. He tripped a silent alarm and had to drag Nezu, still groggy, still drugged, into a vent. They crawled through metal and filth and came out near a drainage ditch behind a park. Nezu didn't speak. But he watched. By the time they reached home, Inko was still asleep. Izuku crept in through the back and tucked Nezu into a cardboard box lined with an old towel. He gave him water. Patience. And then he sat beside him, blanket wrapped around his shoulders. "You're safe now," Izuku whispered. "I found you outside. You're my pet now, okay? Just a little animal who needed help." Nezu watched him in silence. "You're really smart," Izuku continued, smiling gently. "So I'm gonna talk to you like a person. Just because it makes me feel better." He reached into the backpack and pulled out a tiny chalkboard. On it, in neat childish handwriting, he wrote, "Hello, new friend." Nezu blinked. Then, with one shaking paw, he touched the chalk. And wrote, "But..." Izuku grinned. "Because you looked like you needed someone." Izuku didn't expect gratitude. He'd lived too many lives, worn too many masks. Rescue wasn't a magic eraser. It didn't undo the chains, the scalpels, the days and nights of being treated like something less than alive. So when Nezu hissed at him the first time Izuku tried to refill his food bowl, he didn't flinch. "It's okay," Izuku said gently, crouched on the floor. "You don't have to like me. Try the apple slices. I think you liked them last night." Nezu bared his teeth, tiny fangs flashing. Izuku slid the plate closer and backed off. He knew this would take time. The first week was quiet. Nezu didn't try to run away, which surprised Izuku a little. But he didn't engage either. He stared. Sometimes paced. Always watched. Izuku kept up the act. He was just a smart kid with a smart pet. Nothing more. He read books aloud, laid out puzzles, explained the world in simple terms. Nezu never responded. But Izuku knew he was listening. One night, when Inko was working late, Izuku brought in a picture book and laid down on the floor beside the box. "This one's about a bear," he said. "He doesn't like winter, so he tries to stay awake. But in the end, he still falls asleep." Nezu stared at the page. "It's okay to rest, you know," Izuku added, quieter. "Even when the world's been cruel." No response. So he stayed. By the second week, Nezu began testing him. He knocked over his food bowl on purpose. He shredded Izuku's drawings. He chewed a hole in the corner of his blanket. Izuku sighed, picked up the messes, and offered new materials without a word. "You're allowed to be mad," he whispered once. "I would be too." Nezu froze at that. Izuku pretended not to notice. He curled up nearby and started humming softly, a lullaby he remembered from somewhere. Nezu didn't move, but he didn't shred anything else that night. By week 3, something shifted. Nezu began rearranging the puzzle pieces on his own. Not solving them, not completing the image. But moving them. Testing their shapes. Izuku didn't say anything. He just brought harder ones the next day. And Nezu tested those too. That night, Izuku wrote on the chalkboard, "Do you want a story or a game?" Nezu didn't answer. But the next morning, he was sitting upright beside the chalkboard. Waiting. Izuku pretended not to smile. There were setbacks, of course. One day, Izuku made the mistake of reaching toward Nezu too fast, offering him a toy. Nezu bit him. Izuku bled. He blinked back tears, washed the wound in silence, and came back with gauze and a smile. "It's okay. I scared you." "That's on me." Nezu stared at the bandage. Then turned away. Izuku didn't try to touch him again. Another night, it rained. Thunder shook the windows. Nezu curled into a ball in the corner of his box, shivering and tense. Izuku dragged over a pillow and sat beside him, back to the box, not touching. I hate storms too, he murmured. Once, there was this blackout and I was still really little. Couldn't do anything about it. He didn't know if Nezu understood. But when he woke the next morning, the shredded blanket had been dragged halfway over him. By the end of the month, Izuku brought out a small workbook. First grade level. Easy stuff. He didn't say anything. Just left it open beside the chalkboard and walked away. When he came back an hour later, the first 2 questions had been circled. Incorrectly. Izuku laughed. Nice try, buddy. We'll work on it. Nezu didn't hiss. He didn't answer. But the next day, the 3rd question had the right answer circled. They never spoke about the past. Izuku never brought it up. He was just a boy with a clever pet. A friend. Nothing more. But in the quiet hours, when no one else was watching, he looked into Nezu's eyes and saw the spark returning. It was slow. It was fragile. But it was real. And for now, that was enough. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor, a pencil tapping rhythmically against his chin. Nezu was asleep, or pretending to be curled in the corner of his blanket nest like a tiny dictator biding his time. Izuku respected that. Still, he needed a plan. He watched the gentle rise and fall of Nezu's chest and thought back. In past lives, Nezu had loved 3 things with near-sacred devotion: good tea, good cheese, and the mind-melting elegance of chess. The cornerstones of his sanctuary. Izuku grimaced. He had none of those things. He glanced toward the kitchen. The closest thing to tea in the house was Inko's emergency instant matcha, and even that was months expired. The cheese was American singles, not even real cheese, and the only chessboard he'd seen recently was in a toy catalog he'd stuffed under his bed. He needed supplies. Time to go to the store. But he couldn't let Mom know about Nezu. Not yet. Inko was kind, warm, and supportive, but she also had a protective streak a mile wide. If she came home one night and saw a hyper-intelligent lab escapee nesting in her son's room, she might panic. Or worse, she might try to take Nezu to a vet. Or a shelter. Or call someone. And if this was a timeline where Nezu still became UA's principal, that could be very awkward. Izuku scribbled a list on the back of a grocery receipt. Cheese, actual cheese. Tea, chamomile if possible. Cheap just set. Snacks for Mom, distraction. More notebooks. He shoved it into his hoodie pocket and paced the room. He'd go to the convenience store on the corner. Inko wouldn't be back until late. Nezu stirred. Hey, Izuku said softly, crouching near the box. I'll be back in a bit, okay? Don't escape. There's a peanut butter cracker under your blanket if you get hungry. Nezu didn't respond. Didn't hiss either. Progress. The store was mercifully quiet. Izuku ducked past a group of teenagers flipping through magazines and made a beeline for the snacks aisle. Brie and cheddar cubes in a little sample pack. Found a tin of chamomile tucked behind some matcha. Chessboard? The toy section had one 4-yen plastic, but it'd do. He added cookies for Inko, a new notebook for his plans, and hustled back home. Back in his room, he unpacked the bag with a dramatic flourish. "Tada!" he announced, setting out the cheese cubes and tea tin like prized artifacts. "Gourmet dining, sir. Only the finest." Nezu opened one eye. Izuku took that as permission. He filled a tiny saucer with warm tea, brewed carefully in the kitchen without Mom noticing, and slid it toward the box. Then placed 3 cheese cubes on a napkin. "I know it's not much, but I'll get better at this," he said. "You deserve better." Still no response. Izuku didn't mind. He opened the chess set and began setting up the board. Not facing Nezu, he didn't want to spook him, but off to the side, casually. Like it didn't matter. He explained the rules gently. He made the first move. Pawn to e4. Then stood and began tidying up the room. Folding clothes. Straightening books. Giving Nezu space. Half an hour later, the knight had been moved. Izuku bit back a grin. That night he sat in bed with his new notebook and started mapping things out. He needed structure. Mornings could be chess or puzzle time. Afternoons, reading out loud. Evenings, soft music, simple lessons, and mental STMLTN. It wasn't just about making Nezu smarter, he already was. It was about rebuilding a foundation. Helping him feel safe. Wanted. Human. Izuku titled the page, Rehabilitation Blueprint, Nezu Edition. Underneath he wrote, Establish routine. Provide comfort items. Offer choice, not demand. Play, learn, repeat. Never push too hard. He looked at the box again. Nezu had eaten the cheese. All of it. Izuku smiled. One pawn at a time. The next morning, Izuku rose with a sense of quiet purpose. Nezu was still asleep tucked into his corner like a suspicious monarch, but Izuku had plans. Big ones. Plans that started with cardboard and ended with something resembling comfort. His first task, construction. In the hallway closet, behind stacks of cleaning supplies and an old vacuum, Izuku unearthed 3 large cardboard boxes. He dragged them into his room, eyeing the floor space like a general surveying a battlefield. Okay, he muttered, hands on hips. We're going to upgrade your fortress. Carefully, he cut windows into the sides, taped the boxes together in an L shape, and lined the insides with thick blankets. One of Inko's old pillows, fluffy and a little flat, became the bed. A shoebox turned into a second-floor perch, complete with a tiny ramp made from a bent magazine. Nezu peeked from his original corner. This is just a suggestion, Izuku said casually, fluffing the blanket. You don't have to move in, but I thought you might like something with more room. You know, for all the cheese. He left the entrance unobstructed and placed a single cheese cube in the doorway like an offering. Then he backed away. He didn't watch. Well, not directly. Instead, he sat at his desk and opened his notebook. Rehabilitation Blueprint. Nezu Edition was the heading, and today's goal was gentle engagement. Step 1. Routine. He started by turning on soft instrumental music, nothing distracting, just background noise. Then he set out the chessboard in its usual spot and made a move. Pawn to d4. Next, he read aloud from a picture book about animals, keeping his voice even and relaxed. No sudden movements. No loud noises. Just quiet storytelling and cheese placement. He placed today's cheese on a folded napkin near the entrance of the new box fort. By mid-afternoon, Nezu had moved. Izuku didn't celebrate. Didn't point. Just smiled to himself and turned the page. Step 2. Offer choice, not demand. When Nezu poked his head out again later, Izuku was sitting on the floor, scribbling notes. He didn't speak, just slid over a small puzzle toy made of interlocking wooden pieces. The kind you had to twist and think through. Nezu didn't touch it. Not yet. That was okay. Step 3. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Izuku ended the evening with a warm cup of chamomile tea set near Nezu's corner and the same soft music still playing. He turned off the main light, leaving only a desk lamp glowing. Good night, he said gently, sliding into bed. He heard movement. The cheese was gone in the morning. Progress. It started with the wind. Izuku woke to the soft creaking of the window frame and the scent of oncoming rain. Gray clouds swallowed the early morning sky, and within minutes, soft droplets began tapping rhythmically against the glass. He sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. The room felt quieter than usual, hushed under the weight of the storm. He glanced at the cardboard fortress. Nezu's eyes peered out from the darkness. Alert. And not for the first time haunted. Izuku slipped from bed without a word. He shut the window gently and pulled the curtains closed, dimming the room. Then, careful not to startle, he turned on the soft instrumental music he'd been using during their rehabilitation hours. The mellow notes filled the space like a blanket. Thunder rumbled distantly. Izuku watched Nezu flinch. Hey, he said softly, settling onto the floor near the nest but not too close. It's just a storm. Nothing that can get you here. I promise. He reached into his book stack and pulled out a slim volume of folk tales, the kind with simple illustrations and gentle prose. He didn't ask if Nezu wanted to hear it. He just opened to the first page and started reading. His voice stayed even, soothing. Not a performance, just company. Time passed slowly. Rain lashed at the windows, and thunder rolled again, louder this time. Izuku paused only to pour a tiny saucer of warm chamomile tea and set it near the entrance to the cardboard fortress. Then he read on. Halfway through the second story, he heard the softest sound. Movement. Nezu emerged slowly, just his front paws and nose, then retreated. Then emerged again. A few minutes later, he was fully out, hunched low but no longer trembling. Izuku didn't react. He just turned the page and kept reading. By the end of the third story, Nezu was sitting beside the saucer, sipping in delicate laps. The thunder rolled again. But this time, Nezu didn't flinch. Izuku allowed himself a small smile. It wasn't a breakthrough. But it was something better. It was peace. The storm eased by mid-morning, thunder fading to distant grumbles and the rain softening to a quiet drizzle against the windows. Izuku closed the folk tale book slowly, mindful not to break the stillness that had settled over the room. Nezu remained by the chamomile saucer, posture low but no longer tense. His tiny paws curled beneath him, ears flicking with each sound from outside. Izuku didn't speak. Instead, he leaned back against the wall, notebook in hand. Without glancing directly at Nezu, he began to write. Rehabilitation Blueprint, Nezu Edition. Observation Log, Storm Response. Initial signs of distress during first thunder rolls. Positive response to soft music and voice. Accepted tea offering during prolonged calm reading. Maintained proximity after final story ended. Current state, alert but not withdrawn. He left the notebook half open on his lap and simply waited. The chessboard sat nearby, untouched. He yawned quietly, then began flipping through another book, one about animal behavior. It wasn't for Nezu's benefit, not directly. But he read it aloud in the same calm tone, letting the room remain filled with consistent, safe sound. Nezu didn't retreat. But he didn't approach either. Occasionally, Izuku caught the subtle shift of dark eyes watching him from beneath half-lowered lids, measuring. Calculating. Trust? But curiosity? Maybe. And for today, that was enough. Izuku smiled faintly, not looking at him. You don't have to do anything, he murmured, voice barely above the rain. You're safe here. That's all. He read on, letting the rhythm of the words fill the space. Eventually, Nezu rose and padded silently back into the deeper shadows of his cardboard fortress. No retreat, just choice. Izuku waited a full 5 minutes before finally closing the book, stretching, and rising to make himself tea. Today hadn't been a breakthrough. But it had been a conversation in its own quiet way. Progress came slow. And Izuku had all the time in the world. It happened on an ordinary evening. Izuku had been in his room with the door mostly shut, reading aloud again softly, to keep Nezu calm after the long day. The storm had passed, but the air still smelled of wet pavement and damp earth. Nezu was tucked in his cardboard fortress, eyes half-lidded but alert. He'd begun to venture out more often, but only when the apartment was quiet, when it was just Izuku. Then the front door clicked open. Izuku's small body tensed instinctively. Inko, he whispered, voice too soft for Nezu to hear clearly. Mama's home. He scrambled up and toddled to the door just in time to see her sigh and slip off her shoes. Her hospital bag looked heavier than usual, shoulders slumped with exhaustion. Baby, she called, voice tired but brightening as soon as she saw him. There's my sweet boy. Izuku ran forward and let her scoop him up into a tight hug. He could feel her shaking slightly, not from fear, but from fatigue. I'm sorry I haven't been home as much, she whispered into his hair. Money's tight right now. Mama's trying, okay? It'll be better soon. Izuku wrapped his small arms around her, heart aching. He knew how this went. He'd lived through this version of her story too many times. Still, the words felt heavier every time. It's okay, Mama, he mumbled, voice soft and innocent. I love you. Inko smiled through misty eyes. I love you too, my sweet boy. Then came the danger. She headed toward his room, toward the doorway that had been left slightly ajar. Did you play today? She asked. What's my little adventurer been up to? No, Izuku's mind raced. Inside, Nezu had been stretching near the edge of the fortress, a rare moment of near relaxation. The sudden noise outside the room caught him off guard. From where Izuku had left him, Nezu froze mid-step. Ears back, body low, breath locked. Please don't bolt, Izuku thought desperately. Please stay calm. Please stay hidden. Inko pushed the door open a bit wider. Looks like someone was reading, she said softly, noting the open book. Her eyes flicked briefly around the room. Too briefly. She didn't notice the faint scattering of fur caught on the blanket edge near the cardboard box. She didn't see the delicate tea saucer tucked partly beneath the box corner. Her tired eyes were too full of worry, too distracted by the stress of the day. "Such a good boy," she murmured. "I'll make us some dinner, okay? And then a bath." She bent to kiss the top of Izuku's head and shuffled back toward the kitchen. Izuku exhaled quietly, very quietly, then stole a glance toward Nezu. The little creature was still frozen. Watching. Processing. Izuku moved carefully, slowly returning to the room and crouching near the box, keeping his posture low and unthreatening. "You're safe," he whispered in the gentlest tone he could manage. "She won't hurt you. She just doesn't know." Nezu's gaze lingered on him longer than usual. Not trust. Not friendship. Not understanding. Survival calculation. Ears still pinned, body coiled to flee at any sign of pursuit. Muscles tight beneath fur. Breath shallow. Predator? Ally? Unknown. Instinct screamed caution. Izuku forced himself to look away first, not wanting to lock eyes too long. He sat back and picked up the open book again, voice steady though his heart was still hammering. "I'll stay right here," he said softly, flipping a page. "You can go back if you want." Slowly, so slowly, Nezu backed deeper into the cardboard shadows. He didn't bolt. Didn't relax. Only repositioned where he could observe with cover. One stray fur. One wrong movement. One mistake, and this entire fragile piece could shatter. Izuku kept reading, keeping his tone light and neutral. Tonight had been a warning. How fragile this all still was. And how careful he would have to be. "Dinner's ready." Inko's voice floated down the hall. Izuku closed his book and carefully glanced toward Nezu's box one last time. The fortress was still. He rose and toddled out of the room. At the table, Inko smiled and ruffled his hair. Her hands looked tired, movements slower than usual. They ate simple rice and vegetables, with miso soup on the side. Between bites, Inko sighed. "Oh, almost forgot to tell you, baby. We're going to have a new neighbor soon. Just a few doors down." Izuku's hand paused mid-reach. Of course. Right on time. In every life, it seemed Aizawa gravitated to this place sooner or later. Close enough to watch the world, quiet enough to disappear into. Inko went on, voice light. "I think it's a young man moving in. The landlord said he keeps to himself. That's good. I think quiet neighbors are nice, right?" Izuku gave a small nod, spooning more rice into his mouth. He wouldn't rush things. Not yet. Timing mattered. After dinner, Inko scooped him up. "Bath time, sweetheart. Can't have my little adventurer getting all dusty on me." Izuku giggled softly, an easy sound, practiced, and let her carry him in. Warm water. The smell of soap. Familiar. Inko hummed a gentle tune as she washed his hair. Izuku closed his eyes, pretending to relax. One neighbor arriving. One chance beginning. He would be ready. Izuku's hair was still damp from the bath. It clung to the sides of his face in uneven curls as Inko carried him back to his room. "Good night, my sweet boy," she whispered, voice warm but weary. "I'll be home as much as I can, I promise." Izuku pressed his cheek against her shoulder and let her tuck him in. He knew the rhythm of these nights. Inko's voice always softened, hopeful and sad all at once. She kissed his forehead and stood. The door clicked shut. Izuku waited. 1 minute. 2. When the kettle began to hum faintly from the kitchen, he slid from the bed. The room was quieter than before. Tense, almost brittle. The kind of stillness that didn't happen unless someone inside was watching. He moved with practiced slowness, easing himself onto the floor near the cardboard fortress. "I'm back," he whispered, not expecting a reply. A fresh cup of chamomile tea sat by the box, still warm. His quiet peace offering remained untouched. Izuku picked up a book and opened it across his lap, making sure his body remained relaxed, unthreatening. No sudden looks toward the box. No direct attention. The pattern had changed. A new variable entered the space tonight. A larger human. The one the small human Izuku called Mama. Nezu had heard the name, unoffered but repeated often enough to file away. Izuku. The little human had left willingly with the larger one, returning later altered, scent masked with soap, skin temperature slightly raised, hair damp. No visible signs of harm. No distress behavior upon return. Now Izuku sat again. Reading. Posture loose, voice quiet. The offering of liquid remained beside the box. No forced eye contact. No attempt to draw Nezu out. Testing phase continued. Nezu shifted, muscles silent beneath fur. One step closer to the inner edge of his enclosure, not emerging, but adjusting for a better line of sight. Izuku. A small human. Inconsistent with known models of predator or captor behavior. Too consistent, perhaps. But a pattern nonetheless. Observe further. Do not assume. Do not engage. Continue assessment. Eyes narrowed, Nezu watched. The small human's breathing remained even. Page turned. Voice steady. He remained deep in shadow. Limbs ready. Instincts sharp. This was not trust. Merely survival. And survival required watching everything until a choice became clear. The room had settled into a familiar calm. Izuku sat cross-legged near Nezu's box, book open on his lap. His voice was soft, even not too loud, not too slow. Just enough to create a rhythm, a safe sound in the dim space. And then, he whispered, eyes flicking to the next page, the little mouse found a piece of cheese even bigger than himself. A faint rustle came from the box. Nezu was still awake, but barely. The tension in the room had softened over the past few nights, replaced by something quieter. Not trust. Not yet. But cautious tolerance. Izuku smiled faintly, voice lowering further as he continued the story. Outside, a car door slammed. His head snapped up. Movement through the window caught his eye. He crawled to the sill and peeked through the curtains, green eyes narrowing. A familiar figure stepped out of the car, tugging a tired-looking duffel bag from the back seat. Hair a tangled mess, black clothing rumpled, expression unreadable. Izawa. Izuku watched in silence as the man unlocked the door a few units down and started hauling boxes inside. His fingers drummed idly against the windowsill. Should he? He shouldn't. It wasn't necessary. He had other things to focus on. He had Nezu to take care of, and rebuilding that fragile trust wasn't something he wanted to jeopardize with distractions. But a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't a proper timeline if he didn't mess with Aizawa at least once. Just a little, he promised himself. Just a tradition. He glanced back toward the box. Nezu was still now, barely visible among the folds of blanket and fleece. Breathing even. Small form still curled. Perfect. Izuku stood, small and silent, and padded out of his room. The hallway smelled faintly of cleaning solution and dust. Izuku kept close to the wall, tiny feet making no sound on the scuffed floor. He waited until he heard the front door of the new apartment creak open again, another load of boxes going in. Izuku slipped forward. The door was left ajar, just enough. Bold as anything, Izuku pushed it open further and walked in. Aizawa was bent over a box in the living room, back turned. Izuku moved with the easy confidence of someone who had done this exact thing in 5 previous lives. Into the kitchen. Fridge door open. He scanned quickly, grabbed an apple small, within his tiny grasp and shut the fridge again with barely a click. Aizawa turned. They locked eyes. Izuku, expression perfectly neutral, took a bite of the apple. Crunch. Aizawa blinked, processing the sight of a toddler calmly robbing his kitchen. Crunch. Izuku gave a small, polite nod, then walked past him without a word and out the door. Aizawa stood frozen, in confusion and shock. Izuku didn't stop moving until he was back in his own apartment, apple in hand. He slipped into his room, closed the door with practiced care. Nezu hadn't stirred. Izuku resumed his spot by the cardboard fortress, legs tucked beneath him. He took another bite of the apple, amused. Some traditions were too good to skip. And this timeline was just getting started. The sun had not yet crested the horizon. The room was painted in that peculiar shade of early blue, neither night nor morning, when Nezu's eyes blinked open. For a moment, he didn't move. Just lay curled in the warmth of soft fleece and unfamiliar comfort, senses tuned to the silence. No metal walls. No fluorescent buzz. No scent of bleach and rubber gloves. Only soft cotton and quiet breathing from the bed across the room. Nezu shifted upright. The blanket he was wrapped in had fallen slightly, and he tugged it back into place before peering toward the boy's sleeping form. Izuku. That was the name. The little human hadn't offered it directly. Nezu had overheard it once, mumbled by the mother or perhaps murmured in sleep. Either way it stuck. Names had power. This one, somehow, didn't feel threatening. Still, Nezu wasn't ready to make assumptions. Not yet. A month. He'd been here for months. Fed, spoken to gently, provided space and shelter. No collar, no cage. It was suspicious. Uncomfortable, even. And yet, why hasn't he hurt me? That question circled like a hawk overhead. In Nezu's experience, kindness had always come with a catch. From the first time a lab technician offered a sweet before plunging a needle into his arm, to the time he was told he'd be given a toy, and it was actually a shock test device. Promises were always weapons. Safety was always bait. And yet, this boy. He brought tea. Read books. Made a fortress from blankets and cardboard. Talked to him not like a pet, not like an animal but like a person. If he was going to do something, Nezu thought, eyes narrowed slightly, wouldn't he have done it already? Maybe he was playing a long game. Maybe this was all some strange ploy to earn Nezu's trust and then use him for something. But a whole month was a long time to keep up a lie. And the boy Izuku, he didn't seem clever enough to fake that look in his eyes when he offered a chessboard with no expectations. Or when he whispered, "Sleep well," without knowing Nezu was listening. Nezu's claws tightened slightly against the soft blanket. Should I trust him? He glanced toward the window across the room, faint light beginning to bleed through the curtains. Slowly, cautiously, he hopped down from his nest. Every paw step was silent. He crossed the room like a shadow, stopping at the low windowsill and climbing up the edge with practiced ease. The glass was cool beneath his pads. Outside, the city still slept. Cars were parked, streetlights blinking, clouds slowly turning gold at the edges. It was beautiful. Quiet. Alive. So unlike the lab. Nezu sat in silence. The rules kept me alive, he reminded himself. Don't talk. Don't trust. Don't hope. Never leave yourself vulnerable. But then his thoughts drifted back, unwanted but inevitable. To Izuku carefully placing a folded towel at the edge of the water dish. To the tiny, slightly uneven stitches on the pillow in his box bed. To the way the boy kept his distance until Nezu approached first. This isn't the lab anymore, he thought, claws flexing gently. Do the rules still apply here? That was the terrifying part. Not knowing. Not having a rulebook for a world that didn't treat him like a specimen. Nezu's tail flicked. He looked back at the boy. Still asleep, curled up beneath a heap of blankets, breathing even and soft. A plush All Might was tucked under his arm. He looked harmless. But even harmless things had claws. Still, if Nezu left, where would he go? He had shelter. Warmth. Food. A boy who, for reasons unknown, treated him like a companion. He could run. But running meant starting over. And he was tired of starting over. So for now he stayed. Just for now. And maybe tomorrow he'd let the boy get a little closer. Izuku woke slowly, surfacing from sleep with a soft little whine and a deep sigh through his nose. He blinked blearily at the ceiling, then rolled onto his side, the blanket twisting around his legs. Morning light filtered through the curtains, dust floating lazily in the air. The apartment was quiet, still wrapped in the hush of early morning. He yawned, rubbed his eyes with tiny fists, and then blinked again. The box was empty. The cozy nest of blankets and pillows neatly fluffed the night before sat undisturbed. But Nezu wasn't there. Izuku blinked again, slower this time. He didn't move, just let his eyes drift carefully across the room. And there he was. Perched neatly on the windowsill, white fur glowing softly in the sunlight, small paws folded under him, tail tucked close. He was still, like a little statue, but his eyes moved, watching something outside. Izuku didn't speak at first. Just watched. It wasn't that Nezu had left the box, he'd seen him poke his head out before. It was how he sat. Upright. Deliberate. Like he belonged there. Like he wasn't afraid of being seen. Izuku slowly sat up, careful not to startle him, and rubbed at the corner of his mouth. Then he tilted his head, voice soft with sleep and curiosity. New favorite spot. Nezu didn't flinch. Didn't even look at him. But one ear twitched in his direction. That was answer enough. Izuku grinned faintly. A small, secret kind of smile. He swung his legs off the bed and padded quietly across the room on socked feet. His balance wobbled just a little, still used to navigating toddler-sized gravity, but he managed. Near the corner, he crouched by his pile of books and toys, grabbing a stuffed sheep and flopping onto his tummy beside it. He opened a board book but didn't really look at the pictures. His eyes flicked occasionally back toward the windowsill. "You're not really a mouse," he murmured under his breath, finger tracing the page absent-mindedly. "You're too big. And your ears are all fuzzy." His gaze narrowed slightly, thoughtful. "A possum?" He shook his head. "You're not all gray and scary looking. And your tail's fluffy." He rolled over onto his back, staring at the ceiling now, arms splayed out. "Maybe you're a weird kind of ferret? No, a white sable. Or a ermine." That felt closer. Kinda. "You do look soft," he added, glancing sideways again. "Even your paws look soft. Not like claws or anything. But you're fast." "That's ferret why." Nezu, still facing the window, did not disagree. Izuku sighed. "I guess it doesn't matter. You're mine now. So you're my weird animal." He flopped onto his side again and whispered conspiratorially, "Don't tell Mama." Then he picked up a crayon and began scribbling in slow, looping patterns on the back of an old cereal box, pretending like Nezu's perch was perfectly ordinary. "Bet you like it up there," he mumbled. "You can see everything. All the cars. And people. And pigeons. And clouds." He trailed off, staring toward the window as his voice softened. "Do you like the clouds?" he asked, mostly to himself. "I think they're pretty." Silence again. But still no scurrying, no escape. Nezu remained. Izuku's smile widened just slightly. "You're not so scared of me anymore," he whispered. Then, louder, and with a lazy roll onto his back, he announced, "I'm gonna call you Snowpuff if you don't give me hints." This time, Nezu's tail flicked. Izuku let out a giggle and clapped once. "Ah, gotcha." Nezu gave no other indication he heard, but Izuku's heart was already full. He curled onto his side again, one arm tucked beneath his head, and let the sunlight warm his face. The soft sound of the city filtered through the window, and the room settled into that slow, quiet rhythm of early morning peace. For now, Nezu was here. Still strange. Still mysterious. But not running. Not hiding. 1 month and 2 days. Nezu had been here for exactly 1 month and 2 days. 34 days, to be precise, counting from the first evening he'd been smuggled quietly into this unfamiliar home, still dazed from the sedative they'd used to keep him manageable. His body had since healed. His mind was still catching up. He hadn't spoken a word aloud since arriving. Not that he was expected to. And not once had the boy Izuku attempted to speak to him as anything but a pet. That was the strangest part of all. Nezu's whiskers twitched, and he adjusted his weight on the windowsill, paws neatly folded beneath him. Sunlight warmed his fur. He didn't move. Didn't blink. His dark eyes remained fixed not on the street below, but on the tiny green-haired boy sprawled on the floor across the room. Izuku was drawing, murmuring nonsense under his breath. The words were soft and harmless. Scribbles covered a torn piece of cardboard, bright crayon colors layered over earlier attempts. It was chaotic, aimless, very much the activity of a toddler. But the boy's posture was relaxed. His eyes were calm. He hadn't looked toward Nezu in nearly 5 minutes. That, more than anything, earned Nezu's attention. He had cataloged everything in this apartment. Every sound, every light, every movement, the click of doors, the hum of appliances, the rhythm of footsteps, especially the older woman's, the one called Mama. But the boy, Nezu had run hundreds of calculations, considered dozens of strategies, evaluated escape routes, measured window latches, memorized hiding spots. And yet he had not left. Because in all that time, the boy had done nothing to justify it. Izuku had not grabbed at him, had not cornered him, had not forced eye contact or locked him in the box. He had not prodded or poked or even tried to pick him up. He spoke to him, yes, but lightly, softly, careless, casual comments as though addressing a pet. And that's what he believed Nezu was. A pet. An unknown animal. Not a person. Not a science project. Not some mistake worth fearing. Not a threat. Nezu's ear twitched. His gaze lingered on the boy's crayon-stained fingers. He was very young. Likely 3 years old, if Nezu's judgment was accurate. Still in that age where words were half-formed and logic even more so. But he wasn't stupid. Nezu had seen the signs. The glances. The way he paused sometimes, too long for someone his age. The way he watched when he thought Nezu wasn't looking. The way he tiptoed around Nezu's comfort like it mattered. That wasn't ordinary toddler behavior. That was deliberate. So the question remained, what does he want? Nezu's claws flexed once against the wooden sill, then stilled again. If Izuku had been dangerous, he'd had opportunity. Dozens. Yet Nezu had gone unharmed. Federal sheltered. Left alone when needed. So, trust was not so easily earned. True safety had to be tested. His eyes narrowed slightly. I'll confirm it, he decided. One small test. Not today. Not now. But soon. Fall asleep near the boy. Let himself be vulnerable. Let Izuku think he had permission. Let him show his true colors. If he tried to pet him, trap him, cage him, then Nezu would know. If not, his gaze drifted again to the boy, who had now begun humming under his breath while adding a sun to the corner of his drawing. If not, then maybe he wasn't lying. Nezu settled lower into the sill, paws tucked under his chest, head resting lightly atop them. To the outside eye, he looked content, half dozing, harmless. But his mind was working, always calculating, always cautious. Still, he silently adjusted Izuku's status in his mental checklist. Threat level, contact status, non-hostile, observation, ongoing, and just once, with the barest hint of a twitch in his whiskers. Maybe he thought, just maybe, I'll stay. The apartment was quiet when Inko stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind her with a gentle thud. She toed off her shoes, careful not to make too much noise. Her shifts had been long, lately exhausting in ways she didn't like to admit. Her legs ached, her back tensed, and her heart, well, it hurt in a different way. Not the sharp, stabbing kind. The dull ache of guilt. Of knowing she wasn't home as often as she should be. She walked softly down the hall, peeking into Izuku's room. There he was. Curled on the floor, crayon in hand, doodling something on a scrap of paper. A mouse with a cape? Maybe a little hero? His tiny legs kicked idly behind him, feet swaying in the air, and his hair fluffed in all directions like he'd just rolled out of bed. Inko's chest warmed and ached. He looked so content. So peaceful. But she knew better. Knew that he noticed the way the dinner table was quieter. The way she hugged him just a little too tightly some nights. The way she smiled with tired eyes and said, "Mommy's just a little busy right now." He never complained. Not once. She walked further in, crouching beside him. "Hey, sweetheart." He blinked up at her and beamed. "Mama." "You're drawing again?" she asked, gently brushing some hair from his forehead. He hummed, going back to his scribbles. Inko watched in silence for a moment before glancing toward the box in the corner. It was made of cardboard, 2 boxes, actually pushed together and carefully lined with soft blankets. Some pillows to arranged like a little bed? She tilted her head. Had Izuku been pretending again? "Did you make a little house?" she asked softly, smiling. "Is it for your bunny?" She motioned to the stuffed animal resting nearby. He blinked at her, non-committal. Inko laughed lightly under her breath. "You're such a creative little thing." Her smile softened, fingers brushing gently against his shoulder. "I've been thinking," she began slowly. "Maybe when things get better we could get a mouse?" His crayon paused. "A little one. With soft ears. You'd be so gentle with it, wouldn't you?" He nodded slowly, expression unreadable, then went back to his coloring. Inko sighed. I know I haven't been here as much lately, she said, quieter now. And I'm sorry for that. I'm trying, sweetheart. I really am. No answer. Just the quiet scribbling of crayon on paper. She stood after a moment, kissing the top of his head. I'll go make dinner, she whispered. You keep being my sweet boy, okay? She left the room, footsteps soft. Behind her, Izuku kept drawing. And in the corner, in the quietest shadow, a pair of small eyes watched her leave. Izuku's legs swung softly as he sat at the kitchen table, his tiny feet not yet reaching the floor. The table was modest, a little worn, but it held warmth in its every scratch and smudge memories, laughter, rushed mornings and quiet dinners like this one. Inko moved about the small kitchen, humming as she plated up his food. Something simple tonight: rice, sautéed veggies, a little grilled tofu with sauce. She always tried to make sure he ate well, even on her most tired days. He tapped his spoon lightly against the edge of his bowl, watching her with calm green eyes. Tired? He asked innocently, spoon finally dipping into the rice. She glanced over, surprised. Just a little, honey. Work was busy again. He nodded as if that made perfect sense. It did. He'd watched this cycle repeat more times than he could count. I drawed a hero mouse, he said, munching quietly. Inko gave a soft laugh as she sat across from him. You did? Meet him. He's small but smart. He saves people even if they don't see him. Her smile softened. Sounds like a very special hero, she said gently. Izuku gave a little shrug and kept eating. They didn't talk much more, just the occasional question about food, a reminder to wipe his mouth, or Inko's soft, "You're growing so fast." By the time dinner was done and dishes were in the sink, Izuku's eyes were already growing heavy. The bedtime routine was quiet. Inko ran a warm washcloth over his face and hands, helped him change into his pajamas, then carried him gently back into his room. She tucked the blankets around him, smoothing the green curls away from his forehead. I love you, she whispered. Love you too, Mama. She kissed his cheek and stood, hesitating at the door. Her gaze lingered a moment on the box in the corner, on his scattered drawings, on his sleepy smile. Then she turned out the light and closed the door with a soft click. Silence. Izuku lay still in the dark, eyes half closed. But he wasn't asleep yet. And neither was Nezu. From the corner of the room, quiet and deliberate, came the soft pat-pat-pat of paws on wood. Izuku didn't look. Didn't react. He could feel it, the light presence crossing the floor, deliberate and quiet as breath. The bed dipped ever so slightly. Nezu had climbed up. Izuku waited, breathing even, still as the night. There was a pause. Then, the softest shifting of weight against the blankets. Fur brushing faintly against his arm. A warm little body settling next to his side, cautious but intentional. Nezu. He was close enough to touch, close enough to feel. Not curled at the foot of the bed, not hidden beneath the blanket. Right there. Testing him. Izuku didn't reach out. Didn't move. But he shifted just slightly, enough for Nezu to know he noticed. That he understood. And then he let his breath slow. Let sleep come. Nezu did not fall asleep. But he stilled beside him, ears twitching, heart alert, waiting. Watching. And for the first time, they shared the space in something like peace. Not quite trust. But closer than before. The room was quiet. Still. Faint city noise hummed far outside the windows, muffled by glass and distance. But within this room there was only the sound of steady breathing. The occasional rustle of blanket. The low, soft rhythm of a sleeping child. Nezu didn't sleep. He hadn't planned to. His eyes were half-lidded, his body carefully arranged as if resting. But every nerve was awake. Every sense on edge. He felt the warmth of the boy beside him. The dip of the mattress beneath their shared weight. The rise and fall of Izuku's chest, slow and even. No shifting. No sudden moves. No grab. No reach. Nezu waited. Minute after minute passed. He ran the numbers. Calculated risk. Checked every outcome against the quiet stillness around him. Izuku hadn't moved. Even when Nezu had crept onto the bed, even when he'd nudged close enough to be felt, the child had only shifted slightly. A barely there adjustment. No flinch. No tension. No attempt to control the space between them. It was strange. Children were not careful by nature. They were curious, but clumsy. Their hands reached before their minds caught up. They stepped where they shouldn't. They touched what didn't belong to them. But Izuku, he'd been gentle. Consistently so. Always cautious, always respectful, even when Nezu had offered no reason to trust him. It raised a new question. Not about the child, but about the woman. Had she hurt him? That thought had crept in once before, quiet, unwelcome, and persistent. Nezu had never seen bruises or harsh words. But he had seen fatigue. Loneliness. A boy who didn't flinch, but waited. Who navigated rooms like he was a guest in them. The woman Inko seemed kind. Soft-voiced. But Nezu had learned early in life that appearances were nothing. Some of the most charming smiles came with the cruelest hands. He didn't know the truth yet. But what he did know was that Izuku had shown no signs of cruelty. No signs of deception. No attempt to gain his trust, only the quiet consistency of simply being. Being present. Being kind. Being safe. Nezu's tail flicked faintly beneath the blanket. His mental chart updated. Threat level, none. Contact status, safe. Observation, continuing. Close proximity test, passed. Conclusion, subject poses no harm. His eyes closed again. He didn't relax, not fully. But he allowed himself the smallest shift, his body curling in just slightly, warmer than before, more at ease than he'd ever been in this strange new home. He is safe, Nezu thought. Whatever else remains uncertain, this child is not my enemy. And in Nezu's world, that was rare. Almost unheard of. But tonight, it was true. Nezu woke before the sun. Not because of noise. Not because of movement. But because he always woke before anyone else. Even now, surrounded by quiet warmth and stillness, with the boy's slow breathing at his side, Nezu's eyes opened like clockwork. A silent flicker. Blurt. Watching. Izuku hadn't moved in the night. His little hand rested loosely near Nezu's back, not touching, just near. A sign of trust. Or habit. Either way, Nezu didn't pull away. He was still processing what he'd decided the night before. Safe, he had marked the boy. Harmless. Gentle. It wasn't a title he gave freely. But as light slowly crept into the room, something began to change. A shift. Voices. Footsteps. A door creaked open. Nezu's ears twitched, his body stiffening. He didn't move. Not yet. It was the woman Inko. Her tone was low, hushed, but she was on the phone. He could hear the sharpness in her voice, the stress bleeding through the walls. Then bang. Something slammed. A cupboard? A dish? It was loud, jarring. Izuku stirred beside him with a tiny sound, but didn't wake. Nezu's eyes narrowed. The phone call continued, and the tension in her voice sharpened, too loud, too clipped. Then a soft sound. A choked breath. The unmistakable sound of someone trying not to cry. Nezu crept from the bed silently, paws hitting the floor with practiced care. He moved to the doorway and stopped, hidden in shadow, barely peeking around the edge of the wall. Just enough to see. Inko was standing at the kitchen counter, clutching the phone in one hand, the other pressed flat against her chest. Her eyes were wet. Her hands were shaking. And then, she gripped a glass from the counter and threw it into the sink. It shattered, but chirped. Nezu flinched barely. She crumpled a moment later, pressing a hand to her face as she muttered apologies, perhaps to herself, perhaps to someone on the phone. He watched her for a long moment, unmoving. The pieces fit. The fatigue. The emotional spikes. The instability. He hadn't seen her strike the boy. Hadn't seen anything violent directly. But this lack of control was dangerous. The kind that spilled over. Today it's a glass, Nezu thought grimly. Tomorrow? His chart updated again. Inko Midoriya, status, unstable. Threat level, unclear. Elevated. Observation required. Contact risk, moderate. Nezu slinked back into the bedroom just as Izuku stirred again, rubbing at his eyes with a yawn. Nezu was already back on the bed. He didn't settle as close this time. He needed to think. He needed to watch more. The boy was safe. But the home? Maybe not. Izuku blinked himself awake to the soft golden haze of morning. He could feel the difference before his eyes even opened. The weight beside him was still there, small, warm, and still, but there was a subtle shift in the air. Attention! Nezu was awake. Izuku didn't move right away. He'd learned in his many lives that people and animals revealed the most in silence. So he kept his breath steady, lids low, pretending sleep just a bit longer. Nezu didn't shift closer like he had the night before. Didn't relax either. He was assessing again. Watching. Izuku opened his eyes slowly and turned his head, offering a sleepy smile. "Mornin'," he whispered. Nezu didn't move, but his gaze met Izuku's for a breath before flicking back toward the door. Izuku caught that. Something changed. He sat up slowly, stretching his arms up toward the ceiling and letting out a soft grunt. "Gonna get breakfast," he mumbled. "Chamomile, remember?" He stood on unsteady toddler legs, still sleepy, and padded toward the door with a practiced wobble. Halfway there, he paused and looked over his shoulder. Nezu hadn't moved. Just watched. Izuku smiled again, quieter this time. "I'll be back," he said softly. "Promise." Then he disappeared into the hall, leaving the door cracked open just a sliver. His little feet carried him toward the kitchen, but his mind stayed behind, still tangled in the weight of Nezu's stare. "He's watching again," Izuku thought. Like he was in the beginning. It wasn't fear. Not quite. But it was guarded. Izuku knew that look. The one that said, "I marked you safe, but I'm rechecking the math." He sighed to himself and reached up onto the counter for the pre-filled toddler-safe kettle. Nudging it toward the hot plate. He could handle a warm cup of water. He'd done it dozens of times. "Something happened," he whispered, voice too low for anyone to hear. "I'll figure it out." He poured the warm water into his little mug, set the chamomile tea bag to steep, and tugged open the cabinet for a tiny dish of rice crackers and apple slices. Breakfast for one child and one not-so-pet. He balanced the tray in both arms and turned carefully back toward the bedroom. "I've got you," he whispered. And he meant it. Izuku returned to his room with careful steps, tray balanced in his small hands. Nezu hadn't moved much, still perched on the edge of the bed, alert and quiet, like a sentinel rather than a guest. Izuku offered no commentary, just the tiniest grin as he settled down onto the floor. "Brought you breakfast," he mumbled. He gently pushed one of the small dishes a little closer to the bed's edge. Rice crackers, apple slices, a little corner of soft bread. All within easy reach. And of course, the tea. "Still warm," Izuku said as he sat cross-legged. "Chamomile." "Like usual." Nezu's eyes tracked the offerings but didn't move to eat just yet. Izuku didn't expect him to. He just sat and picked at his own apple slice, pretending not to watch. After a minute or two, he turned to glance at the bedroom door. That's when he saw it. A note. Crooked, taped low just within a toddler's eye level. He squinted at the soft pink paper, recognizing the handwriting immediately. "Sweetheart, Mama had to go in early for work today overtime. I'll be home late tonight, but I have a surprise for you tomorrow. You're going to love it. Hearts love, Mama." Izuku stared at the note for a long time. His fingers curled just slightly over his apple slice. The surprise. He already knew what that meant. He remembered. Every life. Every timeline. It always played out the same. Tomorrow was the day he'd meet Katsuki Bakugo for the first time. Bakugo with his nice house. Bakugo with his confident smirk and bright, spitting anger. Bakugo, whose mother was his mom's best friend. Bakugo, who'd play with him for 10 minutes before deciding that Izuku was less than him. And then the rest of childhood turned into endurance. Quirkless freak. "You'll never be a hero. Go jump off the roof, maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life." Izuku had heard it all. He had lived lifetimes. He had stood on battlefields. Had died in pain and light and fire. And yet, those words still clung to the walls of his memories like rot. You don't build resistance to bullying just by being reborn. It stays. It echoes. Because it's personal. Because it changes you before you know it has. Izuku hugged his knees for a second, face unreadable. He remembered being younger, really younger in one of his first lives, wondering what was wrong with him. Why Bakugo hated him. Why he couldn't just be better. He remembered apologizing for being too weak more times than he could count. He remembered trying not to cry where others could see. He remembered thinking maybe Bakugo was right. Even now, with all his years tucked secretly behind his small green eyes, the memory made his chest hurt. His fingers dug into the soft fleece of his pajama pants. He hated bullying. He hated the way it twisted people, made them turn cruel just to avoid being targets themselves. He hated the way adults turned a blind eye, or worse, pretended it was just kids being kids. He hated how it lingered long after bruises faded. He hated that even now, knowing what was coming, he still wasn't sure what to do about it. He closed his eyes for a moment, took a breath, then another. He wouldn't think about Bakugo today. Not yet. Today was about Nezu. He glanced over, and to his quiet relief, one of the rice crackers was gone. Nezu hadn't looked at him. But he'd eaten. That was something. Izuku uncurled slowly, stretching his legs out and leaning back on his hands. I don't like surprises, he said aloud. They're never good ones. Nezu gave him a look, not startled, not disapproving. Just a look. Weighing. Processing. Izuku smiled softly. Don't worry. Tomorrow's gonna be annoying, but today's still quiet. We've got time. He reached for his tea and took a slow sip. Chamomile, warm and calming. A small piece before the storm. And for now, he would hold on to it. Nezu didn't flinch when the boy spoke. He never did. Flinching showed too much. Still, the words echoed in his ears. I don't like surprises. They're never good ones. It had been spoken simply, lightly, as if just a passing comment. But Nezu had learned long ago that offhand remarks were rarely accidental. Children often said the most important things when they thought adults weren't really listening. And while Izuku was small a child in body, he was something else, too. Something watched. Wounded. Measured in the way he moved and the way he rarely asked for anything. A child like that didn't dislike surprises for no reason. Nezu's gaze drifted slowly to the note still hanging on the door. The surprise. He turned the words over in his head like weights. He had already marked Inko Midoriya as unsafe. Not hostile, not intentionally harmful, but unpredictable. Her outbursts. Her trembling hands. The glass she'd thrown. The strain in her voice when she thought no one was listening. Unpredictability, in Nezu's world, equaled danger. It didn't always wear teeth. It didn't need to. A careless hand, an overlooked risk, a sudden snap, those were often worse than cruelty planned. Unpredictable surprise. Nezu's nose twitched. He sat quietly on the edge of the bed, watching Izuku sip his tea with that practiced stillness he wore like second skin. Too young to be this aware. Too careful to truly belong in the body he was in. He knows, Nezu thought. He's lived through enough surprises to recognize danger when it dresses in pink paper and hearts. Nezu looked down at his paws. Delicate. Scarred beneath the fur, where old burns and wires had once pressed. If Inko was truly dangerous, not intentionally, maybe, but recklessly, so then the boy was in danger. At least sometimes. And yet, Izuku hadn't said anything more. Hadn't shown fear. He had simply existed beside her, like a child weathering a storm that never truly ended. Nezu's claws curled slightly. If something were to happen, if something did happen, he would be safe. He could hide. He could run. He wasn't the target. That logic had saved him in the labs. Stay still. Stay quiet. Stay beneath notice. Why should he involve himself in someone else's danger? It wasn't his threat. He wasn't obligated to anything. His ears twitched again. Izuku gave another quiet sigh, brushing crumbs from his lap, and then reached for a small cloth to wipe the tea ring off the tray. So small. So tired. So careful. Nezu's gaze didn't leave him. The boy had never grabbed. Never pulled. Never demanded. Even when he had spoken to him softly, cheerfully, it was always in a tone Nezu could ignore if he wanted to. An offering, not a hook. And maybe that was what made something inside Nezu shift. Because even if he wasn't the target, that didn't mean he wanted to watch someone else become one. Especially not this boy. Especially not the one who brought him tea every morning, who always pretended not to notice how closely Nezu watched him. Especially not the one who never once looked at him like a specimen. Nezu sat straighter. His chart shifted again. Izuku Midoriya, status, innocuous. Possibly at risk. Emotional concern triggered. Yes. Protective response, escalating. He would need more data. He always needed more data. But something faint and unfamiliar stirred beneath his ribs, not calculation. Not instinct. Compassion. Nezu didn't like it. But he didn't look away either. Nezu moved slowly across the floor. The tray had been cleared. Izuku had wandered off to rinse his little mug, humming softly. And now Nezu was alone in the room with opportunity. He hopped down from the bed, claws silent against the flooring. His pace was steady, deliberate. Not rushed, not reckless. If he was going to stay, and for now, that still seemed wise, he needed contingency plans. Safe zones. Escape routes. And if Izuku truly was in a risky environment, then maybe the boy needed one too. A hiding spot. Somewhere small. Quiet. Hidden. For emergencies only, of course. He passed through the bedroom door, taking mental note of creaky hinges and uneven boards. The apartment was small, typical for the district, but filled with nooks and corners only a rodent's eye would notice. A floor vent under a shelf easily widened with time. The cabinet beneath the sink, though it smelled faintly of cleaning supplies. A laundry hamper with soft blankets already inside. None perfect, but each viable. As he moved into the living room, a voice behind him broke the quiet. "Oh, you're exploring the house?" Nezu paused. Izuku was leaning against the hallway wall with a smirk barely concealed behind two fingers. Still in his pajamas, hair messy from sleep. "Don't scratch the couch," he said cheerfully. "My mom would kill me if she knew I've been hiding a pet." Nezu blinked at him slowly, then turned and kept walking. He didn't react. He didn't have to. But inwardly he made another note. The boy is paying attention. He'd have to watch his own habits. Just in case. But while Nezu resumed his search beneath the end table, quietly measuring the shadows, he didn't notice the slight squeak of the door. He didn't notice the apartment window cracked just enough. And he definitely didn't notice the absence of a certain 3-year-old. Izuku padded across the hallway barefoot, feet nearly silent. The building was quiet at this hour, and he knew his moment was now. Down the hallway, third door on the left. Aizawa's apartment. Izuku grinned to himself. In every lifetime, it was always here. Always this door. Always early mornings and boxes in the hall. He knocked. Twice. A heavy shuffle from inside. A beat later, the door creaked open. Aizawa stood there, eyes half-lidded, hair disheveled, wearing a plain black tank and sweatpants. He looked every inch the groggy, vaguely annoyed adult Izuku remembered. Izuku didn't wait. He threw his arms around Aizawa's legs and squeezed. Aizawa froze like a statue, clearly processing what on earth just happened. Before he could speak, Izuku reached up and held out a folded paper. It was a slightly smudged crayon drawing a wobbly but enthusiastic rendering of a cloud raining lightning bolts onto a house with a single stick figure holding up an umbrella. Written, backwards, because Izuku was 2, in green crayon was. "For a rainy day. I made you this." Izuku chirped. Aizawa blinked down at him. Izuku hugged him again. "You can put it on your fridge." He turned on his heel with a giggle. "Bye, Mom." And before Aizawa could get a single word out, the door was closing and Izuku was gone. Back in the apartment, Nezu finally emerged from behind the laundry basket, satisfied he'd found a promising enough spot. But when he turned toward the bedroom, silence. And no Izuku. Nezu narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what the boy was up to, but he did know one thing. He wasn't the only unpredictable one in this apartment. Aizawa stared down the hall long after the kid disappeared. He looked from the now-shut door to the drawing in his hand. A cloud. Lightning bolts. One stick figure holding an umbrella. Green crayon. Smudged. Sloppy. The text at the top, backward and uneven, read. "For a rainy day." He blinked once. then looked down at the space near his legs where the toddler had thrown himself into a sudden hug just moments ago. Right, he muttered. He recognized the kid. Of course he did. He'd seen him a couple times since moving in. Tiny thing, mop of green hair, steady stare for a toddler. A few weeks ago, the same kid had wobbled his way into Aizawa's open doorway while he was dragging in moving boxes, tottered into his kitchen like he owned the place, and without hesitation, grabbed an apple from the counter and toddled out again. No hello. No explanation. Just deliberate mischief disguised as toddler innocence. Aizawa had assumed he was just some overly confident neighborhood kid. Probably belonged to one of the single moms in the building. He hadn't caught a name. Still didn't know it. But now? A silent door knock. A full-body hug. A thunderstorm drawing like it meant something. A shouted, "Bye, Mom." Aizawa held the drawing up at eye level. He squinted at it. Okay. Still barefoot and still holding the drawing, Aizawa walked into his kitchen and pinned it to his fridge with a magnet shaped like a fishbone. He stared at it for another few seconds. Then quietly, "I don't even like kids." And yet, he didn't take it down. Nezu was perched on the edge of the bookshelf, tail wrapped neatly around his feet, ears twitching in quiet irritation. Izuku was gone. The window was slightly ajar. The door still faintly warm from being opened. And the boy, his small, strange, sharp-eyed boy, had vanished without a sound. He wasn't worried. Exactly. Izuku was strange. Oddly perceptive. Too observant for a toddler. But also undeniably reckless in the way only children could be, trusting in their own invincibility, especially when nothing had hurt them yet. Nezu had half a mind to be offended. He had spent the morning scouting the apartment. He had carefully investigated each corner, each crevice, each shadowed patch that might work in an emergency. And he'd found one. A cabinet. Not under the sink. Not too obvious. A small cubby tucked beneath the bedroom floor vent, shallow but wide. Insulated from sound, shielded from casual inspection. Enough for a small child to curl into and wait, should things ever go wrong. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was better than nothing. He'd intended to show it to Izuku this morning, a simple act. A quiet nudge. A shared understanding wrapped in the way Izuku seemed to truly view him. Not as an equal, not as something extraordinary, but as a strange, quiet pet. One he liked, maybe even trusted, but nothing more. But now the child had disappeared. Nezu's claws clicked softly against the wood as he shifted his weight. He wasn't panicked, not yet. He'd learned that panic clouded logic. But he was unsettled. He had just started marking the boy safe. And now, like a puff of smoke, he was gone. The window creaked. Nezu snapped his gaze toward it. And just then, the front door eased open with the smallest click. Izuku slipped in, cheeks slightly flushed from the morning air. He shut the door with the slow, careful precision of a child who knew exactly how loud was too loud. And then he turned and stopped. Nezu was staring at him from the top of the bookshelf, unmoving. Izuku gave a sheepish little smile. Hi. Nezu didn't move. Izuku patted closer. I just went to, say hi to the new neighbor. Still no movement. I didn't say anything weird, he promised, which, of course, was exactly the kind of thing someone who had said something weird would say. Nezu narrowed his eyes. Izuku lowered his voice and added, "He put my drawing on his fridge." A long, long silence. Then finally, Nezu hopped down from the shelf with a soft thud, landing lightly on the floor. He turned and walked toward the bedroom. When he reached the slightly lifted corner of the floor panel, he tapped it once with his paw. Then looked up at Izuku. Huh. Izuku stepped forward and crouched, lifting the panel carefully. Inside was a small, hollowed-out cubby. Just enough room for a little body. Quiet. Hidden. A chill passed over Izuku's spine. He knew what this was. What it meant. He looked at Nezu, who sat waiting beside it like a silent guardian. Just in case. Izuku asked softly. Nezu didn't move. Izuku nodded once and gently set the panel back into place. Thanks. They didn't speak after that. They didn't need to. Not when both of them understood, deep down, that safety was something you had to build for yourself. And sometimes, that meant having a hiding spot. Just in case. Later that night, the room was quiet. City lights blinked faintly beyond the window. Somewhere in the distance, a car passed by, tires hissing on damp asphalt. Izuku lay curled beneath his blanket, eyes open and staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow. He hated tomorrow. Even across countless lives, even knowing what would come, it never got easier. Bakugo would show up. His mom would try to make them play. And everything would start unraveling again. He exhaled, slow and soft. A tiny weight shifted against his side. Izuku blinked, glancing down. Nezu, already tucked beneath the fold of the blanket, nestled quietly into the curve of his chest. Soft fur, warm breath. A quiet, steady presence. He turned and flicked off the bedside lamp. The room dimmed to black. Maybe this time wouldn't be so bad. This time, he wasn't alone. Izuku, sweetheart, time to get up. Get dressed, okay? I've got a surprise for you. Izuku's eyes opened slowly. He didn't groan. Didn't fuss. He just stared at the ceiling for a long, blank moment before sighing through his nose. That day, he shuffled out of bed, pajamas wrinkled, hair sticking up in every direction. Nezu stirred slightly from his spot nestled in the blanket and watched with quiet interest as Izuku pulled on a soft green shirt and little denim overalls with practiced movements. It was funny how even after all this time, all these lives, some things never stopped being exhausting. When he stepped into the living room, Inko was already tidying up, a bright smile plastered across her face. There you are, baby. Just in time. Mitsuki and her son are coming over in a few minutes, she said cheerfully. Remember Auntie Mitsuki? She's bringing her little boy. He's just your age. I thought it'd be nice if you two became friends, just like me and her. Izuku climbed onto the couch and sat quietly, legs dangling off the edge. A new friend. Sure. He stared at the far wall in silence, fingers tightening slightly in his lap. Depending on how he handled this, how he twisted this morning's little meeting, the damage could be small. Minor. Manageable. Or it could be the spark that lit the fuse to years of unrelenting misery. Bakugo Katsuki. He remembered it all. Every sharp word, every insult, every shove. The mocking laughter in classrooms, the cruel silence from teachers who didn't step in, and the crushing pressure of middle school halls filled with eyes that looked through him like he didn't matter. Bakugo, who lived in a big fancy house on a different street, the kind with polished gates and expensive cars. Spoiled, but prone to tantrums when things didn't go his way. The ego wouldn't come until later once the quirk showed up, but the roots were always there. Izuku didn't hate many things. But bullying, that kind of violence, that slow erosion of self-worth over time, he hated that more than anything. No matter how many lifetimes he lived, he never grew numb to it. Not really. He heard the telltale hum of the apartment's intercom buzzing. They were here. Inko practically beamed. That must be them. Oh, I'm so glad. This is going to be so much fun for you, Izuku. Izuku forced a small smile and kept his eyes on the door. Fun. He took a breath. He had survived this before. He would survive it again. Nezu watched from beneath the low shelf near the far end of the room, tucked in the shadows beside a basket of clean laundry. His paws were still, ears barely twitching, eyes sharp. The blonde child, the loud one, the angry one. Too small to be dangerous yet, but filled with that same erratic energy. Nezu remembered from the lab. Something about the way he moved. Careless, territorial. Always looking for what he could take. He didn't like it. But the boy hadn't harmed Izuku. Not yet. And Izuku, calm as ever, responded like he'd already mapped the whole interaction out. Interesting. Nezu's eyes flicked toward the kitchen, where the two women spoke over cups of tea. I just want them to get along, you know? Inko said, voice soft and hopeful. Izuku's always been so gentle. I think Katsuki could help toughen him up a bit. Nezu froze. He didn't blink. Didn't move. His claws tapped the floor once, silently. Toughen him up? The words played again in his head. Over and over. Nezu's gaze slid back to Izuku. The boy was sitting quietly, shoulders relaxed, face unreadable. Toughen him up? By placing him beside that? That was a red flag. In the lab, unpredictability was a danger. And justifying harm especially to strengthen something? That was how the bad people talked. Always in excuses. Always in smiles. Izuku didn't need to be toughened. He needed to be safe. Nezu's tail twitched as his suspicions hardened further. Inko wasn't cruel. She wasn't malicious. But she was naive. And naivety got people hurt. He wouldn't act. Not yet. But he added her words to his internal ledger, a silent tally of risks and rules he kept close to the chest. For now he'd wait. But he'd watch even closer. The playdate dragged on. Izuku had done this dance before. He knew every step, every pause, every breath between tantrums and chaos. He didn't try to impress. Didn't show off. Didn't overshare. Instead, he carefully constructed an afternoon of utter, relentless boredom. When Bakugo picked up a toy truck and shouted, "Let's crash him!" Izuku blinked once and pushed a second truck toward him at a snail's pace. When Bakugo leapt off the couch arm and shouted, "Boom!" Izuku responded with a quiet, "Okay," and returned to stacking blocks. No excitement. No fuel. No challenge. Bakugo paused a few times, clearly waiting for something. A reaction. A spark. A pushback. None came. Eventually, Katsuki dropped onto the floor beside Izuku, letting out a long sigh. "You're weird," he mumbled, chewing on a plastic tire. "But not annoying." Izuku gave a neutral nod. "Okay." Bakugo narrowed his eyes, like that wasn't the answer he wanted, but he seemed to take it as a win. After a long beat of silence, Bakugo grinned. "When I get strong, you can be my sidekick." Izuku didn't blink. This was new. Not the sidekick part, he'd heard that one before. But this was early. Katsuki had made that declaration once before, but not until they were 5. It was happening earlier now. Izuku tilted his head. "Okay." Katsuki nodded smugly, clearly proud of himself for choosing someone worthy. He laid on his back and flung a stuffed bear into the air with a cackle. Izuku kept his face carefully blank, but inside? Sidekick. Sure. He'd add it to the list of potential disaster routes. Later that night, the apartment was quiet again. Inko tucked Izuku into bed with a tired smile, brushing his curls gently from his forehead. She kissed him, whispered something about how proud she was of him for making a new friend, and dimmed the lights. Nezu, hidden under the edge of a low dresser, watched everything. The woman was soft-spoken, kind in her tone. But Nezu couldn't forget her words earlier. Toughen him up. Was that what this was about? Tossing Izuku into the wild with that loud child until he was resilient? She didn't see the strain in Izuku's eyes when she spoke. The slight pause before he nodded. She didn't see the way he curled inwards as the light clicked off. But Nezu did. When the bedroom fell still and Inko's footsteps faded down the hall, Nezu slipped free from his hiding place and padded softly across the floor. He climbed up onto the bed in practiced silence. Izuku hadn't moved. But when Nezu settled against his side, the boy let out a soft breath and turned just enough to feel the warmth against his arm. Nezu didn't close his eyes. He watched the door. He kept watch for him. Because someone needed to. And if no one else would? He would. The soft rhythm of Izuku's breathing had long since evened out. He lay curled under a pale green blanket, one small hand fisted near his cheek, the other resting over where Nezu had once been tucked. Nezu had slipped free once Izuku fell asleep. Not in haste, not in distrust, just quiet curiosity. Instinct. He moved like a shadow across the wooden floor, ears twitching at every groan of the old apartment's bones. No light shone beneath the door, and no footsteps sounded beyond the room. Still, he took no chances. He made his way to the cracked door, nudging it open with careful force. The hallway stretched dim and silent. Nezu crouched low and crept forward until he could just barely see the kitchen lights spilling faintly into the hall. The mother was there. Inko. She was moving slowly, her back to him as she scrubbed dishes in the sink. There was no music playing. No television murmuring in the background. Just the soft clink of ceramic, the rush of water, the tired sigh that escaped her every few minutes like clockwork. Nezu lingered just past the wall, unseen. He watched her shoulders sag. Saw the way she paused between plates. How she pressed her hands into her face like she was trying to rub the exhaustion away but failing. He didn't step closer. He didn't care to. She'd been marked unpredictable, unsafe from the start. He was fair with his judgments, thorough. And tonight did little to soften that view. She wasn't cruel. Not yet. But she was unstable. He knew how quickly kindness collapsed under pressure. How love could turn cold when stretched too thin. That lab had taught him more about people than he'd ever wanted to learn. But it was her words earlier that had cemented it. You'll toughen up once school starts. She had said it so casually. Like resilience was something dropped into a child's cereal bowl. Like toughness was something expected of Izuku. He's 3, Nezu had wanted to snap. But he hadn't. He had simply listened. But calculated. She would not hurt Izuku on purpose of that. Nezu was almost certain. But she would hurt him by accident. By not seeing the small cracks. By brushing aside the silence in his eyes. By forgetting to look deeper. And that, Nezu decided, was just as dangerous. He turned away and made the quiet journey back to Izuku's room. The boy hadn't shifted much, still curled, still breathing slow and even. A quiet little lump under the covers. Nezu climbed onto the bed, soft as a whisper. He hesitated. For a breath. Maybe 2. Then he settled himself just beside Izuku's stomach, where the rise and fall of breath was steady and warm. He didn't close his eyes. He didn't sleep. He watched Izuku's hand shift slightly, like he was reaching for something even in dreams. Nezu didn't let him reach far. He let the small fingers brush his side. The contact was fleeting. But it was enough. He wasn't supposed to care. But somehow he did. Izuku woke up to a warm spot against his side and a little snuffle of fur. Nezu had shifted again in the night, tucked half under the blanket, tail twitching lazily in his sleep. The early morning sun was barely filtering through the curtains, soft and gold across the walls. Izuku yawned, arms stretching above his head until his tiny fists bumped into Nezu's side. The mouse thing didn't stir. Izuku blinked sleep from his eyes, settling back down for a second, just watching the soft rise and fall of Nezu's breathing. He was oddly cute when he wasn't studying him like a lab rat. But then Izuku's eyes flicked to the corner of the room where the latest scribbled notes of his safety blueprint sat under his crayon box. The plan. I need tea party stuff, he mumbled under his breath, dragging the blanket off and sliding to the floor with practiced toddler wobbles. Bugs. Napkins. Spoons. Tiny sandwich things. And cookies. There had to be cookies. A proper tea party couldn't happen without cookies. He'd already cleaned out most of what he could quietly get from the kitchen without raising Inko's suspicion, and he didn't want her poking around and asking questions. Which meant, time to rob Mom, he muttered with a mischievous little grin. By Mom, of course, he meant Aizawa. Because in every life, it never got old messing with him. Izuku crept out of the bedroom, pausing at the door just long enough to glance back at Nezu still curled in the blankets. He didn't say anything. Didn't dare say the plan out loud. Just gave a thumbs up in the general direction of his not-so-pet friend and tiptoed out. The hallway was quiet. The kind of quiet that meant Inko had already left for work, and Aizawa probably hadn't had his coffee yet. Perfect. Izuku padded barefoot down the apartment corridor and made it to the neighboring door with little fanfare. He gave it 2 solid knocks and then a long pause, before 3 more quick knocks. A rhythm. Familiar. Annoying. Impossible to ignore. The door creaked open a sliver, revealing a familiar mess of tired black hair and an even more tired eye. Aizawa blinked at him. Izuku blinked back. And then hugged his leg like he'd been doing it every morning for years. Hi, Mom, he said cheerfully, like this was completely normal. Aizawa, for his part, just stood there for a beat. Then another. You again. I need to borrow your spoons, Izuku said with utmost seriousness. And maybe cookies. And a tiny tablecloth. And possibly a teapot, if you have one. It's for very important business. Aizawa squinted down at him. What kind of business? Tiny, Izuku said. And important. A long sigh escaped the pro-hero's throat, and he stepped aside without saying another word. Izuku marched right in. It didn't take long to do a sweep of the kitchen. He snagged 2 spoons, a chipped ceramic mug, 3 napkins, and a paper doily that he decided was definitely elegant enough for this endeavor. He scored a half-empty sleeve of cookies off the counter and hugged it to his chest like treasure. When Aizawa appeared in the doorway, looking like he'd regretted answering the door, Izuku gave him a solemn nod. "These'll do," he declared. The pause. "Then, you should dust more." Aizawa stared at him, unblinking. Izuku reached into the cookie sleeve, broke one in half, and held it up. "For your troubles," he said seriously. Aizawa took the cookie like a man unsure whether this was a trap. Izuku beamed. "Bye, Mom." He was already halfway down the hall before Aizawa could respond. Back in the bedroom, Nezu had shifted positions, not asleep, but not moving, just watching from his box nest with unreadable eyes. Izuku re-entered like a conquering hero. "I come bearing loot," he announced softly, arms full of toddler-smuggled supplies. He didn't explain where they came from. He didn't need to. He dropped the napkins, mug, and cookies on the floor in front of his stuffed animal tea guests and started setting up the scene. Nezu watched, ears flicking. Izuku offered him half a cookie with exaggerated nonchalance. "For you, noble beast," he whispered, grinning. "In honor of your bravery." Then he leaned over and added in a hush, "Don't eat the napkin this time." The tea party was about to begin. And so was Phase 2. The room had never looked more important. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor, a napkin tucked into the front of his overalls like a royal bib. Across from him, Nezu was perched on a folded blanket Izuku had arranged like a throne. The paper doily had been carefully centered in the middle, and the mug now filled with lukewarm tea stood like a ceremonial chalice between them. 2 toy dinosaurs and a ratty stuffed bunny rounded out the guest list. "Sir Whiskers of Blanket Kingdom," Izuku said with solemn dignity, placing a broken cookie chunk before Nezu. "Welcome to the council." Nezu blinked once. Didn't move. Just sat, dignified and still, like he absolutely understood the gravity of his appointment. Izuku poured tea into mismatched toy cups, plastic ones he'd stolen from the kitchen drawer when his mom wasn't looking, and handed one to the bunny, who couldn't hold it but received it with honor nonetheless. "This is a very important gathering," Izuku said seriously, holding his own cup with 2 tiny hands. "We're here today to discuss snack diplomacy and nap negotiations." Nezu finally lowered his nose to the cookie and took a small, dainty bite, as though the world would end if he dared be impolite at such a prestigious summit. Izuku grinned. "See? You get it." A moment passed in quiet as Izuku munched on his own cookie. Crumbs stuck to his cheek and chin, but he didn't care. Everything was warm and simple. No screaming. No Inko stress. No Bakugo explosions. Just crumbs, paper cups, and the occasional squeak of Nezu's sniffing nose. Izuku leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice like a conspirator. "I think next time I go to the library with Mom, I'll get us a book to read. Something with pictures," he said thoughtfully. "Not baby ones. But ones with animals or puzzles or something. You like words, right?" Nezu didn't answer, obviously. But he did tilt his head like he was listening. Or maybe judging. Izuku sighed dramatically and looked down at the stuffed bunny. "He's judging me, Sir Flop, I can feel it." He held up a tiny spoon and wagged it at Nezu. "You don't get to look at me like that when you ate a napkin last week." Nezu's ear twitched. Okay. Technically it was a paper towel, but still. One of the dinosaurs tipped over dramatically into the teacup, splashing water over the edge and soaking part of the doily. Izuku blinked. "Oh no. Diplomatic incident." He quickly yanked the dino out and held it aloft like he was performing an emergency rescue. "Sir Roarclaw, you have betrayed the treaty. The Bunny Coalition will not forget this." He turned to Nezu seriously. "I'm gonna need you to play judge. Can the dinosaur come back to the table, or should he go in timeout?" Nezu sniffed at the plastic figure without much interest and turned his head away. "Banished," Izuku whispered. "Brutal. But fair." He flicked a cookie crumb into the air like a ceremonial sentence and gently placed the dino next to the closet door in disgrace. The party lasted a good 20 minutes before the tea ran out and Izuku got distracted by how sticky his hands were. As he wiped them on his overalls with zero remorse, he looked over at Nezu, who was now curled slightly to the side, sitting comfortably but watching with bright, alert eyes. Izuku offered him another chunk of cookie. "You're not bad company, you know?" Nezu gave him a look that might have been either polite tolerance or royal amusement. Izuku couldn't tell. Didn't really care. He popped the last cookie crumb into his mouth, liked his fingers clean, and leaned back on his palms with a sigh. "This is nice," he murmured. "You make it less lonely." Nezu didn't respond. But he didn't move away either. Izuku decided that was good enough. The tea may have been real. The guest stuff. The politics, ridiculous. But for a moment just a little one the world was quiet, and the council of blanket and crumbs was more than enough. Izuku was for today. Which meant, unfortunately, that today was also Dr. Day. The sun was too bright. The car ride was too quiet. And Izuku sat in the back seat with his legs swinging and his hands folded carefully in his lap while Inko glanced at him every few seconds through the rearview mirror. She tried to smile. It didn't quite reach her eyes. The waiting room smelled like antiseptic and floor polish. There were magazines too old to matter and a wall of plastic chairs that were too big for Izuku's legs. Inko filled out forms and tapped her fingers on the clipboard, then rubbed Izuku's back like he might vanish if she stopped. When the nurse called their name, Izuku followed without a sound. He didn't fidget, didn't ask questions. Just climbed up on the crinkly paper-covered exam table and stared at the cartoon dolphin poster on the wall. The doctor, a tall woman with thick eyeliner and clipped, polite words, asked him questions. Took notes. Ran tests. They did an X-ray, a palm-like quirk scan, even a reflex test where she tapped his knees and made a face. Eventually, the silence settled in. The doctor sighed. "Well, Mrs. Midoriya, it appears Izuku is quirkless." Like it was a diagnosis. Like it was a warning. Like it was a death sentence. Inko burst into tears. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry," she sobbed, hugging him tightly, her arms trembling. Izuku didn't cry. He just looked past her shoulder at the wall, trying not to let the smell of antiseptic make his eyes water. He hated this part. He always hated this part. When they got home, Inko mumbled something about needing a minute and quickly retreated into her room. The door closed. The muffled sounds of crying filtered through the apartment walls. Izuku stood awkwardly in the hallway for a moment, then wandered back to his room and sat on the floor, legs crossed. The blanket nest was still in place. The crumbs from their last tea party had been wiped up. Everything looked the same. Nezu emerged from beneath the bed, his black eyes sharp and curious as he approached. He gave Izuku a few cautious sniffs, his nose twitching. "Yeah?" Izuku said softly. "I'm quirkless." He picked at a loose thread in the carpet. "It's whatever. My mom's taking it harder than I am." Nezu didn't respond. Not vocally. But he sat close. Nezu tilted his head as he studied the boy. Quirkless. A heavy word. One that changed the entire trajectory of a life in this society. Izuku did not look distressed. No panicked breathing. No nervous twitches. He didn't even smell upset. A little awkward, maybe. Tired. But not heartbroken. He glanced toward the door, where muffled sobs still echoed faintly from the far bedroom. It seemed Inko Midoriya was taking the news significantly harder than her child. Nezu looked back at Izuku. Should he try to comfort him? Offer closeness? Gentle sounds? That was often what the boy did for him. But no, not yet. Izuku didn't need that right now. At least, not from him. Still, would he be up for video night? When Inko left for late shifts, Izuku would sometimes carry Nezu into the living room and put on videos, mostly documentaries, science explainers, or his personal favorite, theorist channels. Nezu's favorite was the one with the intense hand gestures and the overexcited tone. MatPat, if he remembered correctly. But maybe tonight would be different. Or maybe it wouldn't. Nezu glanced at Izuku's face again. He still looked calm. Not forced. Just quiet. The boy wasn't alone. And somehow, Nezu found himself hoping that mattered. The apartment was quiet except for the crying. From the other side of the hall, behind a shut bedroom door, Inko's sobs leaked into the walls. They weren't the quiet, stifled kind anymore. These were thick with guilt, grief, and something like shame. Her voice cracked as she repeated apologies to no one in particular, over and over. I'm so sorry, Izuku, I didn't know. Nezu sat perched on the windowsill of Izuku's room, paws tucked under him, ears forward and still. He didn't move. He didn't need to. The sounds told him everything. Inko had returned home looking wrecked. Eyes red, movement stiff. She'd barely said a word to Izuku, just whispered something trembling and rushed to her room. She hadn't checked on him. She hadn't asked if he was okay. Just disappeared. Nezu's nose twitched. He had already marked her unsafe. Emotional. Fragile. But now it questioned more than that. What kind of mother abandoned her child in the aftermath of news like that? The child hadn't even cried. He hadn't demanded anything. Izuku had simply retreated to his room, humming a little as he drew with a crayon stub on a scrap of paper. Every few minutes, he glanced toward the door, not with hope, but a dull sort of resignation. Like he already knew no one was coming. Nezu's tail flicked. She was crying now. Loudly. But not for him. Not with him. For all her sobs and gasped apologies, she had left Izuku alone. In his experience, that was the kind of behavior that didn't deserve forgiveness. He would not let himself be seen. He would not allow her to discover him. She hadn't earned that kind of trust, not from him, and not from the boy. Nezu stretched slightly, fur shifting as he climbed down from the windowsill and gave the boy one more lingering glance. Izuku met his gaze and smiled a little. I'm gonna do something dumb, he said softly. Be back in 5. Nezu blinked once, watching him go. Aizawa's apartment, 2 doors down. There was a knock. Aizawa, who had been knee-deep in a box of disassembled curtain rods, blinked, sighed, and made his way to the door. He opened it and froze. A toddler with green curls immediately launched at his leg like a heat-seeking missile and latched on. You again. Izuku clung tighter. Aizawa groaned, dragging himself and the barnacle child to the couch with a sigh of defeat. Once seated, he glanced down at the child still attached to his shin. What's your name, kid? Classified, Izuku said with a little grin. Sorry, Mom. Aizawa's face didn't move for a full 10 seconds. Why me? Do you do this to everyone? No. You're my mom. That's why. Are you getting fed at home? Yes. The pause. Aizawa leaned back, squinting at him like a man realizing his life was slowly spiraling into chaos. You're weird. Izuku just smiled again and snuggled further against Aizawa's leg like it was a perfectly normal thing to do. Back at home. Nezu sat quietly by the door. Izuku had been gone only a few minutes, but Nezu had already taken care of what he needed. Earlier that day, he'd checked the cubby beneath the bedroom floor vent, the one he'd silently marked as a fallback location weeks ago. Shallow but wide, insulated from sound, hidden from casual inspection. Just enough for a child to curl into and wait. But now, he'd begun preparing it further. He'd dragged down an old blanket, pawed it flat inside the space. And now, tucked just beside it in a cleaned-out cracker box, were some wrapped snack packs and a travel water bottle, stolen from the kitchen when no one was looking. It wasn't much. But if things ever went wrong, it might be enough. It was quiet now. Inko still hadn't emerged. Her sobs had gone quiet. Nezu sat in the hush of it all and waited. And like always, Izuku returned. Without needing to ask, Izuku set a cracker on the floor by Nezu's paws and walked away like it was nothing. The boy didn't know it yet, but Nezu had already decided he wasn't going to lose him. Izuku padded softly into the kitchen. The scent of freshly made katsudon drifted through the small space, steam curling from the bowls on the counter. Inko stood nearby, setting them down with practiced hands, but Izuku noticed the tremble in her fingers. Her eyes were red and puffy, her smile strained. He didn't say anything. He'd asked once, in a different life, asked if she was okay, if she needed anything, and she'd broken down right there on the kitchen floor, sobbing and apologizing and clinging to him like he was all she had left. It had taken hours to get her to stop crying. It was safer now to stay quiet. She sat across from him during dinner, barely touching her food, murmuring tired nothings. And then, after clearing her plate, she stood up and said, "I've got another late shift tonight." There was no goodbye. Just the click of the front door, and the gentle hush of silence that followed. Izuku waited a beat. Then pushed back from the table and headed to his room. Nezu was already out. He stood at the edge of the floor vent the spot the cubby where he'd once shown Izuku a hiding place. His small white paws scratched softly at the ground, then looked up at him. Izuku blinked. Why was Nezu showing him this again? He already knew about it. They'd gone over it together. Once, quickly, just in case. He knelt down and opened the vent, curious. There were new things inside. A folded blanket. A water bottle. A box of crackers pushed off to the side, packed neatly in a corner. Izuku's throat tightened. Why did Nezu add a blanket and food? Was it just in case? In case of what? The only other person in the apartment was Inko, and while Nezu didn't trust her, Izuku hadn't thought he would assume direct harm. Maybe it was just the general distrust Nezu had toward people, everyone except Izuku, of course. He smiled gently. Thanks, but very thoughtful of you. Nezu flicked his tail once, watching him closely. I don't think I'll need it, Izuku added with a casual shrug. Nezu hissed. Then, with surprising speed, he darted between Izuku and the hiding spot, body low and sharp eyes narrowed. Whoa! Don't worry, I won't remove anything. Izuku held his hands up in surrender, backing up a little. I promise. You're right, it's always good to be prepared. Just voicing my opinion. Nezu held the glare for a second longer, then slowly stepped aside, his fur settling back down from its bristled state. Izuku smiled. Now, are you ready for video night? I'll get some tea. And cheese. Nezu said nothing, only watching him go, soft ears perked. And when Izuku returned a moment later with their tiny feast, the soft light of the monitor flickering on. Nezu was still by the vent, eyes unreadable. The boy didn't know it yet, but Nezu had already decided he wasn't going to lose him. The glow from the monitor lit up the room in soft blue flickers, casting shadows that shifted gently across the walls. Nezu sat beside Izuku on the bed, his small paws curled neatly beneath him, ears angled forward in curiosity. The faint scent of chamomile hung in the air, and a saucer of carefully shredded cheese sat between them. On the screen, a human with animated gestures and enthusiastic energy explained the logic behind ancient scientific theories, jumping from hypothesis to conclusion with wild intensity. Nezu's eyes followed the screen attentively, head tilting just slightly at every new twist. Pat again, he noted, amused. That one does enjoy dramatic flair. Nezu glanced briefly at Izuku. The boy sat cross-legged beside him, posture relaxed, sipping his tea with the ease of familiarity. It was a peaceful moment, and Nezu found himself oddly content. Izuku looked calm, relaxed. It pleased Nezu more than he expected. But the world was not safe. Not really. Nezu knew better than to ever let his guard down. What if someone broke in? What if Inko returned unexpectedly? A small nudge interrupted his spiral. Izuku pushed the cheese bowl closer to him without looking. A quiet, unconscious gesture. Nezu blinked once, then slowly reached for a shred. Meanwhile, across the apartment complex, Aizawa sighed as he shut the door to his apartment and leaned against it with a groan. He had taken a long shower. He had brushed his teeth. He had poured a cup of lukewarm tea he didn't even want. He was ready to sleep. What he was not ready for was the sound of his doorbell. He froze. It wasn't the tiny fist of a certain green-haired menace this time. It was a rhythmic knock followed by a muffled, "He show Yuta." Aizawa opened the door with the dead-eyed resignation of a man too tired to care. Standing there were two nightmares wrapped in neon and leather. "Yamada." "Namuri," Aizawa muttered. "Why?" Hisashi Yamada grinned wide. "We came to see how you were settling in. I brought chips." "And I brought wine," Midnight added, holding up a sleek bottle with a smirk. "You didn't think you could move to a new place without us knowing, did you?" "I did," Aizawa said flatly. "I absolutely did." "Oh, come on," Yamada said, stepping in without permission. You've been here, what, a month? And you already sound like you've aged 10 years. Midnight followed him in, kicking off her boots. You always sound like that. He's just grumpy because he hasn't bonded with his new neighbors yet. Aizawa shut the door behind them with a sigh so deep it might have come from his soul. He didn't say it aloud because if he did, he'd never hear the end of it, but the real reason he was tired wasn't the move. It was the kid. That same toddler who somehow figured out where he lived, wobbled in like he owned the place, robbed his fridge, and called him Mom. Aizawa rubbed his eyes. There was no way he was telling them about that. Absolutely not. He didn't need another thing for his coworkers to tease him about. The room was quiet, dim with the soft light of morning. Izuku exhaled into the pillow as he stirred, his arms curling closer into the blanket. Somewhere across the room, a small shuffling sound echoed a soft rustle, a subtle paw step. Nezu. Izuku blinked slowly and turned his head toward the floor. His companion was perched by the edge of the box fort, ears twitching, head angled slightly toward the direction of the hallway. His tail swayed low, relaxed. The tension Nezu had been holding for weeks, the constant alertness, the silent calculation behind his bright eyes seemed finally to ease, even if only a little. The apartment had been checked, rechecked, scent-tracked and watched during the night. No intruders, no sudden new strangers. The world outside was still dangerous, but their little space here, for now, it was calm. A yawn slipped from Izuku's mouth. He pushed himself upright with a sleepy groan. We stayed up too late last night, he mumbled, rubbing at his eyes. He stretched, legs kicking at the blankets before slipping off the mattress with the wobble of a toddler and making his way to the door. I'll get us some food. Nezu didn't follow him. Just kept grooming his forepaw, posture loose. The soft creak of the door gave way to the quiet stillness of the apartment. The scent of scrambled eggs and bacon hit him before he even saw the plate. In the kitchen, the food sat on the table, slightly cooled now, with a sticky note half-curled by the edge. Izuku didn't need to read it. Work was so fun. It tired me out. So I'm taking a nap. He recognized that handwriting from a mile away. Right on schedule, Izuku murmured to himself. He grabbed the plate carefully, steady hands despite the small wobble in his toddler stride, and padded back into his room, quietly shutting the door behind him with a soft click. Hey, bud, he said, settling down near the box fort. Nezu peeked out with one ear flicked upward. I don't think you've had eggs or bacon before, have you? Izuku took a bite of the eggs, then the bacon. It wasn't bad. The bacon was crispy enough. Probably the last clean pan Inko had lying around. Nezu sniffed carefully at the air before patting over. His tiny nose twitched as he leaned toward the bacon strip. One cautious bite. Izuku grinned, waiting. Nezu's face stayed neutral. His tail flicked once, contemplative. Then his nose crinkled at the sight of the scrambled egg, and without so much as a second sniff, he turned and promptly retreated back into the box fort. A moment later, the soft sounds of grooming resumed. Izuku chuckled under his breath. Not an egg guy, huh? No answer. Just more determined grooming. Yeah, that's fair. They do look kinda slimy this time. He popped another piece of bacon into his mouth, quietly enjoying the moment. Safe, peaceful. For now. Aizawa woke up to the sound of laughter. Not the warm, quiet kind, the booming, echoing, mic-clipping kind. He blinked once at the ceiling, face buried half in his pillow and half in the blanket, already regretting all of his life choices that had led to this moment. And then the guy on air, right? He says, is this the radio or the therapy hotline? And I swear I thought my producer was gonna pass out from laughing. No way. Midnight laughed, sipping her tea. Please tell me that went viral. Oh, it so did. We made it into a promo. Aizawa groaned quietly. He didn't even have to sit up to know the two of them were already fully awake and energized, loud voices bouncing around his kitchen like it was some sort of talk show cafe. He slowly dragged himself out of bed, still wrapped in a blanket like a begrudging burrito, and shuffled toward the smell of coffee. He'd forced them to sleep on the couch last night. It was a miracle they hadn't dragged in karaoke equipment while he was sleeping. He should have seen it coming when Mike showed up with a duffel bag. Nobody brought a duffel bag unless they planned to overstay. He paused in the hallway as Mike launched into another story, something about prank calls and a confused old man who thought the station was a grocery store. Midnight cackled loudly. He squinted blearily at the two of them from the kitchen doorway. Do you two ever sleep? Not when there's breakfast. Mike grinned, mouth full of toast. Zal, you should have come out earlier, Midnight added cheerfully, tossing her hair over her shoulder. You missed the good part. There was a guy who tried to sing live on air and forgot all the words. I'm going to pretend none of this is happening, Aizawa muttered, pouring himself a cup of coffee. Maybe if I close my eyes, I'll wake up in a cave in the mountains. Alone. With silence and peace. Ah, but you'd miss us, Mike said, slapping him on the back. Aizawa gave him a look. The kind of look that made villains freeze mid-robbery. Unfortunately, Yamada had grown up next to that look and was immune. He sipped his coffee. Bitter, just how he liked it. Midnight was now animatedly discussing favorite dessert spots in the area. Mike was chiming in with enthusiasm, somehow managing to talk louder with a mouthful of pancakes. The sound echoed through the apartment like a very perky alarm. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. All he wanted was 5 minutes of quiet. He glanced at the door. For a fleeting second, he half expected that tiny, chaotic toddler, the one who called him Mom, robbed his fridge, and left crayon drawings like calling cards to burst in and complete the circus that was currently his home. But the door remained shut. No toddler. No tiny hand tugging on his pants leg. No child proclaiming their name was classified. Aizawa sighed into his coffee, slumping into his chair. No pint-sized fridge thief today. Maybe he really was losing his mind. Or maybe, just maybe, he'd gotten too used to being the neighborhood mom without consent. He stared down into his coffee. I should have moved to the mountains. Izuku waited until Inko stepped into the kitchen. Her voice rang out from the hallway a moment later, soft and strained as she answered the phone. He sat up. Yes, I'm worried for him, she said, her voice already sounding exhausted. For the last time, he's weak. He's not like Katsuki, he's not tough. He needs help. Izuku tugged his little green hoodie on and padded over to the door. Oh, that's such a good idea. Thank you. I'm sure he'll take good care of him. He paused. Nezu, curled up on top of the futon, perked up immediately, his ears twitching. He didn't move from his spot, but his eyes narrowed sharp, calculating. Take care of him? Who was she talking about? But by the time Nezu considered hopping down to investigate further, the bedroom door had already creaked open. Izuku slipped out like a shadow, silent on small feet. He didn't look back. Nezu's gaze lingered on the cracked door, then flicked toward the vent where the emergency hideaway was tucked. His fur prickled slightly, tail lashing once before settling. He didn't follow. Izuku always came back. Izuku shoved his hands into his pockets and slipped down the back stairs of the apartment complex, past the mailboxes, and into the cool, shadowed alley that wound behind the building. God, he needed air. The apartment was fine small, a little loud when Inko watched TV in the living room, but fine. Still, sometimes it felt like the walls were pushing in on him. Especially with the weight of the doctor's visit lingering on his shoulders. He stepped around a tipped recycling bin and wandered through the narrow alleyways like a mouse through a maze. Somewhere in the distance, a pigeon fluttered and cooed. A cat darted under a fence. A car honked 3 blocks over. It wasn't freedom, but it would do. Maybe he could find something interesting. Or someone interesting. Frenemies were always fun, not like Bakugo, no. Bakugo wasn't a frenemy, he was just a regular bully. Izuku wanted a frenemy like Shigaraki. They had been frenemies, though it was really just Spawn killing each other in video games, but it was fun while it lasted. Shigaraki ended up killing him for real in that life. Shinso was always a good choice. But he had cut in front of Izuku at a vending machine once and didn't apologize. Izuku was still petty about that. He sighed. How was he supposed to make a frenemy at 4, anyway? Meanwhile, Aizawa had finally managed to kick out Midnight and Hisashi after they spent the night sprawled on his couch, laughing and chatting and stealing all his orange juice. I'm just saying, Hisashi yawned, stretching dramatically as he tugged on his boots. You move and still end up with the worst coffee maker on the block. You drank all my coffee, Aizawa muttered flatly. That's not the point, Hisashi grinned. Midnight leaned against the doorframe, sipping from a mug she had absolutely not asked permission to use. It's still weird seeing you in a place with windows. Starting to think you're adapting to normal life. Out, Aizawa growled, rubbing his eyes. We'll be back, Hisashi promised cheerfully as he stepped into the hall. Count on it. Aizawa closed the door behind them with a sigh. At last. He padded into the kitchen and grabbed his mug, sipping what was left of the coffee. His eyes flicked toward the hallway. Quiet. Blessedly quiet. No loud chatter. No unexpected visitors. No small toddler wandering in and stealing from his fridge. Not today, anyway. He sipped again and exhaled slowly. It was too early to start hoping things would stay this peaceful. Izuku pushed open the front door quietly, slipping back inside before Inko could notice. He kicked off his red little shoes with practiced ease and padded toward his bedroom, knowing better than to be seen. If Inko realized he'd snuck out, she'd watch him closer, something he really didn't want. Nezu was already waiting. The moment Izuku stepped inside, Nezu darted toward him and bit gently at his pant leg, tugging insistently. His small paws pushed, directing Izuku toward the corner of the room toward the hidden hatch. Huh. Izuku blinked. What's wrong? Nezu didn't answer, just kept tugging, fur fluffed and tense. Izuku crouched a little, eyes narrowing. Nezu had never done this unless he thought there was danger. But there wasn't any. Izuku was for there shouldn't have been anything dangerous nearby, especially not inside the apartment. It had to be about Inko. Before he could say anything, Nezu froze, ears standing upright. The sound of footsteps. Izuku! Nezu bolted into the box fort without hesitation, disappearing in an instant. Izuku stood and turned around just as Inko walked into the doorway. She was smiling genuinely this time, not that half-broken thing she wore after the doctor visit. I have good news, she said cheerfully. You and your friend Katsuki are going to have a playdate in a few days. At the park. Isn't that exciting? Auntie Mitsuki is going to be there, too. Izuku paused. The start of being bullied for the rest of his school life. He schooled his face into a smile. A good one even. Not a grimace. Timelines did wonders for that sort of thing. He nodded. Inko beamed. She ruffled his hair, then turned to head back to the kitchen. The moment she was out of sight, Izuku let out a slow breath and turned back toward the corner of the room. Nezu hadn't come back out yet. He remained still inside the fort, ears pricked, every sense alert. The boy was back. That was good. But then came her. Loud and bright and false. With her talk of taking him to the park. With that boy. Katsuki. Nezu had smelled him once. Loud even in scent. Explosive temperament, unstable emotional regulation. Not safe. Not to someone like Izuku. Nezu had frozen when he'd heard the words earlier on the phone. He's weak. Take care of him. Those weren't comforting. Not to Nezu. Not after what take care of him had meant in other places. In those places, when someone got too weak, the phrase hadn't meant kindness. It meant disposal. He shook his head sharply. Don't think about that. Still, he hadn't relaxed. Not with her still in the apartment. Nezu crawled out slowly, silently. Izuku was seated again, his shoulders just slightly tight, hands folded in his lap. Collected. But not happy. Nezu padded closer. He didn't speak, didn't tug, didn't hiss. He just settled beside Izuku. It wouldn't happen here. Not again. If he had to drag the boy into the hiding spot by the pant leg next time, so be it. The sky was bright and cloudless. Warm sunlight filtered down through the park trees as birds chirped overhead and children shrieked with laughter. Inko crouched in front of Izuku, adjusting his little red shoes and patting down the wrinkles in his green hoodie. All right, sweetheart, she said with a tight smile. Auntie Mitsuki will be watching you, okay? I've got a short shift, but I'll be back this afternoon. Izuku nodded without much thought. Okay. Inko gave him a kiss on the forehead and stood. Have fun, she said, and then she was gone, walking quickly down the path, already digging into her purse for her phone. Mitsuki stood at the edge of the park, one hand raised lazily in greeting as she caught sight of him. "Hey kiddo. Go on and play. Katsuki's already here somewhere." Izuku offered a polite little nod and wandered forward as she immediately turned her attention to her phone. Katsuki, thankfully, was off playing with a few other toddlers near the sandbox, screeching about explosions and building dirt mountains like a king among noisy goblins. Let him stay there. Izuku had no desire to deal with him. He walked across the grass, eyes scanning the open spaces until they landed on an old tree near the edge of the park, one with low branches and thick leaves. It looked climbable, comfortable. He made his way over and, with practiced ease and a few unsteady toddler wobbles, climbed up just high enough to perch on a thick branch. Finally, quiet. He leaned back against the trunk, humming quietly to himself. This was the start of it. The beginning of being screamed at, the start of years of bullying, and getting labeled as too weak. The car dropped him off at the far entrance of the park. "Don't wander too far," one of the commission agents called as the door slammed shut behind him. "And be good. If you act out again, no media access for a week." Kigo didn't answer. He just stuck his hands into the pockets of his hoodie and gave a lazy, practiced smile. "Got it," he said, voice chirpy and fake. The car pulled away. Kigo sighed and stared at the park gate. "A reward," they'd said. For what? A week of silent obedience? He'd wanted the Endeavor figure. The limited edition one. Not this. But complaining wouldn't get him anywhere. It never did. He walked into the park slowly, scanning his surroundings. Loud toddlers, a few parents half watching, a group of teenagers with a soccer ball. No threats. No tailing agents in sight, though he knew they were watching, always. He exhaled through his nose. His feet crunched over gravel and grass as he made his way to a shady tree at the edge of the park. And then he stopped. There was a boy up in the branches. A little kid. For maybe 5. Big green eyes. Curly hair. Perched in a tree like he belonged there. Like it was his throne. Kigo blinked. The boy hadn't noticed him yet. He was humming to himself, legs swinging slightly, head leaned back in thought. Kigo tilted his head. What kind of 4-year-old climbed trees just to sit and think? His mouth quirked in the smallest hint of a grin. Interesting. That kid was still in the tree. Kigo narrowed his gaze, curiosity bubbling under the usual commission-trained calm. He glanced around. The area was still empty. No parents. No guardians. Just that weird, grumpy-looking 4-year-old sitting like he owned the branch he perched on. Kigo thought, "I'll talk to this odd kid. I don't have anything else to do." With a small huff, he rolled his shoulders, wings shifting as he took a few quick steps and pushed off the ground, catching the breeze. A couple of strong flaps lifted him toward the tree canopy, not too fast, not showing off. Just quicker than walking. He hovered near the kid's branch, a few leaves brushing his arm. "Aren't you a little young to be tree climbing solo?" Kigo called, voice edged in play. The tone the commission said would keep people talking. Friendly. Controlled. The kid didn't blink. Just swung one leg lazily and stared him down like he was the problem. "Depends," the boy said. "Aren't you a little old to be circling 4-year-olds like a hawk?" Kigo blinked. Then blinked again. No amount of commission flashcards had prepared him for that. The boy shifted slightly, lifting his chin in a way that wasn't threatening, just bold. It was an invitation. A challenge. Kigo grinned, rising to it. "I'll have you know I'm very popular with kids. I'm basically park royalty. Prince of the swing set." The boy gave a mock noble nod. "Do they throw breadcrumbs in your honor?" That earned a short laugh. Kigo flapped once, then settled onto a branch just across from the kid, not quite close enough to touch, but close enough to study him. Wings spread slightly for balance, he crouched with a practiced ease, weight resting lightly on his feet. "Okay. That one was good," Kigo admitted. "You're funny. And you're loud," the boy replied without blinking. But there was a flicker at the edge of his mouth. A hint of something smug. Kigo squinted, amused. "You always hang out in trees by yourself? You always fly up to strangers just to lose verbal battles with 4-year-olds?" He let out a quiet breath, somewhere between a sigh and a snort. Touché. Leaves rustled around them as the wind rolled through. It wasn't awkward. It felt like they were both waiting to see who'd blink first. I'm Izuku, the boy said suddenly, not quite looking at him. Like it wasn't important. Kigo, he replied. Nice to meet you, your branchiness. Izuku gave him a flat stare. Then looked away, clearly entertained despite himself. Kigo liked this kid. He was weird. Not afraid to play a game most kids didn't even know existed. He might have kept going, might have kept tossing banter across the branches until the sky darkened, but something shifted in the background. A car, smooth and dark and way too familiar, pulled up just outside the park. From here, Kigo couldn't see the driver's face, but he didn't need to. Kigo clicked his tongue, wings rustling as he rose from his crouch. Well, he said, hopping off the branch. A few short flaps caught the air and slowed his fall until his feet touched the grass below, soft and light. Guess that's my cue. Izuku raised a brow but didn't ask. Kigo looked back at him with a lopsided grin. This isn't over, you know. Izuku only smirked in reply. Kigo turned, stretching his wings once before walking toward the car slow on purpose, like dragging the end of a good story. He didn't say it, but he'd be back. Not because he had to. Because he wanted to argue with that smug little 4-year-old again. Izuku couldn't stop smiling. He had a freeme now. Not just any freeme Hawks, the number 3 hero. Sometimes number 2, depending on how you twisted the timeline. Or, he wasn't a hero yet. He was still just a kid. He wasn't Hawks. Not yet. Izuku swung his legs while sitting on the curb, kicking at a loose pebble. The wind played with the hem of his hoodie. That had gone way better than expected. He didn't know what would come of it, but he'd taken the chance. Pounced on it really. And now? Now he had a rival. A maybe friend. A freeme. His first one. Mitsuki looked up from her phone at the bench a few feet away, one brow raised. She didn't panic like his mom would have, no frantic calling or wide-eyed sprinting. She just said, Izuku, time to head home. Izuku jumped to his feet, brushing off the back of his legs. Coming. Nezu heard the front door open. He stayed curled in the room he shared with Izuku, still nestled on the blanket pile beneath the shelf. He didn't move. The door creaked open. Light footsteps padded across the floor. Izuku closed the door behind him and let out a small, happy sigh. No limping. No fear on his face. No scent of blood. Nezu's nose twitched once, just to be sure. Everything smelled normal. Izuku climbed onto the bed and flopped onto his stomach, arms spread like a starfish before rolling onto his back. His hoodie bunched up slightly around his middle. I made a friend, he declared proudly, looking toward Nezu. Kind of a freeme. He's got wings and he's fast. Kakitu. But he wasn't mean. He was cool. Nezu blinked slowly. No new scent. Whoever it was, they hadn't touched Izuku. Not skin to skin, not close enough to leave a trace. That eased a small sliver of tension from Nezu's spine. Still, his tail gave a small flick. Izuku stared at the ceiling, his voice growing quieter but no less happy. He'll be something big, you know? He doesn't know it yet. But I can tell. Nezu didn't move from his perch. Just watched. Observed. Izuku was warm. Unhurt. And most importantly, Izuku was happy. Izuku lay in bed, blinking up at the ceiling in the quiet dark. The faint sound of a car passing below buzzed for a moment, then faded. Nezu was curled beside him, tiny chest rising and falling with each peaceful breath. His little paw twitched once. Izuku wasn't. He shifted, then rolled, then flopped onto his side. Still awake. He stayed like that for another 2 minutes, then very quietly pushed the blanket off, slipped out of bed, padded across the apartment floor on socked feet, and snuck out the door. Knock, knock, knock. Aizawa opened the door slowly, rubbing his eyes. He blinked once. Then again. A small, wide-eyed toddler stared up at him. Hi, Mom. Izuku greeted cheerfully, already pushing past him like he owned the place. Aizawa just sighed. Izuku walked straight into his bedroom and climbed up onto his bed without hesitation. He burrowed under the blanket like this was routine. Like this was his bed. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. "What do you want now?" he muttered, trudging after him. "You're not in the kitchen this time, or hugging my leg. That's new." "I can't sleep," Izuku said plainly. Aizawa looked at him like he'd just declared war. His voice was flat. "And what do you think I can possibly do about that?" Izuku peeked over the blanket and tilted his head innocently. "Stay in the room just until I fall asleep?" Aizawa blinked, then gestured wildly. "This is my apartment. You're in my bed." "Okay, Mom." Izuku chirped with a pleased grin. "Anyway, I think I might have trouble sleeping in the future too, so if you could buy me some bedtime storybooks, that would help me." Aizawa opened his mouth to argue, paused, then exhaled the deepest sigh a man had ever sighed. Sure. Fine." He stared at the boy. "Why are you having trouble sleeping anyway?" Izuku yawned as he settled deeper under the covers. He paused to think. He was 4. 4-year-olds had nightmares. Monster fears. Closet beasts. That whole thing. He put on his best scared kid voice. "I'm scared the monster under my bed will come up and eat me." Aizawa's expression softened almost immediately. "I had that fear too when I was your age," he said gently. "But I promise you, there isn't a monster under your bed, okay? You can always ask one of your parents to check under it if you're still scared it's there." Izuku smiled sleepily. He'd heard Aizawa say similar things before in other lives, always steady, always protective, even when he was exhausted and confused and being called Mom by a child he didn't even know the name of in his bed. In every timeline, Aizawa really was such a dad. Morning sunlight slipped lazily through the slats in Aizawa's blinds, casting warm strips of gold across the apartment floor. The quiet hum of the city beyond the windows was muffled, distant, unimportant. Izuku stirred under the covers. The warmth wrapped around him like a soft, sleepy hug. He blinked, face half buried in the pillow, only slowly realizing he wasn't in his own bed. Or even his own apartment. This was Aizawa's bed. He stretched just slightly and turned his head, and there he was. Aizawa, sitting in a chair beside the bed like he'd been watching him sleep for hours, which, honestly, he might have been, a half-empty mug of coffee in one hand and a book in the other. He looked exhausted in a way only Aizawa could, but he was awake. Barely. His eyes flicked over the edge of the page, then to Izuku. "You planning on freeloading here permanently?" Izuku blinked at him slowly, curls a little messy, face still puffy with sleep. "Already have a squatter child, remember?" Aizawa didn't even blink. "You're a toddler. You shouldn't even know what freeloading means." "Mom taught me," Izuku said innocently, wriggling deeper under the covers like he had no intention of leaving. His small arms tugged the blanket up to his chin. "Stop calling me Mom." "Okay, Dad." Aizawa paused mid-sip. There was silence. "I've made a mistake," he muttered into his mug. Izuku giggled. A moment passed. Then another. Izuku didn't move. Finally, he asked in a small, sleepy voice, "Can I come again next time I can't sleep?" Aizawa sighed, as if his soul had gently floated out of his body and left behind this hollow, tired shell. "You're going to do it anyway." Izuku smiled wide. "Yup." He yawned and slipped out of bed, his little feet padding across the floor toward the door. "Thanks, Mom." "I'm not." Aizawa began, but Izuku had already slipped out with a mischievous giggle. The door creaked open gently as Izuku returned home. The apartment was still dark, still quiet, and warm in a safe, cozy kind of way. On the bed, curled up like a little beast tucked into a nest of rumpled blankets, Nezu still lay asleep, soft snores barely audible under his breath. Izuku smiled to himself and tiptoed back in, carefully climbing up onto the bed beside him. Nezu woke with a start. For a moment, he stayed perfectly still beneath the blankets, his small body pressed close to Izuku's side. The room was dim, the sun barely peeking through the curtains. Everything looked the same, but something wasn't right. The scent in the air had changed. It was faint, but sharp enough to cut through the usual safety of Izuku's room. Nezu's nose twitched as he took in the details instinctively. A human scent, unfamiliar, and too recent. Not Inko's. Not anyone who belonged here. A low, quiet dread settled in his chest. He rose silently, moving from the bed without disturbing Izuku, whose soft breathing remained slow and even. Nezu's gaze swept the room, half expecting someone to be standing in the shadows. But there was no one. No footsteps. No noise. Just that scent hanging in the air, woven into the blankets, into Izuku's clothes. It clung to him. Nezu climbed cautiously back up onto the bed and sniffed closer. It was Izuku's scent, warm and familiar, but now laced with something else. Someone else. A grown man by the smell of it. But not known. Not safe. His mind raced. Had someone been here while he was sleeping? Had Izuku left without waking him? Why didn't he wake him up? Why would he go out alone? Nezu's body tensed, thoughts spiraling. What if Izuku had been followed? What if he'd brought danger back with him? He didn't want to believe that. Izuku had always been careful. He trusted Izuku. The boy was the only one to show him kindness without hidden meaning. He never hurt him. Never shouted or grabbed or demanded things Nezu couldn't give. Only quiet, patient care. And oh, had Izuku been patient with him. Reading stories aloud and playing soft music in the background during thunderstorms so Nezu wouldn't feel as scared. Offering him cheese like a gift. Starting tea parties with stuffed animals, giggling softly as Nezu sipped from a tiny cup. Video nights curled together under a blanket, where Nezu didn't have to hide. So no, Nezu didn't want to think the boy had done anything wrong. But still, why hadn't Izuku told him? Even if Nezu was just a pet in the toddler's eyes, the boy still talked to him like he was a smart pet. That counted for something. Nezu backed away and hopped down from the bed, retreating into his small box in the corner of the room. It was safer there. Quieter. The scent was weaker there, less overwhelming. He curled into a tight ball, nose tucked under his tail, trying to steady his breathing. It wasn't like Izuku had been hurt. He looked fine. He was home. But still Nezu couldn't shake the worry twisting in his chest. He didn't speak. Couldn't. He was scared. What if the boy freaked out when he realized Nezu wasn't just a regular pet? The boy was smart for his age, Nezu knew that, but this would definitely be a scare. And Nezu wouldn't risk that. Wouldn't risk being sent back. He would wait. Maybe Izuku would explain. Maybe he'd shower and wash the smell away, and things would feel normal again. Nezu's eyes stayed open in the dark, his ears twitching at the silence. He tried to sleep. But the scent remained. And Nezu stayed curled in his box, awake, waiting. The morning light filtered into the apartment in soft ribbons, brushing against the curtains and warming the worn carpet. A breeze drifted in from the cracked window, carrying the smell of city dust and distant bread. Izuku stirred beneath his blanket, small fingers curling as he stretched. His curls were mussed from sleep, and his onesie had bunched around one ankle, but he didn't fix it. He sat up slowly, blinking at the quiet around him. No weight on his chest. No familiar warmth curled into the crook of his neck. His gaze slid toward the corner of the room, toward the little box near his bed where Nezu sometimes rested. A blanket was draped over it like always, the fabric dented from use. Izuku didn't worry. Not really. He figured Nezu was just cozy in there this time. Maybe burrowed into the blanket pile or curled up in the shredded paper he liked to dig through. It had happened before. He wasn't always pressed to Izuku's side in the morning. Padding out of bed, Izuku shuffled to the fridge, yawning quietly into his hand. He tugged the door open and reached for a slice of cheese from the little drawer where Inko kept the sandwich stuff. His hands were too small to unwrap the plastic cleanly, so he gnawed at the corner until it peeled. It was part of their routine. He turned, cheese in hand, and made his way back to the bedroom with slow, light steps. "Hey, bud," he murmured softly. At first, he didn't see him. Then movement. A flicker of fur near the box. Nezu had emerged just slightly, paws tense against the wooden floor, his little body stiff. His black eyes weren't curious or sleepy. They were wide, studying him. Then came the hiss. It sliced through the quiet like something sharp and unexpected. Izuku stopped moving. His hand lowered slowly, cheese still pinched between his fingers. He didn't say anything else. Didn't take another step. He could feel his heartbeat in his ears. The expression on Nezu's was something rigid and guarded. Izuku's throat felt tight. He didn't understand. Had he done something wrong? Was it a nightmare? A loud noise? Had Inko startled him on accident? He looked away gently, placing the cheese down near the box before stepping back toward the hallway. He didn't force closeness. Didn't ask for anything. Instead, he sat on the couch with his hands in his lap, feet dangling off the edge. The television stayed off. He didn't reach for his building blocks. He just sat there quietly, gaze unfocused. He stayed like that for most of the day, until Inko came home. When Inko noticed the stillness, she suggested a bath. Izuku nodded. The warmth usually helped. She ran the water, humming softly, and helped him in. He didn't splash. He just sat with the soap bubbles clinging to his arms while she gently poured water over his hair. She smiled when he rested his head against her arm. "Tired?" she asked softly. Izuku nodded once. When they dried off, she wrapped him in one of the thick towels that smelled like the linen cabinet. His pajamas were soft and a little big, and he didn't complain when she tucked him in a little earlier than usual. The room dimmed as she shut the light off, her footsteps retreating down the hallway. Izuku lay still in bed, facing the window. His arms were tucked under his pillow, eyes half-lidded. He didn't expect anything to change. Whatever had made his friend react that way, he wasn't going to push. Then he felt it. A tiny shift on the mattress. Little paws pressing gently into the blanket. Careful wait as something crawled up, closer and closer, until he felt familiar warmth nestled against his chest. His breath caught slightly. He didn't move at first. Just let himself adjust to it. Let the quiet press in again, softer this time. Then, slowly, one small arm slipped out from under the blanket, and he wrapped it gently around the warm little body curled against him. He cradled him like something fragile, like a stuffed toy he'd stitched together himself. Like a secret he didn't want to lose. He nuzzled into the fur, barely brushing his nose against it, and closed his eyes. The room smelled faintly of sweat, leather, and the sharp metallic tang of the reinforced mats. Kigo's bare feet sank slightly into the surface, but his stance didn't waver. Across from him, a man twice his size waited, the same bored expression carved into his face as every other handler. "Ready!" The order cracked through the air. Kigo's feathers twitched. He didn't nod. Nodding meant giving away anticipation. He just shifted his weight to the ball of his feet. The first hit came low and fast. Kigo stepped into it, letting the strike glance off his forearm before driving forward with a pivot kick. The man blocked it easily, but Kigo wasn't aiming for a knockout. He was aiming for control. Minimal bruises. No mistakes. They rotated through drills in sharp, punishing bursts, dodging, countering, recovering from a sweep. Every misstep earned a barked correction or an immediate do-over. Kigo gave them none. He could have shown off, pushed harder. But showing too much skill just meant they would up the difficulty and extend the session. He had a goal. Survive. Get through this without one slip-up, one extra bruise, and in a week's time he would be at the park again. Back to that kid in the tree. Back to someone who didn't look at him like a tool. The whistle blew. 15 minutes to change before media prep. The next room was smaller, colder. No mats, just a steel table, a chair, and a stack of flashcards waiting like silent judges. Kigo slid into the chair, rolling his shoulders, wings folding neatly against his back. "Let's begin," the handler said. She flipped the first card. It showed a photo of a reporter leaning in with a mic. Beneath it, the caption read, "They've just asked you about your tragic past." Kigo leaned back, forcing the easy grin they had been teaching him. "Ah, well, you know me, always looking forward. Can't change the past, so why waste time on it?" The woman glanced down at her notes. "Acceptable. Next." A fangirl, mid-scream, holding out a notebook. Kigo pitched his voice warm and light. "One signature coming right up. But careful, my handwriting's so good, you might frame it." A faint tick of approval. The card was gone. They kept coming. Cameras shoved in his face, fake villains hurling insults, civilians asking for autographs in the middle of a fight. For each one, Kigo pulled the answer they wanted. Smooth. Controlled. Like feathers gliding over glass. Not because he believed in the mask. Because every perfect answer meant no extra hours on the mat. No correction drills. Because every step closer to the door was a step closer to the park. By the end, his jaw ached from holding the smile and his shoulders from keeping the easy slump they preferred. "You're done," the handler said finally, making a note. "For today." Kigo gave a small salute, more out of habit than respect. In his head, he was already counting down the days. 7. 7 more and he would be there, scanning the branches for that odd, clever kid who gave him something to look forward to. Kigo lay sprawled across his stiff commission-issued bed, staring up at the ceiling like it had personally offended him. His feathers twitched every few seconds, an involuntary little habit he hadn't managed to train out of himself yet. He should have been asleep hours ago. He knew it. They'd drag him out of bed before sunrise for another brutal day drills, lessons, flashcards, fake smiles, fake answers. But instead of resting, his mind kept circling back to one thing. That kid. Izuku. Kigo turned onto his side, plucking absently at one of his feathers while he scowled into the darkness. He was replaying yesterday over and over, the stupid smug look on Izuku's face when he had gotten the upper hand, the clever way the little gremlin had dodged his comeback. Every time Kigo thought of a sharp retort, it came about 12 hours too late. Should have said that, Kigo whispered under his breath, glaring at the wall like it was Izuku's fault his brain lagged. He rolled onto his stomach, burying his face into his pillow and muffling a groan. Ugh, why didn't I say that? That would have been perfect. A minute passed. Then 5. Then he shot upright, eyes wide. Wait, no, this would have been even better. He gestured wildly at the empty room as if Izuku were sitting there to hear it. I should have said, "You climb trees better than you talk, short stack." Kigo paused, frowned, then flopped back down again. Oh, that wasn't right either. Why was this so hard? And speaking of trees, he scowled at the memory. Izuku had been up there like it was nothing, dangling his legs and staring down at him with those wide green eyes, like he was the bird and Izuku was just watching from above. Kigo kicked his blanket off in frustration, feathers ruffling. How the hell does something so short climb something that tall? That's not even fair. His voice dropped to a mutter as he rolled onto his back again, staring at the ceiling. Are all toddlers like that? The thought hung there. Maybe toddlers were just born troublemakers. He yawned wide, eyes finally growing heavy. Thoughts about training, the commission, and even his planned comebacks for Izuku blurred together into a quiet hum as he sank deeper into his pillow. By the time his feathers settled flat and his breathing evened out, morning was already creeping in through the blinds. Another day. Another round of drills. And if he survived them, maybe another shot at winning their next little verbal battle. This time, Kigo was ready. Probably. The sharp blare of the alarm jolted Kigo out of the thin, restless doze he'd managed to scrape together. His body protested before he even sat up, muscles tight, feathers aching from drills the night before. He rolled off the cot anyway. If he hesitated, someone would come in and drag him out by the wrist. The hallway lights burned cold and sterile, buzzing faintly above his head as his bare feet padded across the tile. By the time he reached the training hall, the handlers were already waiting, stopwatches in hand, their faces unreadable. Ready stance. Kigo dropped into position automatically. Wings loose, knees bent, weight forward. Don't look tired. Don't give them an excuse. The whistle shrieked. He launched forward, blocking the first strike and ducking under the second. 2, 3, for opponents this time faster than yesterday, harder hits, no wasted movements. They wanted him to fail. He couldn't. Every breath felt heavier than the last, but he forced his body to keep pace, feathers shifting instinctively to balance him mid-turn. He caught one opponent's ankle, used his momentum to throw him off-center, and pivoted away just in time to avoid the next strike. Too slow, one handler barked. Again. Kigo's chest burned. He reset his stance without arguing. Hours blurred. Strike, dodge, counter. Block, recover, hit. They switched the drills without warning, hand-to-hand, aerial bursts, precision kicks, balance recovery, again and again until his body screamed for rest. He swallowed it down. Mistakes meant consequences, and consequences meant longer before the park. 7 days. 6, if he didn't screw up. By the time the whistle cut through the air again, he was shaking with adrenaline, sweat clinging to his hairline and soaking the back of his shirt. One handler stepped forward and tapped a stopwatch. Again. Kigo's jaw tightened. He slid his foot back, shoulders squared, wings stretching for balance. Focus. Breathe. The world narrowed to timing there's the arc of every strike and the seconds between them. His feathers snapped outward, a single controlled burst to redirect momentum, and he drove a knee forward before twisting away from the counterattack. Not good enough. It never was. But he didn't fall. He didn't miss. By the time they called it, his legs trembled beneath him and his knuckles burned from impact, but his face stayed composed. No weakness. No complaints. Media drills in 15, one handler said flatly. Kigo nodded, expression neutral, but inside his thoughts were fixed elsewhere. 6 days. 6, and maybe he'd see that kid again. Kigo sat stiffly in the cold metal chair, shoulders square, back straight, the ache in his wings hidden under controlled stillness. The training hall had been swapped for one of the commission's smaller briefing rooms, too white, too clean, and too quiet. A single table separated him from the handler holding the stack of flashcards. The deck was thick today. You know the rules, the handler said, voice clipped, eyes unreadable behind his glasses. Stay in character. Quick, charming, easy control. If you stumble, we add an hour. Kigo nodded once, neutral. Inside, his head was heavy, thoughts sluggish from the non-stop drills earlier. His legs still trembled faintly beneath the table, but he locked his knees and forced himself still. The first card flipped. A reporter with an invasive question about his personal life. Kigo leaned forward slightly, forcing the practiced ease they drilled into him, voice steady and light even though his lungs still burned from training. Sorry, classified hero business. Can't give away all my secrets, right? The handler didn't react, just flipped to the next card. A crying child clinging to him after a rescue. Kigo softened his tone, let his lips curl into the easy smile they'd made him rehearse 100 times. Hey now, feathers are waterproof. Cry it out, kiddo, I'll get you somewhere safe. Another card. And another. And another. Reporters, fangirls, fanboys, angry civilians, trapped survivors, every scenario designed to shape him into someone he wasn't yet. Someone they wanted him to become. He stayed sharp through all of them. It wasn't easy. His eyelids kept trying to drift, vision blurring around the edges, but he couldn't slip. Not when an hour more of this meant no park. No tree. No smug little 4-year-old who could climb higher than physics should allow. Halfway through, they stopped the cards and switched tactics. Stand, the handler ordered. Kigo rose immediately, ignoring the dull ache in his knees. Walk, came the next order. He paced the small length of the room. Eye contact, they snapped, and he shifted. Instantly, snapping the Hawk's persona back into place, bright-eyed, charming, shoulders loose, easy grin. Reset. His expression went blank. Again. He repeated the cycle, smile, switch, drop it, reset over and over until his jaw hurt from forcing expressions and his cheeks burned faintly with strain. Finally, the handler stopped, flipping one last flashcard. A tricky question about hero rankings, aimed to bait arrogance. Kigo didn't even think. He slipped seamlessly into the persona, letting his grin tilt sharp but effortless. Rankings are fun and all, he said smoothly, but if I'm doing my job right, the numbers'll take care of themselves. Silence hung for a moment. Then the handler gave the smallest nod. Good enough. Dismissed. Kigo didn't move until they told him to. Then, finally, he walked out of the suffocating room, shoulders relaxing just enough to ease the tension burning at his neck. The hallway was quiet, the lights humming faintly above him. He caught himself yawning once, muffling it behind his wrist before anyone saw. 5 more days. 5, and maybe he'd be back under that tree. Aizawa Shoyuta did not want to be here. The fluorescent lights were too bright, the store was too loud, and the cartwheels wobbled like they'd been assembled by someone with a personal vendetta against him. He blamed Yamada and Nemuri for this. Entirely. If they hadn't sent him on this ridiculous errand, he'd be at home right now, stretched out on his bed, pretending he didn't exist. Normally, he would have told them to order online problem solved, no unnecessary human interaction required. But for reasons still beyond his comprehension, he'd agreed to do it. And now he was here, trapped in a sea of screaming children, bad pop music, and people who didn't understand the concept of personal space. He sighed, checking the crumpled lists in his hand. Mix list. New shades. Easy enough. His last pair had shattered after he sneezed mid-quirk. Aizawa had thrown them in his cart first thing. Eggs. Done. Simple. Nemuri's list, however? Chapstick and lipstick. Found them after spending 5 minutes trying not to look suspicious in the cosmetics aisle. Pillows. When he asked for a brand, she just said, the fancy one. Whatever that meant, he grabbed the softest-looking, most overpriced thing he could find. Grapes. Frozen. Apparently, Nemuri had been very clear about that part, though he still couldn't comprehend why. Cat food. Standard. And finally, Aizawa stared at the last item. Worm on a string. Of course. Grinding his jaw, he made his way toward the kids' aisle, wondering if he could blackmail Yamada into taking all future shopping duties permanently. When he got there, he flagged down an employee, a bored-looking teenager with headphones dangling around their neck, and muttered a rough, "Where do you keep worms on strings?" They didn't even blink, just pointed lazily toward the back of the aisle. Thanks, he mumbled, pushing his cart forward. He was halfway down when something made him pause. There, on the opposite shelf, sat an entire row of brightly colored children's books. He stared at them longer than he meant to. The image of that kid, the little intruder from last night, flickered in his mind, and the small, matter-of-fact voice stating that he couldn't sleep, and clearly expecting Aizawa to deal with it. Aizawa had let him. Against every ounce of better judgment. Somewhere between trudging after the kid and watching him burrow under his blankets like a smug caterpillar, Aizawa had gotten roped into a completely unexpected conversation. There hadn't been any mumbling or shy requests. Izuku had looked him dead in the eye, utterly serious, and said, "I can't sleep." That had been it. No preamble. No hesitation. Just a fact, dropped like it was Aizawa's personal problem to solve. Before Aizawa could even begin to protest, the child had already declared with the same casual tone that he'd probably have trouble sleeping a lot in the future and that bedtime storybooks would definitely help. Aizawa remembered staring at him, exhausted beyond reason, pinching the bridge of his nose as if that might summon patience from the void. And yet somehow he'd said yes. He still wasn't sure how that had happened. He stood there, staring at the display. This was ridiculous. Completely unnecessary. He didn't even know the kid's name. He should grab the stupid worm on a string and leave. Or maybe just one book. For emergencies. Two was safer. 3 actually. What if the kid didn't like the first 2? By the time he stopped rationalizing, an entire boxed set was sitting in his cart. And if he was already getting books, well, a plushie wasn't unreasonable. Nothing fancy, just a standard teddy bear. Neutral brown. Perfectly logical. Definitely not, because he could still remember how small the kid had looked curled up under his blanket. By the time Aizawa got to the register, his cart looked less like a shopping list and more like a kindergarten starter kit. He dumped everything onto the conveyor belt, ignoring the cashier's curious glance. As the scanner beeped through the mountain of items, he let out a low sigh, dragging a hand down his face. Somehow, against all odds, he'd gotten attached to that small, nameless toddler. And he wasn't sure when it had happened. Izuku woke to the steady warmth of Nezu curled on his chest, fur rising and falling with soft breaths. For a moment, everything felt ordinary again. But the memory of the day before stayed sharp in the back of his mind, the sudden hiss. Now, though, Nezu lay still, his small weight grounding. Izuku didn't move, staring at the ceiling, his hand hovering before it settled lightly on Nezu's back. Nezu shifted, pressing his nose against the collar of Izuku's pajama shirt. His nose twitched once before burrowing closer. "Bud," Izuku whispered. His voice was curious, not scolding. "Are you, still upset?" Nezu didn't answer, of course. He only pressed in deeper, as if that explained everything. The day began in its usual rhythm. Izuku sat at the low table with his crayons scattered around him, humming a tune that came and went as easily as breath. Nezu perched nearby, eyes sharp and unreadable. Izuku leaned forward. He scribbled a crooked drawing of a hero. A small brush of fur against his arm made him glance down. Nezu had rubbed his cheek along Izuku's sleeve, quick and quiet, before turning his attention deliberately to the paper. Izuku giggled. "I'm assuming you want attention, bud," he murmured, patting the top of his head. When he brought a blanket to the couch, Nezu darted forward, kneading and circling until the fabric was tugged into something that suited him. He burrowed into the folds, half vanished. Izuku tilted his head, considering. "Guess that's your spot now, huh bud?" By evening, Nezu was nowhere to be found until Izuku checked the laundry basket. There he was, half buried in shirts and socks, eyes wide with false innocence. Izuku laughed under his breath as he scooped him up. "You're gonna wrinkle everything, bud." But even as he smiled, the prickle in his chest returned. He had always worked to make Nezu feel safe, cheese set aside just for him, warm blankets, tea times, and soft-spoken words. Little pieces of comfort that no one else knew about. Inko never noticed. She couldn't. So, what was going on? Izuku turned the thought over and over in his head. Had it been Inko again? No, last night hadn't been her. Nezu hadn't hissed at her. He'd hissed at him. Izuku's brows knit together. He looked down at Nezu in his arms, running small fingers absently along soft fur. What could have changed? What had he done for Nezu to react like that? He didn't know. But he would figure it out. He always did. When his gaze flicked up, he caught Nezu already watching him, dark eyes steady. Izuku's lips pressed together in silence. They studied each other for a moment that felt longer than it was. That night, Nezu paced a small circle on the blanket before finally curling into place on Izuku's chest. The boy, already half asleep, let his hand fall into fur. "Night, bud," he mumbled, words slurred with drowsiness but heavy with quiet affection. Nezu didn't move. His nose brushed the fabric once more, soft and deliberate, before he lowered his head against Izuku's chest. The boy slipped into dreams, breaths slow and even. Nezu stayed awake. His nose twitched now and then, checking, confirming, guarding. And though the room was dark and still, he watched the shadows as though they might try to attack at any given moment. Nezu woke first. The boy's breathing was steady beside him, chest rising and falling in the slow rhythm of sleep. For a moment, Nezu simply listened. The air was warmer here, quieter, and it would have been easy to close his eyes again. But something tugged at him, sharp and insistent. He shifted closer to Izuku's collar, nose twitching. The strange scent from the night before had faded, washed clean by soap and water. Relief stirred, but only for a moment. Scent was fickle, fleeting. Just because it was gone now didn't mean it couldn't return. Whomever the scent belonged to could come back. Nezu pressed his face into the fabric, breathing in again. Only Izuku now. Still, unease lingered. He slid down from the bed with practiced silence, paws landing light on the floorboards. The boy stirred faintly but didn't wake. Crossing the room, Nezu nosed at the pile of clothes left by the laundry basket. Izuku's things. His scent clung faintly, warm, familiar, but too faint for Nezu's liking. Too easy for something else to seep in. He rubbed his cheek against the sleeve. Once, then again. Not enough to leave anything obvious, but enough to layer it. To make sure the fabric would carry him, not anyone else. That thought calmed something in his chest. The day passed in quiet rhythm. Izuku sat cross-legged at the table, crayons scattered around him. He hummed softly as he worked. Nezu watched, silent, perched on the edge of the table. He sniffed, quick and sharp, checking again. No trace of the other scent remained. Still, just to be certain, he leaned forward and brushed his face against the boy's sleeve. A small touch. Izuku giggled, patting his head. "I'm assuming you want attention, bud?" Nezu settled back on his haunches, eyes half-lidded, pretending the paper in front of Izuku was his only focus. But inside, tension loosened. Later, when a blanket slipped from Izuku's hands onto the couch, Nezu moved before it could even spread fully. He circled it, pressed his body into the folds, and stayed there a long while. The boy tilted his head at him, smiling. "Comfy spot, huh, bud?" Nezu didn't answer. His nose twitched against the fabric. "Softer here. Better." The threads smelled of Izuku, and now of him too. Evening came, and Nezu found himself pawing into the laundry basket. Surrounded by the boy's clothes, the air was saturated, heavy with familiarity. There was no new scent like the day before. He burrowed deeper, until Izuku's small hands scooped him up. "You're gonna wrinkle all my stuff, bud?" the boy laughed. Nezu blinked up at him, whiskers twitching. The words washed over him without sting. Wrinkled clothes were irrelevant. The real point was that they no longer carried anything foreign. That night, Izuku fell asleep quickly. Nezu circled the blankets first, pressing his cheek into the fabric with quiet insistence. Then he climbed onto the boy's chest, nose twitching as he checked one last time. Only Izuku. Nothing else. "Night, bud," Izuku murmured in his sleep, arm curling loosely around him. Nezu stayed still, eyes half open, listening to the quiet. His mind ran through calculations, probabilities of intrusion, risks of being found, Izuku sneaking out again, ways to reduce variables. All logical. All practical. And yet, as he lay pressed into the steady warmth of Izuku's heartbeat, his chest eased in a way no equation could explain. So he remained there, awake, guarding. Not because the numbers demanded it, but because being close meant safe. And that was enough. Izuku woke up to a sudden rustle of movement at the foot of his bed. He blinked the sleep from his eyes, just in time to see Nezu dart off the blanket and vanish into his box on the floor. Izuku sat up, confused. "But? What's going on?" Before he could even finish the question, his mother's cheerful voice cut through the quiet morning. "It's your friend Katsuki's birthday, and Mitsuki invited you. Isn't that just wonderful, Izuku? It's at his house, you'll get to spend the whole day with him." Izuku froze, smile half-formed. The name, Katsuki, sent a tiny pang through his chest. Still, he forced a grin and nodded, pretending to match his mother's excitement. "Oh, okay, Mom," he said, his voice sweet and small, just like a normal 4-year-old should be. Inko smiled, satisfied, and stepped out to finish breakfast. The moment she was gone, Izuku's shoulders sagged. He groaned quietly, dragging himself off the bed. His eyes flicked toward the All Might backpack sitting neatly beside the dresser. He hesitated, reaching out, and then stopped himself. That would be too suspicious. Bakugo loved All Might at this age. Showing up with the same bag would just draw attention, questions, teasing. Izuku didn't need any of that today. So instead, he grabbed his plain yellow backpack, the one that didn't say anything about him at all. He packed a few drawing supplies and a small snack. With any luck, there'd be other kids there to distract Bakugo, and he could just blend into the background, quiet, uninteresting, harmless. Just a boring 4-year-old. That's all he had to be. Nezu's nose twitched at the sharp scent of irritation that prickled behind his whiskers. He had spent all of yesterday inspecting every inch of this place, making sure nothing strange lingered, that no foreign smells clung to the blankets or walls. He'd even made sure Izuku's side of the bed was safe again, even after that scent change from before. It had been faint, but enough to make his fur stand on end. And now, the boy was leaving. Nezu's small claws curled against the soft bedding inside his box. Leaving meant new smells, new risks, new humans. That blonde child Katsuki. But unpredictable. Aggressive. Nezu didn't like him. He didn't like the idea of Izuku being near him either. Inko's voice still echoed faintly from the other room, too cheerful, too trusting. She didn't see the patterns Nezu saw, or maybe didn't care. From the corner of his box, Nezu peeked out. Izuku was humming softly as he packed the yellow bag. That sweet little tune of his always trying to fill the silence. Nezu's black eyes followed the movement of the boy's hands, neat and practiced. The child's careful choice of bag didn't go unnoticed either. Nezu's tail flicked once against the floor of his box as he observed Izuku's thoughtful expression. The boy had already started calculating how to stay unnoticed, How to make himself small in plain sight. He shouldn't have to be this cautious. None of this should have been necessary. But it was. The sound of footsteps caught his attention. Inko calling again, telling Izuku breakfast was ready. The boy set the bag by the bed and left without another glance toward him. That was fine. Because Nezu already had a plan. Once the door clicked shut, the small creature climbed out from his box, fur bristling slightly from the motion. He padded across the blankets, pausing only to sniff at the faint scent of soap still lingering where Izuku had slept clean, fresh, no traces of the unfamiliar scent from before. But still, something itched beneath his fur. He couldn't shake the unease from yesterday's scent. He twitched his whiskers. He didn't like not knowing. Nezu eyed the yellow backpack sitting so innocently on the bed. The child would be gone for hours, maybe longer. Surrounded by strangers. Left unguarded. That wasn't acceptable. Quietly, Nezu climbed up onto the pillow and leapt into the open mouth of the bag. His small body sank between the sketchbook and a half-empty pencil case. It smelled faintly of paper, crayons, and Izuku's hands oddly comforting. He turned in a circle before settling, curling tightly into a ball. The faint rhythm of the boy's footsteps approaching again vibrated through the floorboards. He would stay hidden. He would watch. Izuku crept back into his room, holding a small piece of cheese in his hand. Morning light filtered softly through the curtains, scattering warm stripes across the bed where both of them slept. The small figure wasn't there. Izuku's eyes flicked toward the cardboard box on the floor, the one that used to be Nezu's bed before he decided the blankets were safer. Smiling faintly, Izuku crouched down and whispered, "Hey, but I have to go, sorry." He set the cheese neatly in front of the box. "Here's breakfast. I left some of the bottom cabinets open in the kitchen for lunch, okay? I should be back for dinner." He waited a moment, half expecting a rustle or a flick of white fur. When nothing came, he tilted his head and whispered one more time, "See you later, bud." With that he reached for his yellow backpack and slipped it on. The fabric sagged lightly with the weight of his things: paper, crayons, a few snacks and the faintest brush of movement he didn't notice. He joined his mother at the door, shoes clicking softly against the floorboards. "Isn't this exciting?" Inko said with that gentle brightness she always tried to keep. "It's your friend Katsuki's birthday. Mitsuki invited you herself. You'll get to spend the whole day with him." Izuku smiled and nodded. "Okay, Mom." The door shut behind them, and the noise of the apartment faded into the soft hum of the morning outside. He didn't mind the idea of going as long as Bakugo was be distracted by other kids this time. If Izuku kept quiet, stayed boring, maybe the day would pass peacefully. He climbed into the car seat, tugging his bag into his lap, unaware of the small heartbeat hidden deep inside. He wondered if Nezu would be lonely while he was gone. Nezu never seemed like the lonely type, but Izuku couldn't help wondering if maybe he was. Thinking back on his past lives, he realized that Nezu had always been surrounded by people, co-workers, acquaintances, the occasional ally, but never anyone truly close. Maybe he'd just gotten good at hiding it. Maybe loneliness had quietly followed him. Well, that wouldn't happen this time. In this life, Izuku was determined to change that. His little experiment was already underway. Save Nezu, check heavy check mark, earn his trust and comfort, check heavy check mark, and see if he still became principal, pending. But beyond all that, Izuku decided he'd make sure Nezu didn't have to be alone, not in this timeline. From within the dim pocket of the backpack, Nezu lay perfectly still. He could hear Izuku's small voice from moments earlier, the soft tone, the way the boy always spoke to him like an equal, not just a pet. It had a warmth to it that settled somewhere deep in Nezu's chest. He told himself he was only hiding here to make sure things were safe. Izuku was going somewhere new, somewhere noisy, somewhere where Nezu couldn't see the walls or scent the air. He needed to make sure nothing followed the boy back. That was all. Just a precaution. The car jolted forward. The vibration carried through the fabric and Nezu's claws flexed slightly for balance. His whiskers twitched. Beneath the layered smells of dust and paper was Izuku's scent, faintly sweet, faintly herbal, familiar. He thought back to the blonde child, the loud one, the angry one. Too small to be dangerous yet, but filled with that erratic energy Nezu remembered from the lab. Something about the way he moved. Careless, territorial. Always looking for what he could take. Nezu didn't like it. He didn't like anyone near Izuku, not yet. Not when the boy was the only one who'd ever shown him kindness. Still, Nezu wasn't fearless. His mind kept darting between memories, the flash of white walls, the sting of antiseptic, hands too big and too cruel. His chest tightened, and he pressed closer to the bag's corner, grounding himself in the rhythmic sound of Izuku's breathing above him. The boy smelled safe. That alone was enough to keep the tremors away. He thought about the night before all the scent checks, the careful work of erasing the foreign smell that had clung to Izuku's clothes. He told himself it was only to ensure no trace of danger lingered. If his scent was layered deep enough into the fabric, other scents would have a harder time settling. That was logical, sensible, protective. And yet it made him feel calm. He hated how much he needed that. Nezu's gaze flicked upward through a sliver of light in the zipper. Izuku sat quietly in the seat, looking out the window, his reflection pale and thoughtful. He was such a gentle child. Too gentle, perhaps. Caring and soft in ways Nezu didn't know how to be anymore. He didn't seem lonely, not really, but Nezu wondered if maybe he was, deep down. The way he always made sure Nezu had food, or whispered to him as though he could understand, made something ache in Nezu's chest. If anyone in this world deserved safety, it was him. And if Izuku was going to offer him kindness, Nezu decided he would return it in the only way he knew how, by keeping him safe. Even if it meant hiding in the shadows of a yellow backpack, claws dug lightly into the fabric, listening to the steady thump of a heartbeat that didn't belong to him but somehow made him feel at home. Kigo had learned the rhythm of his days down to the breath. Wake up when the lights turned on. Eat what the nutritionist approved, never too much, never too little. Stretch, fight, run drills until his lungs burned, then sit perfectly still for the next set of media lessons. Balance, precision, image, everything mattered. Even when every muscle begged him to rest, he still pushed. He had to. If he finished on time, maybe he'd earn an hour outside. Maybe he'd see the park again. He moved through morning combat drills with quiet determination. No jokes, no breaks. Just the sound of fists against pads and the sharp, efficient crack of feathers slicing air. His instructors didn't praise him, but they didn't stop him either. That was enough. By lunch, his hands ached from impact. By afternoon, he was back in the briefing room, sitting straight-backed under the white glare of the overhead lights. The woman running today's media training was new. Clean voice. Polished smile. But her eyes, they were sharp, dissecting every word before it left his mouth. "All right, Kigo," she said, flipping through her clipboard. "Same as usual. Quick answers, no hesitation. You're smooth, confident, and charming. Remember, the public doesn't want a soldier. They want someone they can adore." He nodded, posture careful but calm. "Yes, ma'am." They began. Questions about hero work, favorite foods, dreams, fans. Kigo answered each one with practiced grace, his tone easy, every response light but polished. The persona slid on like a second skin. And then she asked, "If a fan were to ask you whether you'd save your wife or the baby, who would you choose?" The words caught him off guard. For a moment he blinked. The answer that slipped out wasn't one he'd rehearsed. It was instinct. "The wife," he said softly, wearing the hawk's smile but meaning every word. "I plan to spend the rest of my life with her." Silence followed. The air in the room cooled instantly. Her lips pressed into a thin line, the pen in her hand stilled mid-tap. When she finally looked at him, there was no warmth in her expression, only calculation. "That," she said slowly, "is the wrong answer." Kigo hesitated, feathers twitching faintly. Well, ha or a dash. What if I said I was gay, or I could be gay? I just meant if I were to have a wife, it'd be someone special, right? I wouldn't choose just anyone, so." "Enough." The word cut through the air like a blade. She stood, her expression perfectly composed, her tone turning cold and professional. "Do you understand what the public would hear from that response, Kigo?" He stayed silent. They would hear arrogance. Favoritism. that you value personal attachments over innocent lives, that your heart can be swayed, and heroes who let emotions guide them lose public trust. Her gaze hardened, and she leaned forward slightly. A wife can be replaced in the eyes of the crowd. A baby? A symbol of innocence. You'd be branded cruel before your first week as a pro. That kind of slip costs millions. It costs careers. Oh, and no one likes a gay hero. Each word landed heavy, sharp. He wanted to arouge, but he couldn't. He was meant to be a puppet for the commission, not Sumiyomi with their own thoughts and opinions. Kigo stared down at his lap, jaw tight, the faint tremor in his feathers betraying his exhaustion. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "Sorry doesn't rebuild reputation," she replied. "Outside. Combat drills. 1 hour." The words were a dismissal, not a punishment, not in her eyes. Kigo stood, bowed slightly, and left the room. The hallway felt colder after that. He didn't think about her words, didn't let himself. He just focused on walking, on breathing, on making it through another round of drills. At least he'd still get to go outside. And hopefully he'd see that weird kid, Izuku, in the tree again. If he didn't mess up again. Aizawa tucked the small pile of books under the bed and slid the soft, slightly worn teddy bear into the closet. The last thing he needed was for Hisashi or Nemuri to see those and start asking questions. Or worse, start teasing. He gave the room one final sweep, making sure nothing looked out of place. The apartment was quiet again, the low hum of the city outside muffled behind closed windows. Perfectly ordinary. Perfectly boring. Just how he liked it. The knock on the door ruined that peace almost immediately. "Sure." Hisashi's voice sang through the hall. "Dealvawai service is here." Aizawa exhaled slowly through his nose, already regretting opening the door. When he did, Hisashi was grinning from ear to ear, arms full of bags, while Nemuri stood beside him, looking smugly amused. "You got our stuff, right?" she asked, slipping past him like she owned the place. "And you even cleaned up. How sweet." "It was on the way," Aizawa muttered, deadpan. "You can pay me back now." Nemuri handed him a few bills and a small thank you bag of sweets before collapsing onto his couch. Hisashi followed, setting the groceries down and immediately launching into his usual chatter. "Okay, so funny story," he said, leaning forward conspiratorially. "One of my fans told me yesterday I look like a cockatiel." Nemuri blinked. Then snorted. "You mean the bird with the poofy head feathers?" "Yeah. I even looked it up and okay, rude but accurate." Hisashi gestured to his blonde hair. "Like, look at this. It's the same shape." Nemuri bit back a laugh, her lips curling into a smirk. No, you've got it wrong, Mike. You're not a cockatiel. You're a cockatoo, loud, dramatic, impossible to ignore." "Excuse me?" Aizawa rubbed at his temple as Hisashi dramatically gasped, clutching his chest like she'd insulted his honor. "Take it as a compliment," Nemuri added, grinning. "At least cockatoos are friendly. You could have been compared to, I don't know, a goose." "Oh, ouch, Nemuri," Hisashi said, feigning deep emotional pain. "You wound me. You'll live." The two of them continued to banter, their laughter echoing off the walls of his small apartment. Aizawa sat through it for as long as he could, sipping his coffee in silence, expression unreadable but eyelids twitching slightly tighter with each passing minute. Finally, he stood up, opened the door, and gestured toward it. "Out." Hisashi blinked. "What? Already? We just got here." "Exactly." Nemuri chuckled, gathering her things. "Don't take it personally, Mick. You know how he gets." "Oh, I know," Hisashi said, wagging a finger at Aizawa as he backed toward the door. "See ya later, show." Aizawa didn't answer. He just shut the door behind them, leaned against it for a quiet second, and sighed. The apartment fell back into silence. After a moment, he crossed the room, retrieved the teddy bear from the closet, and set it back on the couch. The apartment felt right again. Izuku greeted Mitsuki and Bakugo politely, introducing himself to Masu. Inko and Izuku both stepped into the house, with Nezu tucked secretly inside Izuku's bag, hidden beneath a blanket and snacks. Bakugo immediately darted past Izuku, tripped over his own feet, got up, and sprinted again, charging toward a group of kids who were apparently tampering with his birthday cake. Bakugo was 5 today, and already acting like a little explosive. It was fitting, an explosive quirk to go with an explosive personality. Inko and Mitsuki sat together on the couch, chatting easily, while Izuku quietly slipped to the floor in the corner, setting his bag down beside him. Masaru was Izuku's favorite member of the Bakugo family. Not that he liked Bakugo himself. After hundreds of timelines of enduring the boy's tantrums and cruelty, Izuku had long since run out of sympathy, but Masaru was different. A peacekeeper. Or maybe a coward. Either way, Izuku liked him. He never made a scene, never yelled, and always seemed gentle, even a bit weary. When their eyes met, Masaru offered him a soft, polite smile before turning back to the papers spread across his desk. Izuku sighed and slumped slightly. If there was one thing he'd never gotten used to after so many rebirths, it was being 4 years old again and being short. He unzipped his bag to grab one of his notebooks, and froze. 2 beady black eyes stared back at him from the darkness inside. A puff of white fur shifted slightly. Izuku's heart dropped. Oh no. Nezu. The first thing Nezu saw when Izuku unzipped the bag was horror. Pure, wide-eyed horror plastered across the boy's face. He'd been caught. Izuku stared down at him in silent disbelief, lips parting slightly as if he couldn't quite process what he was seeing. Nezu blinked up at him, whiskers twitching innocently. Perhaps if he stayed perfectly still, Izuku would think he was just a plush toy. "Stay low," Izuku said softly after a second, his voice barely a whisper. "And quiet." Nezu flattened himself against the fabric accordingly. The bag rustled again as Izuku reached inside, not for Nezu, thankfully, but for a crayon and a sheet of paper. He sat cross-legged on the floor, scribbling slowly, pretending to be just another quiet kid while the adults chattered and laughed. An hour passed. Maybe 2. The air in the room was thick with scents: sweet frosting, sweat, perfume, static from quirks lingering in the air. It made Nezu's nose twitch. The sounds were worse. Laughter that cracked like thunder, running feet, shouting children. Unfamiliar. Overwhelming. But still, after some time, Nezu found himself settling just slightly. He pressed against the side of the bag, letting the faint rustle of Izuku's movements reassure him. As long as the boy was near, he could endure it. Still, his muscles stayed coiled, ready to strike or run the instant someone other than Izuku reached for that zipper. Boom. The sound hit like a cannon. Nezu flinched hard, fur puffing up, heart racing. He crept closer to the edge of the bag and peeked out. The culprit was the rude blonde child, Katsuki. Mini explosions danced across his palms as he screamed at another kid about stealing. Nezu's eyes narrowed. Dangerous. Reckless. He was using his quirk on another child. His tail twitched in alarm. This boy was volatile, explosive, literally. Definitely not to be underestimated. Nezu's instincts screamed at him to run, to find an escape route. But he forced himself to stay hidden. If he was quiet, if he stayed small, he should be fine. He turned his gaze toward Izuku again. The boy didn't look nearly as scared as he should have been. His expression was steady, calm, almost resigned. But why wasn't he frightened? Nezu's mind raced. The boy was intelligent, too intelligent. He should know the threat that kind of power posed. He should be scared. Unless he'd seen this or something like this before? Nezu's claws flexed against the bag's lining. He didn't like that thought. He needed to get Izuku away from here. His small dark eyes darted around the room, scanning for exits. The front door locked. The vents too small for Izuku, likely too tight for himself. Windows too high to reach. He glanced back at the explosive child, now being scolded by his mother. The brief lull of safety did nothing to ease Nezu's tension. Even if he could escape, how could he communicate the danger without terrifying Izuku? He couldn't speak. He could, but not ever to Izuku. And besides, being seen as a harmless pet had its advantages. Better to be underestimated. Better to stay small. Better to wait. Nezu's eyes flicked across the room, evaluating. A banner hung crooked from the ceiling. "Happy 5th birthday, Katsuki." It had started to sag slightly, as if even the decorations were tired of pretending this was a happy celebration. Katsuki himself didn't look sorry at all. He stood off to the side, arms crossed and face scrunched into a scowl, glaring daggers at the boy he'd attacked. The glare wasn't childish either. No, that look promised something Nezu recognized far too well. Just wait till we're alone. Nezu frowned, tiny claws tapping the inside of the bag. That was far too violent for a 5-year-old. He wanted to believe that Inko Izuku's mother would never allow something like that to happen to her son, but he refused to indulge in such delusions. He'd seen too much already. From what he'd gathered, Inko was inconsistent at best. She'd cried when she found out Izuku was quirkless, but instead of comforting him, she'd left him to cry alone while she wept in her own room. She'd told Mitsuki, hopefully Katsuki will toughen Izuku up, as if that were some kind of blessing. And then there was her emotional instability, the broken plate, the late nights away from home, the way she left her toddler alone for hours on end. None of it inspired confidence. Nezu's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Izuku standing up. The boy slipped away quietly, leaving the bag behind. Panic prickled through Nezu's fur. Izuku was gone. He resisted the urge to crawl out and look for him, forcing himself to stay put. Minutes ticked by before Izuku returned, small and hurried, clutching a plate of food. He sat back down in the corner and glanced around the room before sliding his hand into the bag. A sandwich. Nezu's heart eased. He accepted the offering gratefully, nibbling in silence while Izuku resumed coloring, pretending like he'd never moved at all. The sandwich was good, too good, honestly. High-quality bread, creamy cheese, fresh turkey, not the cheap kind Inko usually brought home. Everything about it screamed luxury. Nezu took another bite, quietly impressed. The Bakugos clearly had money. The house alone was proof enough spacious, modern, with furniture that cost more than Inko probably made in a month. He was briefly, shamefully tempted to sneak out and steal the rest of the platter for one of his and Izuku's little tea parties. He shook the thought away. Focus, Nezu. Focus. Sandwich theft could wait. His sharp eyes returned to the scene in front of him. Katsuki was still glaring at the other child, a small spark snapping from his palm like punctuation. Meanwhile, Inko sat across the room giggling with Mitsuki about Katsuki's temper tantrum giggling. Nezu's jaw tightened. He didn't find it cute. Nezu had been watching the explosive one Katsuki for quite some time now. The boy had the energy of an unstable chemical reaction. Loud, unpredictable, and constantly threatening to go off. Every shout, every small pop from his palms made Nezu's fur twitch. The other children seemed used to it, though a few flinched when the sparks appeared, but Nezu wasn't. Every pop made him think of electricity, of burning metal, of the smell of sterilized wires. He hated it. Katsuki's little group of followers had started to wander off, ignoring him after he yelled at them one too many times. Nezu could tell the shift irritated him. The child's body language was easy to read. Stiff shoulders, tight fists, loud grumbles. And then, Katsuki's red eyes shifted toward Izuku. Nezu's ears flattened. The boy stomped over, small hands clenched at his sides, scowling as though Izuku had personally insulted his entire family line. Nezu tensed, digging his claws into the fabric of the bag, every instinct screaming danger. Stupid extras, Katsuki complained, plopping down in front of Izuku. They're all dumb. They don't even know how to play right. They're just stealers and dumb bad guys. Bad guys need to die. Nezu blinked slowly from inside the shadow of the bag. Stealers and bad guys? What strange classifications. Children really did build their own little moral universes. Still, it was alarming how harsh his words were for a 5-year-old. Izuku, for his part, just smiled nervously, the way someone does when they're trying not to make a storm worse. Oh, that's not very nice, Kaken. Maybe they didn't mean to? Katsuki frowned harder, crossing his arms. They did. They messed with my cake and they touched my stuff. I told him not to. He kicked at the floor. They're just dumb. I don't need 'em. Nezu's claws flexed again. This small creature, this child, radiated the same volatile arrogance Nezu had seen in countless adults before. It unsettled him more than it should have. Izuku nodded quietly, letting the boy vent, and Nezu noted with cautious admiration how patient the child was being. There wasn't even a hint of fear on his face, only that steady calm. But then Katsuki huffed, tilting his head at Izuku, eyes narrowing. "You're boring too," he declared. Nezu's claws slid out fully this time, the instinct almost automatic. He didn't care that the boy was only 5. He didn't care that he was Inko's friend's son. The insult, small as it was, made Nezu's fur bristle. Izuku smiled softly like he'd won an award he'd been trying so hard to get. "Yeah, I guess I am." The words were so soft, so accepting, that they made Nezu's chest tighten in a way he couldn't quite explain. The little explosion user turned away soon after, muttering about how he'd find someone else to play with, and stomped off. Nezu exhaled slowly, realizing he'd been ready to pounce. He relaxed his claws, forcing himself to breathe. Still, he couldn't shake the thought. If this is what Izuku's childhood looks like, perhaps it's no wonder the boy always moves so quietly. The smell hit first. It was to close sharp, acrid, biting. Nezu's fur bristled before he even processed the sound. The faint hiss-crack of sweat igniting. A spark. The pop. Instinct drowned out reason. In a flash, he was out of the bag, claws flashing white under the light as he lunged. For an instant, the world narrowed to the small blonde boy with sparks leaping from his palms, laughter spilling from his mouth as the other children shrieked. He wasn't aiming for Izuku not yet, but he was too close. Nezu's heartbeat roared in his ears. The smell of smoke. The sound of laughter. The gleam of glass instruments in his memory. He moved before he could think. Tiny teeth, ready to defend. A hand caught him mid-motion. Soft, gentle but firm. "I've got you, bud." Izuku's whisper was barely a breath, his other hand sweeping the bag open just enough to tuck Nezu inside again. Swiftly. Secretly. Nezu's small body trembled as he pressed himself against the notebook and crayons inside. He could feel Izuku's heartbeat through the bag wall fast, but steady. Outside, laughter filled the room. Mitsuki clapped her hands, praising her son's amazing little quirk. Nezu stayed frozen, barely daring to breathe. No one seemed to have noticed. The other children were too busy crowding around Katsuki, admiring his tiny sparks. The adults were too far away. Only Masaru sitting quietly at the table looked up for a moment. His eyes flicked toward Izuku, then to the faint movement of the yellow backpack at the boy's side. But his face stayed calm. No alarm, no question. He saw. But he didn't speak. Nezu let out a shaky breath, curling deeper into the fabric and paper. His heart hadn't stopped racing yet. His claws were still half unsheathed. He told himself it was fine now. Izuku was fine. The boy was fine. But his thoughts kept circling back to that smell. That spark. That laugh. Too loud. Too much like them. The ride home was quiet except for the low hum of the car and Inko's cheerful chatter. She kept talking about how wonderful the party had been, how polite Mitsuki was, how talented little Katsuki was with his quirk already. Nezu stayed still in the bag, resting on Izuku's lap, listening, his paws pressed tight against his chest. Every word scraped the inside of his skull. Talented. Wonderful. Explosive. Izuku made soft noises of agreement when his mother paused, his tone perfectly even. Nezu could feel his chest rise and fall beneath the bag, steady as ever. Pretending again, like always. By the time they reached the apartment, Nezu's claws had stopped shaking. Inko called something about making dinner, her voice fading toward the kitchen. The smell of home rice, dust, and something faintly sweet began to fill the air. Izuku carried the bag to his room, closed the door, and set it on the bed. The zipper slid open. Cool air rushed in, and Nezu peeked out cautiously, ready to hide again if Izuku looked angry. But Izuku only sighed. For a heartbeat, Nezu's stomach twisted. Nezu cautiously got out of the bag. Then came a small laugh. The kind that made his tail twitch before he could stop it. "Ah, you're so brave, bud." Izuku reached and scratched gently behind Nezu's ears, right at that spot that made his whole spine relax. "Thanks for trying to protect me, but maybe next time don't attempt to maul anyone?" Izuku said, his tone half serious, half teasing. Plus, that was pretty dangerous. What if someone saw you? I'm pretty sure Masaru saw us, but he minds his own business, so you're lucky, bud. Real lucky. Nezu kneaded the blanket with his paws, ears flattening slightly in sheepish contentment. He could live with that being lucky. Izuku smiled again, that tired but impossibly kind expression that made Nezu forget, for a moment, all the cages and glass walls that had come before. How about video night tomorrow? Izuku said softly. Mom shouldn't be home. I don't know if MatPat's uploaded any new theory videos. If not, we could always watch those short animated horror stories. And I'll get tea for us and make those cucumber sandwich things to go with it. Nezu blinked up at him, whiskers twitching. The thought of tea, quiet lights, and Izuku's steady voice rambling beside him, it felt absurdly comforting. So instead of responding not that he would. He wasn't foolish. Nezu simply turned in a slow circle and curled up against Izuku's thigh, pretending to sleep. It was safer that way. But he stayed awake for a long time, listening to the boy hum softly to himself as he tidied up the crayons and papers. The sound threaded through Nezu's chest, light and calm and terribly human. For the first time in a long while, Nezu didn't dream of the lab, just a familiar comforting voice that belonged to a certain green-haired boy. The room was dim except for the glow of the tablet propped on Izuku's blanket fort. A cup of tea steamed beside a plate of neatly cut cucumber sandwiches, their faint scent of chamomile and butter filling the air. Nezu sat on the pillow near Izuku's knee, paws tucked close. The video began shaky footage, static hissing softly through the speakers. Branches snapped. A distant laugh echoed uneven, wrong. Nezu's ears twitched. That kind of laughter always came before pain. Izuku watched quietly, his small face illuminated by the light of the screen. He didn't flinch when the distorted face appeared in the dark, though his fingers tightened on the blanket's edge. Nezu blinked. The child's heartbeat didn't jump the way he expected. Not enough fear for someone this small. Not enough confusion. He didn't know whether to be impressed or unsettled. The video continued. The voice of the man holding the camera whispered, "I think something's following me." Nezu listened, whiskers flicking. They're scared of being watched, he thought. I lived years under cameras that recorded every time I twitched. Humans made stories about invisible eyes in the dark, but he'd been observed in bright, sterile rooms. There was no mystery to his watchers, only masks and clipboards. They choose to fear what they don't understand, Nezu realized. I feared what I did. The footage ended with a jarring flash and a scream. Static cut to black. Izuku blinked slowly, expression unreadable. He didn't say a word, just reached for another sandwich and took a small bite, his gaze still fixed on the dark screen. Nezu climbed onto his knee, watching him from below. The boy's face was calm, too calm, his shoulders relaxed, his breathing steady. No trembling, no nervous giggle like most children after fear. When the next video started, a simple cartoon about a woman seeing a man in her window each night, Nezu felt his fur lift slightly. The shadowed face in the glass made the boy's eyes narrow, not widen. He wasn't frightened, he was thinking. The cartoon woman screamed. Izuku didn't move. Nezu's claws flexed against the fabric. Humans feared being watched from the dark, but he feared the ones who smiled under the lights. They imagined monsters outside their homes. The ones who lived inside the labs, the ones who called it science. Izuku finally glanced down at him and smiled faintly, brushing his fingers over Nezu's head in a silent, steady motion. Nezu's heartbeat slowed, though his body stayed tense. To humans, fear was a game. To Nezu, it had been survival. And yet, here in the quiet glow of a blanket fort, he allowed himself to sit still beside one, and for once, the word, human, felt too cruel for what Izuku was. The lights were off, the curtains drawn. The glow from the tablet painted his blanket fort in soft blue and gray, flickering with each shadow that crossed the screen. The sound of crickets mixed with static from the video, creating a kind of hum that Izuku found oddly nostalgic. He'd seen this one before. Not just once, but in other lives, in other timelines. Always the same shaky camera, always the same fake breathing and bad acting. Izuku's fingers curled around the blanket's edge. I've watched this in so many timelines, he thought, A tiny sigh caught in his chest. I can even see the strings holding up the fake trees. He knew every beat of the story, where the shadow would move, when the scream would come, how the cameraman would stumble right before the end. People called it horror, but to Izuku, it was choreography. A dance of fear he'd memorized too well. Next to him, Nezu sat perfectly still, ears twitching toward the faintest noises. Izuku could tell he wasn't just watching, he was remembering. His sharp little eyes tracked the screen with a wariness that made Izuku's chest ache. The video ended in static. Izuku didn't flinch. He reached for his sandwich instead, taking a small bite, half out of habit. He didn't need to look to know Nezu's gaze was still fixed on the dark screen, that tense, distant stare that made him seem older than the world around them. A new video began, an animated one this time, about a woman who kept seeing someone outside her window. Izuku tilted his head, chewing slowly. The shadow in the window always turns out to be inside the house. Predictable. He wasn't scared. He couldn't remember the last time he truly was. You can only die so many times before even monsters start feeling repetitive. Nezu's fur rippled beside him. Izuku noticed it out of the corner of his eye. The little creature's claws flexed against the blanket, but his body stayed close, trembling just slightly. Izuku knew that look. That instinct to hide, to attack, to survive. He'd seen it before, on countless faces. So he reached over, small hand brushing soft fur, and gave a gentle pat. "It's just a video, bud," he murmured, his voice soft. Nezu's breathing evened out. The tension eased. On screen, the woman screamed. Izuku blinked slowly, not reacting. He'd seen worse. He'd been worse. Inko's eyes felt heavy as she walked through the hallway. It was dark outside, yet so bright in the hospital. She had been called in for an emergency, which had really just been someone who got eczema for the first time and thought they were dying. Inko yawned as she sorted through patient files, checking that the charts were in order before moving on to the next room. She checked the IVs, adjusted a few blankets, and quietly picked up a water cup that had been knocked over near a patient's bed. She smiled softly when she heard gentle snoring. At least someone was getting rest tonight. She rubbed her tired eyes and sighed. The clock on the wall blinked. 11:47 p.m. Almost midnight. She wondered if Izuku had gotten to bed okay. Her poor baby was alone in the house at night. She didn't even get to tuck him in. She hoped he'd remembered to brush his teeth, to lock the door, to turn off the stove. No, she was overreacting again. Her little Izuku was so strong, so good about these things. And this wasn't the first time she'd left him alone for a night shift. It had become a habit, one she didn't like but couldn't avoid. The thought nagged at her. What if he woke up from a nightmare and called out for me? What if he padded to her room in his little pajamas, clutching that worn green blanket, only to find her bed empty again? The image made her chest ache. She couldn't afford a babysitter, not with how expensive they were these days, and truthfully, she didn't trust strangers with her son. Too many stories, too many worries. And even if she could afford it, it hurt to admit, but she didn't want Izuku to start seeing someone else as mom. She couldn't bear the thought of hearing that word meant for someone else. Her break finally came, and she joined a few co-workers in the dimly lit break room. The old vending machine buzzed loudly in the corner, and the coffee pot smelled burnt. They talked for a bit, voices tired but familiar. Complaints floated through the air like routine: long hours, low pay, ungrateful patients, cafeteria food that tasted like cardboard. Someone joked that they should all quit and start a bakery together. Another said she'd walk out tomorrow if she didn't need the paycheck. Inko laughed weakly along with them, though she knew better. None of them would quit. They needed this job. Every one of them. Just like her. The bills didn't stop, the rent didn't wait, and children needed to eat. When her laughter faded, she stirred her coffee absently, staring into the dark liquid as her reflection wavered. If I could just make a little more money, she thought. Just enough so Izuku wouldn't have to be alone so much. She glanced toward the clock again. 12:15 a.m. Only a few more hours before her shift ended. Then she could go home, quietly open the door, and check on her sleeping boy. She could kiss his forehead, whisper that she's sorry for being late again, and pretend for a moment that everything was okay. She'd tell herself he was safe because he had to be. because believing otherwise would break her. By the time Inko finally clocked out, the world outside the hospital was silent and still. The streets glimmered faintly with dew, and the air had that chill that crept in just before dawn. Her feet ached with every step, her body begging her to stop and rest, but she kept walking, one bus ride, then 2 blocks more. She unlocked the apartment door as quietly as she could, the old hinges creaking softly in protest. The clock on the wall blinked 2:07 a.m. So late again. She slipped off her shoes and padded through the small apartment, careful not to make any noise. The lights were off, that was a good sign. Maybe Izuku had gone to bed on time. Maybe he hadn't stayed up watching cartoons again. When she reached his room, she hesitated for a second, hand resting on the doorknob. Then she slowly opened it. The door let out a faint squeak as it moved, but the soft sound of breathing greeted her from the darkness. A wave of relief washed over her. He was sleeping. Inko smiled as she stepped inside, her heart softening at the sight. Her little boy was curled up under his blanket, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. The faint moonlight from the window painted silver over his curls. He was clutching a white plushie. She tilted her head, squinting. Had she bought that for him? She couldn't quite remember. Then again, she couldn't remember a lot of things lately, not with how little she slept these days. It didn't matter. What mattered was that he was safe. Leaning down, she brushed his hair away from his face and pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead. "Good night, my sweet boy," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Izuku stirred a little, mumbling something incoherent before settling again. Inko's chest ached with affection. He's so small, she thought. Too small to be so brave. She lingered for a few seconds longer, just watching him breathe, before finally straightening up. She pulled the blanket a little higher over his shoulder, then quietly stepped out of the room, closing the door behind her until it clicked softly shut. Her own room was dark and cold. She didn't bother changing out of her uniform. She just collapsed onto the bed, the exhaustion hitting her all at once. Her body felt heavy, her thoughts too fuzzy to hold. Just before sleep took her, she thought of Izuku again. His tiny hand clutching that strange plush, his soft breathing. A small smile tugged at her lips, and finally drifted off to sleep. Morning came quietly. Izuku woke before the sun fully decided to be up, the apartment still wrapped in that thin, delicate hush that only existed before his mom's alarm. He lay still for a moment, listening. Inko's breathing down the hall was slow and even. No footsteps. No clatter of dishes. He slipped out of bed, careful not to jostle the blankets too much, and glanced toward where Nezu slept. A small white shape, curled and still, eyes closed but ears faintly angled, not asleep, Izuku knew. Just resting. Izuku smiled. He padded into the kitchen on socked feet, moving with the practiced quiet of someone who had done this many times before. He dragged a stool over to the counter, wincing softly when it scraped just a little too loud, then froze. Nothing happened. He exhaled. Apples first. He cut them carefully, uneven chunks, but small enough. Then cheese, torn into manageable pieces. He arranged them neatly on a small plate like it mattered. Like presentation counted. He carried the plate back to his room, nudged the door open with his foot, and slipped inside. Nezu's eyes were open now, black and sharp, tracking Izuku immediately. Izuku set the plate down in its usual spot and grinned. "Room service," he whispered, stifling a giggle as he teased, "for the king of the world." Nezu didn't rush it. He never did. He leaned forward to sniff first, careful, thorough, then glanced up at Izuku briefly. Only then did he take a piece of apple, holding it delicately between his paws. Izuku watched for a second, pleased, then remembered the other part. "Oh righty." He returned to the kitchen and retrieved the small saucer, frowning slightly at the film left behind from last night. Not great. He climbed back onto the stool, washed it out slowly, and filled it again with warm chamomile. Just a little honey, not much. He paused, thinking, then nodded to himself. "I'll clean it again later." Honey was nice, but it wasn't something you left sitting around. He wasn't about to be careless. When he set the saucer down beside the plate, Nezu froze. Not alarmed, reminded. The scent hit first. Chamomile, the warmth curled gently into the air, different from the sharpness of yesterday's unfamiliar smells. Nezu's shoulders eased, just a fraction. He didn't drink right away. Instead, he stepped closer to Izuku's knee, brushing past it once light, quick before returning to the food. A subtle thing. Easy to miss. Izuku didn't comment. He just smiled, small and fond, and sat down on the floor nearby. Nezu ate slowly, methodically. He alternated between apple and cheese, pausing now and then to scent-check the room. When he finally leaned down to drink the tea, it was careful at first, a test sip. Then another. Izuku rested his chin in his hands, watching. Good, he whispered. Nezu's ears flicked. He continued drinking. That was answer enough. The apartment remained quiet. The sun climbed a little higher. And for a few stolen minutes before the world woke up, everything felt right. Nezu woke before the boy moved. This was not unusual anymore. The apartment was in its early, tolerable state, quiet but not empty. The hum of the refrigerator was steady. The distant city noise filtered through the walls at a predictable rhythm. Inko's scent lingered down the hall, unmoving. Acceptable. Nezu did not rise immediately. He listened first. Listened for disruption. For footsteps that were not Izuku's. For unfamiliar pressure in the air. There was none. Then Izuku stirred. Small movements. Careful ones. The boy did not jolt awake or fumble blindly. He slipped from the bed with deliberate slowness, as if the morning itself might be startled if he moved too fast. Nezu watched through half-lidded eyes. The boy left the room. Nezu adjusted his position slightly, not to follow, not to pursue, but to maintain a clear view of the doorway. He remained still until Izuku returned, carrying the plate. Apples. Cheese. Cut unevenly, but thoughtfully. Nezu's nose twitched. The placement was precise. The plate was set where it always was. Izuku's expression was soft, pleased in that quiet way that did not demand a response. Room service, the boy whispered, stifling a giggle as he teased, for the king of the world. Nezu rose and approached, but not before checking the air again. No unfamiliar trace clung to the food. No residue from yesterday's intrusion. The boy had washed. Thoroughly. He sniffed the apple first, then the cheese, then briefly Izuku himself. The scent was clean. Consistent. The sharpness from before was gone. Nezu ate. Slowly. Methodically. He paused between bites, listening, cataloging the apartment's stillness. The system held. As he ate, his attention drifted unwillingly to the other scent embedded in the furniture. Inko. It was everywhere. Soft, emotional, inconsistent. I'm not fond of her scent, Nezu thought distantly. Perhaps later I should remove it from the furniture. He paused mid-bite. Inefficient. She would simply sit there again and undo the work. He discarded the thought and returned to eating. Izuku left again briefly and returned with the saucer. Nezu noticed immediately not just the tea, but the care taken with it. Refilled. Honey added sparingly. The boy understood moderation. Nezu stepped closer as Izuku set it down. He brushed past the boy's knee light, quick, then returned to the plate. It was not accidental. Just to be sure, Nezu reasoned. If my scent is present enough, it will be harder for anything else to linger. That was all. Maintenance. He drank the tea carefully, pausing after the first sip to assess. Chamomile. The honey was subtle, not enough to overwhelm, not enough to linger too long. Nezu approved. Izuku sat nearby, watching quietly, chin in his hands. He did not crowd. Did not reach. Did not disrupt. Nezu adjusted his position as the boy leaned forward slightly, placing himself just enough in the way that Izuku did not drift closer to the hallway. The boy didn't notice. The morning light crept higher. The apartment remained stable. The routine held. Nezu finished eating and remained where he was, alert but calm. This environment was safe. The variables were controlled. The boy was attentive, deliberately so. Nezu settled, curling his tail closer to his body. The room they called his was silent. It wasn't a bedroom so much as a holding space commission issued, clean to the point of sterility. A narrow bed with stiff sheets. A small table bolted to the floor. No posters. No clutter. Nothing that suggested a 10-year-old lived here, only that someone was meant to rest between uses. Kigo sat on the edge of the bed, boots kicked off neatly beneath it, wings folded tight against his back out of habit. His shoulders ached in that deep, bone-set way that told him he'd pushed too far again today. He hadn't complained. He never did. There was a knock. Not a polite one. A measured one. 2 taps. Always the same. "Enter," he said, voice already light, already pleasant. The door opened, and one of the commission's staff stepped inside. Not a handler he trained with someone higher up. Professional. Carrying a small box. "You did well," they said, like reading a report. "You corrected your last lapse." Kigo straightened immediately. "Yes, sir." The box was set on the table between them. "For your cooperation." His stomach twisted before his brain caught up. The lid was lifted. Inside was the Endeavor figure. The exact one he'd asked for. The one they'd ignored when they'd taken him to the park instead. Red and orange paint sharp and clean, flames frozen mid-motion, heroic and imposing and perfect. For a split second his chest felt hollow. He hadn't wanted this anymore. He wanted the park. The tree. The 4-year-old with too much attitude and no fear of wings or rankings or what the commission wanted him to be. But he didn't hesitate. He smiled. It was automatic, easy and practiced. The smile that said grateful, the one that made adults nod like they'd done something right. "Thank you," Kigo said, and meant it the way they wanted him to mean it. He took the figure in one hand, careful, reverent. The staff member watched him closely, like this was part of the test too. "You've earned it," they said. "Training resumes tomorrow." They turned to leave. "Goodbye," Kigo added, still smiling. The door closed behind them with a soft click. The lock slid into place. The smile dropped. Kigo stood there for a moment, staring at the door, half expecting to be called back, corrected, punished for something he hadn't realized he'd done wrong. Nothing happened. Slowly, he sat back down on the bed, the figure still in his hand. He turned it over once, then set it on the table instead of the shelf they'd cleared for rewards. He stared at it. He'd worked so hard for this. Weeks of obedience. Hours of training stacked on hours of training. No mistakes. No complaints. No weakness. And all he could think about was a tree. If I tell them I want to go back, he thought, they'll make me earn it again. Worse if he said why, if he said who. They might decide the park was a risk. They might decide the green-haired kid was a distraction. Kigo swallowed and lay back on the bed, wings shifting restlessly before settling. The room felt smaller than it had before. "Not worth it," he muttered to the ceiling, voice barely louder than a breath. He turned his head away from the table, away from the figure, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he'd be perfect again. And someday soon somehow he'd find his way back to that tree. Not because they told him to. Because he wanted to. Kigo lay flat on his back, staring at the ceiling. The room was clean. Too clean. White walls, regulated lighting, the faint hum of ventilation he'd learned to tune out. His wings ached where they were folded tight against his sides, muscles sore from drills that never seemed to end. That part was normal. The tiredness in his head was worse. He'd done everything right today. Every answer clean. Every smile measured. Every movement sharp enough that no one could justify adding more hours. He'd held it together because he had to, because the thought of getting back to the park, of winning another round of words with that 4-year-old in the tree, had been enough to keep him upright. Now he just felt empty. Tomorrow would be the same. Eat what the nutritionist decided. Train until his limbs shook. Smile until his face hurt. Repeat. 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 There was no skipping a day. No breaking routine. No leaving. And still this was better than before. He knew what it felt like to be hungry. To count meals. To wonder if there would be food tomorrow, or if it would all disappear again. He knew what it was like to live with a criminal, to keep quiet, to never draw attention. He'd never followed his father into that life. Never wanted to. He'd refused every step of the way. A small, bitter smile crossed his face when he remembered how it ended Endeavor, of all people, catching his father. The best and strongest hero. It almost felt unreal. The smile faded just as quickly. After that came the running. His mother, terrified of punishment for harboring a fugitive, dragging him from place to place. The stress broke her down into something sharp and cruel. She'd looked at him like he was the reason everything had gone wrong. Why were you even born? The memory still sat heavy in his chest. Then came the crash. The fire. The moment where he'd acted without thinking and saved people who couldn't save themselves. That was what caught the Commission's attention. They offered his mother's safety along with luxury she'd never even imagined possible for her. She didn't hesitate. Kigo lost his last name that day. Lost what little family he had left. Traded one kind of cage for another. He stared at the ceiling until his eyes burned. This was his life now. And no matter how tired he was, no matter how much he wanted something as small and stupid as an argument in a park, he would endure it. Because surviving was something he was already very good at. Inko woke with a quiet groan, the light filtering through the curtains telling her she'd slept far longer than she meant to. Late afternoon already. Her body still felt heavy, limbs slow as she pushed herself upright. Izuku must have already gotten himself something to eat, she thought hazily. He was good about that, too good, sometimes. She glanced toward his room but decided not to check. If he was taking another nap, she didn't want to wake him. He deserved his rest. She changed quickly and slipped out of the apartment, locking the door behind her before heading to the store. The walk was familiar, almost automatic. Inside, she picked up a few basic items, nothing special, just what they needed. She waited quietly in line, gaze unfocused, when a familiar voice spoke beside her. Inko dear. She turned to see one of her downstairs neighbors, the elderly woman with kind eyes and a knowing smile. Cheryl, she thought her name was. The old lady gently pressed a flyer into her hands. Inko smiled politely. Thank you. Any time, Cheryl said warmly. Inko nodded, her smile a little strained. Indeed, anytime. Cheryl always seemed to have one ready. Did she keep them in her bag just for moments like this? Then Cheryl added, her tone gentle, my son was quirkless too. I send these flyers out to everyone with a quirkless child. Inko didn't glance down at it. She didn't need to. She'd read it enough times to know what it said. That's very thoughtful of you, Inko replied evenly. I'll be certain to use it for Izuku if I decide he needs it when he's older. Cheryl's face brightened at that, clearly pleased. Soon enough, Inko paid for her groceries and gathered her things, keeping the flyer close as she left the store. When she returned home, she was greeted by Izuku's small voice from his room, probably coloring. Mom. Her heart warmed instantly. Hi, sweetheart, she called back, smiling despite herself. She was sure she'd call the number someday, when he was older, if she decided he needed it. For now, she went to her room and carefully placed the flyer into her drawer, slipping it in with the rest, the ones Cheryl had given her over the months, before closing it gently shut. Nezu woke before the sound finished happening. The shift in fabric of the blankets came first. A careful breath being held. The boy moved like someone who had practiced not being noticed. Nezu lifted his head from the folded blanket just in time to see Izuku sliding his shoes on by the door. Nezu was already moving when the door opened. Izuku slipped out with practiced ease, pulling the door closed behind him in the same smooth motion. The latch clicked. Nezu hit the door an instant too late. He stopped himself before scratching. Before making noise. Before doing anything that would turn this from absence into alarm. The hallway scent rushed in under the doorframe, old carpet, stale detergent, other humans layered thick and careless. Izuku's trail was there, bright and fresh, already thinning as it stretched away. Nezu pressed his nose to the seam. Gone. Not abandoned. Just unreachable. Nezu remained there for a long moment after the footsteps faded, body coiled, ears angled, cataloging everything. Izuku padded down the hallway and knocked on the familiar door. It opened with a tired creak. Aizawa looked down at him, eyes half-lidded, hair loose, capture weapon discarded somewhere out of sight. It's you, he said. Kid. Izuku grinned like that was the correct password. Hi, Mom. He didn't wait for permission. He never did. Izuku slipped past him, shoes abandoned by the door, feet already memorizing the path. Aizawa sighed, not annoyed, not surprised, and closed the door behind them. Izuku climbed onto the bed like it belonged to him. Like it always had. I had another nightmare, he said, casual, like it was rehearsed. So I'm here. You should really get me some storybooks, Mom. Aizawa paused. Then, without comment, he reached into the drawer beside the bed. He pulled out a small stack of picture books, the kind meant to be read slowly, the pages thick and soft at the corners. He set them beside Izuku. Then, after a beat, he added something else. A teddy bear. Izuku froze. His hands hovered for a second before touching it, like it might vanish if he moved too fast. He looked up, eyes wide, genuinely unprepared for this outcome. You got these? He asked quietly. Aizawa shrugged, the corner of his mouth tilting just enough to count as a smile. Figured nightmares don't fix themselves. Izuku hugged the bear before he could stop himself. Aizawa sat down on the edge of the bed and opened one of the books. The illustration showed a sheep standing at the edge of a field, a hyena watching from the tall grass. He read slowly. Izuku leaned closer without realizing it. By the time the sheep decided not to run, Izuku's head had tipped against Aizawa's leg. By the time the hyena chose not to bite, his breathing had evened out. Izuku fell asleep halfway through the story. Aizawa didn't stop reading right away. When he finally did, he adjusted his grip so the boy wouldn't slip, careful not to wake him. Izuku shifted once, instinctively, and settled deeper into his lap, teddy bear trapped between them. Aizawa looked down at the sleeping child. He didn't ask questions. He didn't move him. Outside, in another apartment, behind a closed door, Nezu waited, memorizing the shape of a problem he could not yet reach. The door shut. Not slammed. Careful and controlled. The kind of closing that meant the boy had thought about the sound. Nezu stood frozen in front of it, nose hovering near the crack at the bottom where the scent still lingered. Izuku's scent was there, warm and familiar, but it becoming faint as the boy moved away. Nezu's body wanted to follow. He lifted one paw. Footsteps. Adult, heavier and slower. Coming down the hallway. Nezu bolted. He barely made it back into Izuku's room before the shadow crossed the doorway. He slipped behind the edge of the door and peered out through the narrow gap as Inko appeared, hair loose, eyes bleary. She paused by the front door, frowned faintly, and tested the handle. It was unlocked, obviously, so she sighs and locks it, muttering something under her breath. She didn't linger. She turned and walked toward Izuku's room. Nezu's fur stood on end. She was going to notice. Izuku's bed was empty. Humans panicked over empty beds. She would panic. Call the police. When Izuku returned, he would be punished harshly. Nezu did not object to that. Safety mattered. What Nezu objected to was the aftermath. Fear made humans cling. His mother would watch more closely, restrict more tightly. And Izuku would slip further out of reach. That, Nezu could not allow. Nezu didn't like the direction that path went. He scrambled for the box on instinct, then froze. The box was wrong. Too low. Too obvious. The door creaked. Nezu didn't think. He ran. Straight for the bed. He dove under the blanket, wriggling into the dip Izuku usually left behind, stretching himself long and flat, tucking his tail close, pressing his head into the pillow. He was smaller than Izuku, just enough that the shape was wrong, but in the dark, under covers, with a still body? Maybe. The door opened fully. Inko stopped in the doorway. Nezu held his breath. She leaned her hip against the frame and chuckled softly. "Oh, Izuku baby," she said. "Don't pretend to be asleep. I saw you down by your little box fort earlier. It's okay, you're not in trouble. Just get to bed, okay? Good night." Nezu did not move. Seconds stretched. Then closer. Her voice sharpened just a little. "Izuku? I know you're not sleeping. Do I need to come over there and tickle you awake?" Claws flexed against the sheets. She was going to touch him. Without thinking, without planning, Nezu spoke. "Good night." The word felt wrong in his mouth. Too soft. Too thin. Inko reacted immediately. "Oh." She pushed off the doorframe. "Izuku, sweetheart, you don't sound very good. Is your throat hurting? Let me check your temperature." She was moving toward the bed. Nezu's heart slammed so hard he could feel it in his ears. "No," he said quickly, forcing the sound higher, smaller. "That won't be necessary. I'm perfectly fine. I ate spicy ramen for dinner, and I suppose that irritated my throat. But I drank milk. I'll be fine in the morning." Silence. Then surprise, unguarded. "Wow, Izuku," Inko said. "I've never heard you talk so fluently before. I should get you some big boy books." She laughed, then hesitated. "But I don't remember buying spicy ramen." Nezu cursed himself. "I bought it," he said, slower now. "Last month. When you let me go to the store by myself. I'm really tired, so, good night." Another pause. Then a chuckle. "Ah, sneaky boy. But I'll get off your back. Good night." Her footsteps retreated. The door closed. Nezu did not move until he heard the faint click of her bedroom door. The sound of her weight hitting the mattress. The quiet hum of sleep reclaiming the apartment. Only then did Nezu exhale. He slipped out from under the covers and sat on the bed, heart still racing. That had worked. Somehow. How had he been so careless? Full sentences. Explanations. Excuses layered on excuses. Izuku was 4. 4-year-olds didn't talk like that. But Izuku talked like that to him. Nezu stilled. He hadn't noticed before. Not consciously. The boys spoke differently when they were alone, careful, thoughtful, precise. With his mother, the words shrank. Rounded. Simplified. Nezu filed that away. The front door was locked. Nezu padded down the hallway, rose onto his hind legs, and worked the latch with practiced ease. He turned it just enough. Not open. Just unlocked. For Izuku. Then he returned to the bedroom and climbed back onto the bed, curling where Izuku usually slept. The pillow held the boy's scent strongly here. It anchored him. Izuku would come back. Nezu was certain of that. And when he did, he would bring that other scent with him. Nezu would have to scrub it from the blankets. From the clothes. From Izuku himself, if necessary. This time, the feeling in his chest wasn't fear. It was anger. Izuku had left the safety of his room. Had walked into the dark to be with a stranger whose scent Nezu did not know, did not trust. He had closed the door without looking back, without knowing Nezu was there. Not malicious. Just careless. He was still a toddler, Nezu reminded himself. A very smart one, but small, fragile, and far too willing to step into danger. Nezu lay awake until morning, eyes open, ears tuned for footsteps. By the time dawn came, his body was rigid with resolve. Whoever that scent belonged to, they would not touch Izuku without Nezu knowing. Izuku woke to quiet. Not the familiar hum of his apartment, not the faint sounds of his mother moving around the kitchen, but the stillness of Aizawa's place, heavy, dim, and wrapped in the low rhythm of steady breathing. Aizawa was asleep on the couch, scarf half-draped, hair spilling over his face. Izuku yawned, rubbed his eyes, and carefully slid off the mattress. He padded to the fridge, opened it just enough to grab an apple, then closed it again with practiced care. No noise. No fuss. He slipped out. The walk back was quick. Familiar. He unlocked the apartment door, eased inside, and froze listening. Nothing. Inko's door was shut. Izuku moved fast after that. He had an apple, he got cheese and a plate. He carried it to his room and shut the door behind him. "Hey, bud," he whispered cheerfully, setting the plate down near the bed. "Breakfast." No movement. Izuku blinked. He glanced at the bed first. Empty. K-box. Then he crouched, slid the plate closer. "Bud." Nothing peeked out. Izuku hesitated. Maybe Nezu was napping. Or needed space. That happened sometimes. "Well," Izuku murmured, trying to sound casual, "I'll get my breakfast too." He left the room and dragged the stool to the counter, climbing up to reach the cabinet. "Good morning, Izuku." Izuku smiled instinctively. "Morning, Mom." Inko leaned against the doorway, watching him with a light, amused expression. "I see my sneaky boy is feeling better." Izuku froze. "Sneaky?" She tilted her head, still smiling. "Don't play dumb, Izu. Remember what you were hiding from me." The world tilted. What? His voice came out small. Inko chuckled. It's okay, baby. It's gone now. You learned your lesson, and I know you won't do it again. Something cold settled in Izuku's chest. He stepped off the stool slowly. I'm gonna take a nap. Inko waved him off gently. Alright, get some rest. Izuku shut his bedroom door and locked it. The silence inside felt wrong. He dropped to his knees and checked the box. Empty. His breath hitched. Under the bed, nothing. The hamper. The corners. The shadows. Nothing. Izuku sank to the floor, hands clenched in his shirt. His vision blurred. Bud, he whispered, voice breaking. The sound barely left him before. Thump. Nezu appeared. Izuku essayed in a sharp breath. Why you're still? Nezu didn't look at him. He hopped onto the bed, turned his back and very pointedly ignored him. Izuku stared, stunned relief crashing into him so hard it made his chest ache. Inko hadn't seen him. Then what had she? Thump. Nezu's tail struck the mattress. Izuku looked up. Nezu glanced at him, then away, nose tipped up with a quiet, irritated huff. Izuku exhaled slowly. Smiled, small and careful. Hey, but I'm guessing you're mad at me? Thump. Because I left? Another thump. Slower this time. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I figured. I don't know what else I did though. Nezu's ears flattened. He turned, lifted a paw, and pressed it deliberately over his nose. Izuku blinked. Ah! Nezu thumped his tail again. Izuku sniffed himself, cheeks warming. He smelled normal. And something else. Oh! Nezu's ear flicked. You don't like a stranger's scent on me, Izuku said quietly. Thump. Oh, Izuku breathed. That's why you hissed last time. Nezu shot him a look that needed no translation. Izuku laughed softly, embarrassed. That makes sense. He stood. I'll take a bath right now. Pajamas straight into the wash. I promise, but I didn't know it was stressing you out. Nezu had already turned away, slipping back into his box. Izuku didn't push it. He stripped, dumped his clothes into the washer, and barely made it to the bathroom before Inko swooped in, fussing, crying, and insisting on washing him herself. Izuku escaped back to his room after the bath. Nezu peeked out of the box. Izuku knelt. I'm really sorry, bud. I never would have done it on purpose. Nezu hesitated. Then he padded forward, brushed once against Izuku's leg light, quick, and jumped onto the bed. Izuku smiled, slow and relieved, and sat beside him. Nezu's ears were pinned flat, pressure tight against his skull. Anger was an unfamiliar shape in his chest. Not panic. Not fear. Anger controlled, deliberate, burning beneath calculation. Izuku had left. Left the apartment. Left safety. Left without warning, without preparation. Worse, he knew from last time how this would go. Izuku had returned carrying the residue of someone else's space, someone else's territory. A stranger's scent clung to him, soaked into fabric, skin, memory. Nezu had spent an entire day erasing that kind of contamination once before, replacing it with familiarity, with himself. Every careful effort had been undone in a single night. And then there was Inko. Nezu's jaw tightened. His first words in this home spoken aloud, spoken wrong had been for her. The memory still scraped raw. He disliked her scent. Disliked her unpredictability. Disliked how easily she disrupted the careful equilibrium Izuku worked so hard to maintain. So Nezu waited. He sat high atop the bookshelf, body coiled along the edge, tail tucked tight. From here, he could see everything without being seen. He would not hiss at Izuku again. That achieved nothing. Noise was crude. Fear was imprecise. Absence, however, was instructive. If Nezu vanished just briefly, the boy would notice. He would search. He would feel the absence and associate it with the night he had chosen to leave safety behind. Nezu did not intend cruelty. He intended learning. Once Izuku bathed, once the scent was gone, Nezu would return. Then he would finish his work clothes, bedding, anything the stranger had touched. If the lesson held, this would be the last time such correction was necessary. The front door opened. Nezu's attention sharpened. Izuku moved through the apartment, soft-footed, careful. He passed the box without pausing, set a plate down by the bed. Hey but, breakfast. Nezu stayed still. It took Izuku longer than expected. He crouched, slid the plate closer, looked to the bed. Still nothing. Nezu felt an unexpected flicker of disappointment. The boy respected boundaries too well. He would not intrude even now. Izuku murmured something about getting his own breakfast and left the room. Nezu's ears twitched as Inko's voice carried from the kitchen. His muscles tensed reflexively, the memory of the night before surfacing uninvited. He listened for raised voices, for distress. Instead, Izuku returned quietly. He locked the door. Nezu's breath caught. The boy looked wrong. Tight around the eyes. That woman had said something. Nezu's claws flexed against the wood beneath him. Izuku searched the room. The corners. Shadows. Nezu watched his movements grow faster, less controlled. Watched him sink to the floor, fingers twisting in his shirt. Tears welled, unchecked. That was enough. The lesson was not worth this. Nezu leapt down. The sound drew Izuku's gaze instantly. Why you're still? Nezu avoided his eyes. The scent was still there, sharp and intrusive. He refused to acknowledge it directly. Instead, he jumped onto the bed, turned his back, and made his displeasure unmistakable. Izuku hesitated, confused. He did not understand yet. Nezu struck his tail against the mattress, then again harder. When Izuku looked, Nezu lifted his snout and huffed, a clear dismissal. Hey but, I'm guessing you're mad at me? Correct. A tail thump answered him. Because I left? Yes, but not enough. Nezu thumped again, slower. He waited. I don't know what else I did though. Nezu turned. Lifted a paw. Pressed it firmly over his nose. Izuku blinked. Nezu struck his tail again insistently. Izuku sniffed himself. Understanding dawned. Nezu's ears flicked once. You don't like a stranger's scent on me. Finally. Izuku spoke again, softer now. That's why you hissed last time. Nezu gave him a look that required no explanation. The boy stood immediately. Promised a bath. Promised clean clothes. Promised correction. Nezu withdrew to the box, tension easing but not gone. He waited. When Izuku returned, the scent was gone. I'm really sorry, bud. I never would have done it on purpose. Nezu hesitated only a moment before stepping forward. He brushed past Izuku's leg once, light and precise, then leapt onto the bed. Forgiveness was not the word for it. Correction had been accepted. Order restored. Nezu settled, eyes half-lidded, already recalibrating. Perhaps tonight would be quieter. Perhaps there would be video night tonight. Kigo decided it was worth it. The thought came quietly, firmly, settling in his chest like a fact rather than a wish. One argument. One more chance to see if that kid would be in the tree again. One chance to win. He could handle the consequences later. The lights in his room dimmed automatically at curfew, the soft hum of the building shifting into its nighttime rhythm. Kigo waited anyway, counted breaths, listened for footsteps, let his heartbeat slow until it matched the quiet. Then he moved. Bare feet, silent. Wings tucked tight, feathers compressed the way they drilled into him until it was instinct. He slid the door open just enough to slip through, closing it behind him without a sound. The halls were easy. He knew the blind spots. Knew which lights flickered just enough to mask movement. When footsteps echoed around the corner, he didn't panic, just leapt, caught the edge of the ceiling support, and clung there until the sound passed beneath him. The surveillance room was next. He slipped inside, fingers already moving. He didn't linger, disabled the cameras along his route, scrubbed the footage from his door, reset the loops so nothing looked out of place. Efficient. Just like they taught him. He left the room, retraced his steps, and finally reached the exit. Cold air brushed his face as the door slid open. Freedom brief, fragile. He stepped forward and collided with something solid. Kigo staggered back a half step, reflexively straightening, smile already snapping into place as his wings twitched behind him. Sorry about that, he said smoothly, voice light. Practiced? I wasn't looking where I He stopped. The woman in front of him didn't smile back. His handler stood perfectly still, clipboard tucked under one arm, eyes sharp and furious in a way that didn't need volume to be threatening. "What?" she said calmly. "Are you doing out of your room?" Kigo swallowed. "And out of the building," she continued, her tone tightening. "Do you have any idea how many protocols you just violated?" He opened his mouth. "Don't," she snapped, finally raising her voice. "Don't try to charm your way out of this." Her gaze raked over him, wings, bare feet, the open door behind him. "Where were you going?" she demanded. "Sneaking off to see a girl?" Her lip curled, revulsion flashing across her face. "Or was it a boy?" Kigo froze. His training kicked in anyway. "Well," he started, smile strained but present. She cut him off immediately. "Oh, don't tell me." She stepped closer, lowering her voice again, controlled, precise, far more frightening than shouting. "You want to be out in public so badly? You want to test boundaries?" She straightened. "Fine. Tomorrow, you'll be accompanying us on a public exposure exercise. Grocery store. All day. Until midnight. You'll do exactly what we tell you when we tell you, and you'll smile the entire time." Her eyes bored into his. "Now," she said coldly, "get back to your room." Kigo didn't argue. He turned and ran. Wings flared just enough to push him faster down the hall, feet barely touching the floor as he tore through the building, back into his room. He slammed the door shut, locked it, and slid down against it. His legs finally gave out. The persona cracked. He pressed his hands over his face, shoulders shaking as silent tears spilled over, chest hitching as he tried and failed to breathe evenly. He stayed there, curled in on himself, wings trembling, the weight of the building pressing in from all sides. It hadn't been worth it. Not this time. Izuku lay on his stomach for a long moment, chin pressed into the mattress, replaying the morning like it might rearrange itself if he stared at it hard enough. She hadn't found Nezu, and he hadn't even meant to be sneaky or appear that way. Behind him, there was a soft rustle. Tiny claws against fabric. Nezu stirred where he'd been curled, lifting his head just enough to look at Izuku with narrowed eyes. "Did I do something?" Izuku whispered, more to the room than to Nezu. "I didn't, right?" Nezu did not answer. He simply sat up, tail flicking once against the blanket. Not alarmed. Not frightened. Annoyed. Izuku swallowed. He slid off the bed and padded toward the door. Halfway out, he glanced back. Nezu had already scampered closer, posture tense, attention locked on him. "Hey," Izuku whispered quickly, holding the door half open. "It's okay. I'm just gonna ask my mom something." Nezu's ears flattened not in panic, but in clear displeasure. Izuku hesitated, then slipped out anyway. The kitchen smelled like warm tea and toast. His mom stood at the counter, humming softly to herself. "Mom?" Izuku asked. She glanced over her shoulder. What were you talking about earlier?" She paused. Then she turned fully, blinking at him like she was putting something together in her head. A second passed. "Oh." She laughed. Not loud, just a short, amused sound. She stepped closer and ruffled his hair, fingers warm and familiar. "Never admitting it again, huh?" she said lightly. "It was a one-time thing?" Izuku froze. "Admitting what?" She waved a hand. "You don't have to sneak things, you know. If you want something, just ask." Then she reached into her pocket and pressed a few bills into his palm. "Go to the store and get yourself something. I mean it, go on." Izuku stared at the money. Okay." He turned and walked back down the hall, his steps slower this time. His room felt different when he came back. Smaller. Quieter. Nezu sat where he'd left him, watching. Izuku shut the door and looked between Nezu and the money in his hand. "Was it you?" he asked softly. Nezu did not move. Izuku's thoughts began stacking on top of each other, messy and sharp. The store. Sneaking. Never admitting it again. Had she figured out he'd been gone last night? No, she would have been mad and worried. The police would have been called. Unless she thought he'd gone to the store instead. Not the neighbor she'd never met in person before. Izuku sank onto the bed, fingers curling into the blanket. She doesn't always assume the worst, he thought uneasily just. Most of the time. That almost made it worse. Because if his mom thought he was being sneaky, she might start looking. And if she looked too, she'd find Nezu. Huge no-no. I think it's sort of fixed? Izuku muttered. Kind of. Nezu's tail flicked again. Izuku sighed and pushed himself up. Maybe a store trip wouldn't be so bad. Nezu's ears flattened instantly. Izuku opened his backpack and set it on the bed. Come on, but you can come with me this time. For a heartbeat, Nezu didn't move. Then quick as a thought he leapt into the bag and vanished inside, settling with sharp, decisive movements. Izuku zipped it just enough to be safe. Okay, he whispered, slinging the bag over his shoulder. Let's go. They slipped out of the house together. The handler didn't raise her voice. Grocery store, she said, adjusting the tablet in her hands as Kigo stood at attention. You'll remain in persona the entire time. You are to Remian approachable and helpful. Kigo nodded once. You will stay until midnight, she continued evenly. Unless you succeed early. Her eyes flicked to him. Measuring. Calculating. 80 people. I want 80 smiles. Genuine ones. No complaints. No reports of annoyance. You may assist with purchases if needed. She held out a small envelope, thin but weighted. Use this at your discretion. The pause. Then, quieter not softer. A bodyguard will be present. You will not acknowledge them. Kigo swallowed and nodded again. Understood. She studied him for a moment longer. Not unkindly. Not kindly either. Like someone checking equipment before deployment. Good luck, she said. The doors slid open. The store was bright. Too bright. Kigo stepped inside with his practiced posture already in place. Wings tucked just right, smile easy and effortless. The bodyguard blended into the background near the entrance, pretending to browse. The first hour passed in a blur. A pair of heavily built biker guys laughed when Kigo cracked a light joke about wingspan and doorframes. An elderly woman smiled in relief when he grabbed a box from the top shelf without being asked. Teenagers, some rude, some shy, lit up when he treated them like equals instead of nuisances. Even the 4-year-old who wasn't Izuku stopped crying after Kigo knelt and helped him pick out cereal shaped like stars. He kept count in his head. 23. He never dropped the smile. Not once. Green. A familiar shade, unmistakable even from across the aisle. Kigo froze. His heart stuttered just once. That mop of messy curls. Too small jacket. Red little shoes. No way. Izuku? He said quietly, barely more than breath. The kid turned. Recognition flickered, and then that smug little smirk appeared like it had been waiting all day. Well, Izuku said, voice light but sharp. Looks like the prince of the swing set shows himself once more. To what do I owe the visit from His Majesty? Kigo's smile didn't falter, but this time, it didn't hurt to hold. I'd love to respond with the brilliant comeback I've been saving, he said smoothly, leaning down just enough. But maybe somewhere more private? My guardians are watching and… I see, Izuku interrupted, already turning. Follow me. I know a place where people never look. Before Kigo could object, a small hand grabbed his. And pulled. The toy section smelled like plastic and dust. Kigo barely had time to register where they were before Izuku ducked into a small, hollow plastic playhouse tucked between shelves. He tugged Kigo inside with surprising confidence and shut the door. The space was cramped. Izuku looked delighted. Welcome to my humble home, he said grandly. Kigo blinked. Then snorted. Wow. Cozy. Do you charge rent, or is this strictly invitation only? Izuku's grin sharpened. Depends. Are you going to track mud in? Kigo placed a hand over his chest in mock offense. I'll have you know these are premium wings. Izuku scoffed. Sure. That's what all birds say. Kigo gasped, scandalized. Bird slander? In this economy? Izuku laughed a quick, quiet sound, then tilted his head, studying him. So, he said casually, why are you hiding from your guardians? Kigo stiffened. Just a little. You're observant, he admitted after a beat. Then, quieter, more honest, I snuck out last night. Went to the park. Wanted to see you again. Izuku didn't interrupt. That was the plan anyway. I got caught, Kigo continued. So now I'm earning trust back. Talking to people. Which is fine, I guess. But I'm bored. Izuku hummed. I wanted to see you too. But I don't really go to the park a lot. Something in Kigo's face fell. But, Izuku added quickly, holding up a finger. We could get walkie-talkies. Then we don't need the park. Kigo lit up instantly. Really? Izuku nodded. I only have $2, I don't have spare money dash. I do. Kigo blurted, excitement cracking straight through the persona. I have enough for the good ones, the long-range ones. We could talk at night and I could. He stopped. Too late. The mask had slipped. Izuku didn't react at all. Kigo exhaled, relieved, and then immediately hit his head on the plastic roof as he stood up. Ow! Izuku snickered. They found the walkie-talkies quickly. The best ones. Rechargeable. Durable. At the register, Kigo spotted the bodyguard watching from the end of the aisle. Play along, he whispered. Izuku nodded solemnly. Kigo slipped back into persona like a second skin, counted out the money, and smiled at the cashier. First big shopping trip? He said warmly. Izuku nodded, giggling. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Big Kid. Kigo walked him outside, handed him the bag, and quietly passed him one of the walkie-talkies. Izuku raised a brow. Saving it in your pants for a rainy day? Kigo flushed. No one would suspect it there. Izuku said, unconvinced. They stood there a moment. I'm glad we can talk, Izuku said. Even if it's like this. So am I, Kigo replied softly. Then he turned back toward the store. Reluctant. But smiling. Nezu had been in Izuku's bag, listening and watching through the small gap in the open zipper. The store assaulted his senses immediately. Too many people. Too many overlapping scents layered into something nearly unreadable. Cleaning products, plastic, fabric, food. His nose twitched as he sorted them automatically, dismissing most as irrelevant. His attention sharpened. An entire section, judging by the density of the aroma. Black leaves, floral notes, something citrus underneath. His whiskers quivered with interest. Izuku had been told to buy something for himself. Nezu considered whether subtle encouragement might redirect him. He shifted, adjusting his position so he could see better. Izuku! Nezu froze. Izuku turned toward the voice, and Nezu immediately focused, peering through the zipper opening. A boy stood a short distance away. Older than Izuku. Red wings folded neatly against his back. Threat assessment began at once. Izuku responded, light but sharp. Well, looks like the Prince of the Swing Set shows himself once more. To what do I owe the visit from His Majesty? Nezu paused. That phrasing was interesting. Performative. Deliberately theatrical. Izuku did not speak like that at home. He adapted his language to his audience. A useful skill. A dangerous one, if used carelessly. Nezu's gaze stayed fixed on the winged boy. Izuku was clearly playful, comfortable. That alone raised concern. Comfort implied familiarity. Familiarity implied history. Was this the one Izuku had been sneaking out to see? If so, that was a mark against him already. Nezu tried to identify the boy by scent, but the store overwhelmed his nose. Too many variables. Too much interference. The winged boy spoke again. I'd love to respond with a brilliant comeback I've been saving. He leaned closer. Nezu inhaled sharply. That scent was unfamiliar. Similar to stress beneath it, restrained. Authority nearby. But not the same as the one Izuku had come home smelling like before. Not the stranger. The boy continued smoothly. But maybe somewhere more private. My guardians are watching and... I see. Follow me. I know a place where people never look. Izuku interrupted him without hesitation. Nezu felt the shift immediately. Izuku was leading now. The toy section smelled like plastic and dust. Izuku ducked into a small, hollow plastic playhouse tucked between shelves. He tugged the winged boy inside with surprising confidence and shut the door. The space was cramped. Nezu assessed it once and dismissed it as structurally flimsy, though he conceded it offered concealment. The color scheme grayish-purple with orange was an offense to good design principles, but functionally adequate. "Welcome to my humble home," Izuku said grandly to the winged boy. The winged boy blinked and snorted. "Wow. Cozy. Do you charge rent or is this strictly invitation only?" Izuku's reply was quick. "Depends. Are you going to track mud in?" The winged boy placed a hand over his chest in mock offense. "I'll have you know these are premium wings." Izuku scoffed. "Sure. That's what all birds say." The winged boy gasped, in seemingly fake offense. "Bird slander? In this economy?" Izuku laughed a quick, quiet sound and tilted his head, studying him. Nezu watched closely. The winged boy was relaxed. Responsive. He mirrored Izuku's humor instead of redirecting it. That suggested adaptability. Possibly manipulation, possibly sincerity. The distinction mattered. Should he be marked as safe? Izuku trusted him. That alone was not sufficient evidence. Izuku also trusted Inko, a fact Nezu tolerated rather than approved. Trust, Nezu knew, was not a measure of safety. It was a measure of hope. He decided, for now, to classify the winged boy as unconfirmed. "So," Izuku said casually, "why are you hiding from your guardians?" Nezu noted the phrasing. Direct. Casual. Effective. Izuku had always been sharp. His intelligence expressed itself quietly, through observation rather than force. That had not changed. The winged boy stiffened. "Just a little." "You're observant," he admitted after a beat. Then quieter, more honest. "I snuck out last night. Went to the park. Wanted to see you again." Nezu's ears flicked. So, Izuku was not merely the influence party. That was the plan anyway. "I got caught," the winged boy continued. "So now I'm earning trust back. Talking to people. Which is fine, I guess. But I'm bored." Izuku hummed. "I wanted to see you too. But I don't really go to the park a lot." Something in the winged boy's expression fell. "But," Izuku added quickly, holding up a finger, "we could get walkie-talkies. Then we don't need the park." Nezu's attention sharpened immediately. Long-range communication. Private. Portable. The winged boy lit up. "Really?" Izuku nodded. "I only have $2, I don't have spare money." "IDO," the winged boy blurted. Nezu flinched, pressing himself against the side of the bag as the sound vibrated through it. "I have enough for the good ones, the long-range ones. We could talk at night and I could." Silence. Then a bump. "Ow." Izuku snickered. They selected the walkie-talkies quickly. Nezu observed the choice with careful interest. Rechargeable. Durable. Well made. Not cheap. At the register, the winged boy whispered, "Play along." Izuku nodded. The winged boy counted out the money and smiled at the cashier. "First big shopping trip?" Izuku nodded, giggling. "Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Big Kid." Nezu allowed himself a brief, private note of approval. Izuku had executed that exchange flawlessly. Cleverness, Nezu thought, was not a flaw. It was survival. The winged boy walked him outside, handed him the bag, and quietly passed him one of the walkie-talkies. Izuku raised a brow. "Saving it in your pants for a rainy day?" The winged boy flushed. No one would suspect it there." Izuku said, unconvinced. They stood there a moment. "I'm glad we can talk," Izuku said. "Even if it's like this." "So am I," the winged boy replied softly. Then he turned back toward the store. On the way home, Izuku opened the door and went straight to his room. He unzipped the bag, and Nezu stepped out, landing lightly on the floor. He needed to think. Approval was not a simple calculation. The winged boy was not overtly dangerous. He showed restraint. He deferred to Izuku more than he asserted himself. That was notable. But trust was another matter. Nezu sat beside his empty saucer and waited. Izuku noticed immediately. He always did. "More tea coming up," Izuku said softly. Soon, the scent of fresh tea filled the room. Nezu drank, steadying himself as he watched Izuku place the walkie-talkies into the dresser drawer. Nezu lowered his gaze to his paws. The winged boy was not an enemy. That did not make him safe. Nezu trusted Izuku because Izuku had proven, again and again, that his care was deliberate, thoughtful, earned. Everyone else existed outside that circle. And Nezu would be watching. Closely. Izuku noticed Nezu had moved onto the bed. It wasn't dramatic. Nezu never made anything dramatic unless it served a purpose. He had simply relocated from the box to the mattress, placing himself within reach but not demanding. Attention. Izuku sat beside him, careful to leave space. He'd learned early that closeness was something Nezu chose, not something to assume. He smiled, but there was worry threaded through it. So, I know you don't like new smells, Izuku said quietly. And to be honest, I was a little scared you'd run out again. Like the Bakugo incident. His fingers twisted together in his lap before he relaxed them. I just wanted to say you did a good job. Are you doing okay? Nezu shifted closer, pressing his side against Izuku's side. Not an answer, but acknowledgement. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Did my friend Kigo stress you out at all? He asked next, more hesitant this time. Nezu did not respond. He merely glanced up, catalogued Izuku's face, then lowered his head to groom his forepaw. The movement was calm, methodical, dismissive in the way only animals could be without cruelty. Izuku watched him carefully, reading the absence of tension. Nezu didn't like unfamiliar scents, yes, but it wasn't novelty alone that bothered him. What unsettled Nezu most was when a scent clung to Izuku, lingered in their shared space, or existed without context. Smells without faces. Presences without explanations. Now there was a name. Izuku huffed softly, relieved. That's good. He brightened a little. How about we have a movie night? Maybe a tea party tomorrow? I think we still have some old mini cakes. I can make cucumber sandwiches. Nezu paused mid-groom. Izuku noticed immediately and grinned. Or wait, we could combine them. Tea party and video night. The tip of Nezu's tail twitched before he could stop it. Izuku laughed quietly. Footsteps approached in the hall. Nezu disappeared into his box without hesitation. Inko leaned against the doorway, smiling. So, what did you buy? A walkie-talkie, Izuku replied easily. Her eyes lit up. That's a great choice. I'm proud of you. She praised him for being responsible, for choosing something practical, then gently circled back to trust. About how he'd never need to sneak things again. How she trusted him to make good decisions. Izuku nodded where appropriate. He still didn't understand what she meant by sneaking. She didn't know about Nezu. She didn't know about Aizawa. Whatever she thought she was forgiving him for existed entirely in her own version of events. Then she added more. More store trips. More independence. More exposure. It's important, she said lightly. Especially if you ever work somewhere like a grocery store. Being a bagger is honest work. Izuku smiled. It didn't waver. Many lives had taught him how to accept lowered expectations without reacting. How to store the sting somewhere quiet and harmless. She didn't mean it cruelly. She just didn't expect him to become a doctor. Or a hero. Or anything that required institutions to take a quirkless child seriously. He'd tried once many lives ago to study veterinary medicine. Harmless, he'd thought. Animals didn't care about quirks. He'd been framed for injuring a parakeet and labeled cruel before he could defend himself. Another life, law school. He'd gotten in. Graduated. No one would hire him. Once, he'd aimed higher medical school. That ended faster. The principal had explained, gently, that quirkless people were devolved, and that a devolved person couldn't be trusted with someone's life. Would you trust a caveman to perform heart surgery? The man had asked. Or prescribe you medicine? Sometimes he wrote under false names. Sometimes he worked as an analyst. Sometimes both. Anonymous was the only way quirkless competence survived. He couldn't blame her. The world had trained her expectations. Meanwhile, Nezu sat rigid in his box, fury simmering beneath stillness. Permission to leave freely? For a 4-year-old? Intelligence did not negate risk. Freedom without structure was negligence. And Bagger? Nezu's claws flexed. When Inko left for work, the apartment fell quiet. Nezu burst from the box. He landed on the bed, claws out, tail stiff, posture sharp with displeasure. Izuku sighed. Bud, she didn't mean it like that. Nezu slammed his tail against the mattress. Meaning was irrelevant. Implication mattered. Izuku didn't argue. He picked up the walkie-talkie and frowned. Oh, needs charging. He plugged it in, then glanced back. I'll get the mini cakes and cucumber sandwiches ready. I'll put on MatPat for us. He left. Izuku slipped out and rummaged through the kitchen until he found the mini cakes, still neatly tucked away. There weren't many left. After a brief pause, he gathered the leftover cucumber sandwiches as well, arranging them carefully on small plates. The kettle went on next. Izuku waited, listening to the gentle rise of the water as steam curled upward, filling the room with warmth. You can't have a tea party without tea. As he set everything together, Izuku took stock of the dwindling supply. After this, there would be no more mini cakes. He smiled to himself, small and fond. Looks like he'd have to pay Aizawa a visit sometime this week. The thought lingered as he lifted the teacups along with a more practical reminder. He'd need to be careful. Very careful. A thorough shower beforehand, no shortcuts. Easy enough, he told himself, still smiling as he carried the plates back. Nezu stared at the charging device. While it was small and seemingly innocent, it was dangerous. Throwing it out the window was too obvious. He wasn't even sure if the window opened. He could chew the cord because he's just a smart pet in Izuku's eyes, but it was too impulsive. He stayed still. Izuku returned with plates and tea. Nezu watched him, then looked back at the walkie-talkie. The winged boy was older. Older meant leverage, social, emotional, physical, even if unintentional. What did he want from Izuku? Nezu understood why anyone would want to be near him. Izuku had warmth, patience, a steadiness that calmed nightmares. But this was external, unvetted. Nezu curled his claws into the blanket, eyes narrowing. He didn't approve. And approval mattered. Safety came first. Boys. The handler reviewed the tablet without looking at him. 83, she said. Kigo stood straight, wings folded tight, posture perfect. Ma'am? Smiles, she clarified. Verified interactions. No complaints logged. No reports of annoyance or fatigue. Her finger tapped the screen once. You exceeded the requirement. Silence stretched. Kigo waited for the praise that never came. Instead, her mouth tightened. That tells me the punishment was ineffective. Chest sank just a little. I followed instructions, he said carefully. Not arguing. Just stating fact. I remained in persona the entire time. Yes, she agreed coolly. And that's the problem. She finally looked up at him then, eyes sharp, searching. You were too comfortable. Public exposure is meant to drain you. To remind you where your value comes from. Kigo swallowed. He kept his expression neutral. I understand. We believe you enjoyed it, she continued. Which means it failed. That stung more than he expected. He'd done exactly what they wanted. Exactly. And still. So, she said, sliding the tablet under her arm, we'll adjust. They were walking now, the commission building looming ahead as the transport doors slid open. You'll be confined to your room. Kigo's steps faltered for half a heartbeat. Confined? He forced his shoulders to sag just a little, the way they liked when he was disappointed. For how long? Her lips curled just slightly. Not a smile. That's not for you to know. They entered the building. Kigo kept his head down, hands loose at his sides, wings tucked. Inside, though, something warm sparked to life. Confined meant no training hall. No flashcards. No public exposure. No interruptions. He schooled his face into mild disheartenment, eyes dimmed just enough to sell it. Yes, ma'am. They stopped outside the bathing rooms. Shower, she ordered. You know the routine. Kigo nodded automatically, and then froze internally. The walkie-talkie. His stomach flipped hard. Every shower meant the same thing. Clothes taken, bagged, washed, replaced. No exceptions. If they found it. Yes, ma'am, he said again, already moving. The door shut behind him. Kigo spun, scanning the bathroom like his life depended on it. The sink was bare. No cabinets. The toilet nothing behind it, no space to hide anything. A small wooden side table sat against the wall, decorative, useless. On top of it stood a cheap vase filled with fake plastic flowers. Kigo sagged in relief. Thank you, he breathed, already reaching into his pants. He shoved the walkie-talkie and its charger deep into the vase, burying them beneath the flowers, petals brushing his fingers. Then he stripped, stepped into the shower, and pulled the curtain shut. Water rushed down, hot and loud. A minute passed. Then the door opened. He heard the rustle of fabric. The soft, efficient sound of his clothes being removed and replaced. Kigo stayed perfectly still, heart hammering, counting breaths until the door shut again. When he finally finished, he dried off quickly, dressed, and retrieved the walkie-talkie from the vase. He tucked it back into his pants like it had never left. He was escorted back to his room. The door closed. The lock slid home. Kigo didn't waste a second. He reached into his pants, pulled out the charger, and let it drop to the floor as he turned to grab the walkie. The door opened. Kigo froze. The handler stood there. They locked eyes. For one terrible second, neither of them moved. Then her gaze flicked downward. To the charger on the floor. Her expression didn't change, but something in her eyes hardened. What is that? She asked. Kigo's mouth opened. It's... She stepped fully into the room. Did you remove that from commission property? The question hit harder than yelling would have. No, Kigo said quickly. I mean, I didn't steal anything. I was just... You are not authorized to possess unregistered equipment, she cut in, voice sharp and precise. All issued electronics are logged. Her eyes returned to him. Do you have any idea what happens when inventory goes missing? Kigo's face burned. I wasn't Dash. Intent is irrelevant, she said flatly. The appearance alone is unacceptable. She pointed at the charger like it offended her personally. If this happens again, she continued, your room will be searched daily. Randomly. And you will lose unsupervised access to personal items. She straightened, already done with the conversation. She leaned down and took the charger. Do not embarrass the commission, she said coldly. You are better trained than this. Then she turned and left. The door locked from the outside. Kigo stood there for a long moment, staring at the spot where she'd been. Then he exhaled slowly and slumped onto the bed. Unbelievable, he muttered. He reached into his pants, pulled out the walkie-talkie, and turned it over in his hands. Kigo stared down at the walkie-talkie in his hands. Of course it was. He pressed the power button again, just in case the universe decided to be kind for once. Nothing. Slowly he looked toward the door. Toward where the handler had left. Toward where she had taken the charger. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered. That had been the whole point. Being stuck in his room hadn't bothered him, not really. He could handle boredom. He could handle confinement. He could handle pretending to be disappointed while secretly thrilled that he finally had something to look forward to. But without the charger? The walkie-talkie was useless plastic. No Izuku. No late-night whispers. No proof the grocery store hadn't just been a fluke, one bright interruption before everything went back to the way it was. He flopped backward onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. Sneaking into her office would be bad. Very bad. Let's review the list, he thought bitterly. Wrong answer during training? Sneaking out? Stealing commission property that he didn't actually steal but shouldn't have had in the first place? Adding breaking into a handler's office on top of that sounded like a great way to unlock a punishment that didn't accidentally work in his favor. He rolled onto his side and buried his face in the pillow. Don't be stupid. Just deal with it. Minutes passed. Then more. The lights dimmed automatically as night settled in, casting his room in soft, artificial shadows. Somewhere down the hall, footsteps echoed, guards changing shifts, doors locking, routines settling into place. Kigo stared at the wall. Izuku's face kept popping into his head. That smug little smile. The way he'd said they could get walkie-talkies like it was the most obvious solution in the world. 2 hours later, Kigo sat up abruptly. "Worth it," he whispered. He swung his legs off the bed. He'd already gone this far. Might as well see it through. The hallway outside his room was empty. Kigo cracked the door just enough to peek through, wings tight to his back, breath held. No guards. No handlers. Just the low hum of the building and the distant buzz of cameras rotating on their routes. He slipped out and closed the door silently behind him. Getting to the camera room was the hard part. He kept to the walls, moving when the lights dimmed, timing his steps between camera sweeps the way he'd been trained to ironically, by the same people he was sneaking around now. At one corner, a guard turned unexpectedly. Kigo flattened himself into a shadowed alcove, heart pounding, wings tucked so tight they ached. The guard paused, looked around, then shrugged and kept walking. Kigo didn't breathe again until the footsteps faded. The camera room door was unlocked. Of course it was. They trusted their own systems too much. He slipped inside, shut the door, and moved quickly, hands flying over controls he knew better than most. One by one, feeds blinked off or looped harmless footage. "Sorry," he whispered to no one in particular. Then he was gone. The handler's office smelled like paper. Everything was too neat. Too orderly. The kind of room that wanted you to know exactly how much trouble you were in just by existing inside it. Kigo moved carefully, touching as little as possible. When he did touch something, he put it back exactly where it had been, angles aligned, papers squared, no evidence. The charger was the priority. He opened a drawer. Office supplies. A pen holder. Nothing useful. Second drawer. Folders. Training reports. Boring. Third drawer. A junk drawer. Kigo blinked. Huh. Inside was a mess of unrelated things. Broken glasses, tangled cords, a pen that didn't work, and several small black boxes with warning labels stamped across them. Quirked item containment. His curiosity sparked despite himself. He picked up one box and read the label. Audit item ear plug. Single use. Function. Allows wearer to hear the last sentence spoken by the nearest person. "That's creepy," he murmured. He cracked the box open just enough to peek inside. The ear plug looked old. Probably decommissioned. They wouldn't miss it, a tiny voice whispered. Kigo snapped the box shut. Too risky. He shoved it back exactly where it had been. Just the charger. That's it. He dug deeper. Something brushed his hand. Kigo yelped and jumped back, wings flaring instinctively. A snake. He froze. Then realized it wasn't moving. Plastic. "I'm never living that down," he muttered, rubbing his face in embarrassment before forcing himself to refocus. At the very bottom of the drawer, beneath everything else, was a file. That was strange. Files didn't go in junk drawers. He pulled it out slowly. The date on the front made his brows lift. 25 years ago. Stamped across the cover in red. Classified, do not open. Kigo snorted quietly. "Yeah, okay." He flipped it open. There was only one paper inside. It read like a report. A story. The name jumped out immediately. Nana Shimura. An old hero. The page talked about a battle. A dangerous villain. Theories. Suspicions. The quirk stealer, also known as All for One. Kigo's heart ticked up. Someone who could steal quirks? That sounds like it came straight out of a horror movie. He skimmed faster, eyes catching on another name. Gran Torino. Suspected to know more than he'd tell, and footsteps. Kigo slammed the file shut, shoved it back into the drawer, and dumped everything else on top of it in a rush, charger clenched tight in his hand. The office door opened. The handler stepped in. Kigo pressed himself flat behind the door, heart hammering so loud he was sure she could hear it. She didn't look back. As she crossed the room, Kigo slipped out, darting past her in one smooth motion as the door swung closed behind him. He didn't stop running until he was back in his room. The door locked. Kigo sagged against it, breath coming fast and shaky. "That," he whispered, "was stupid." But he looked down at the charger in his hand. "Worth it." He immediately shoved the walkie-talkie under his bed, plugged it in, and watched the tiny charging light flicker on. He grinned, flopping onto his back. Something cool to talk to Izuku about. Something to look forward to again. The file probably wasn't important anyway. If it were, it wouldn't have been in a junk drawer. Right? The kitchen smelled faintly of cucumber and warm bread by the time Izuku finished setting everything out. He paused for a moment, staring down at the little spread with quiet concentration, as if this were a science experiment instead of a tea party. The mini cakes were carefully arranged on a plate, none of them chocolate. Izuku had ruled those out immediately. Chocolate was dangerous for animals, he knew that much, and while Nezu wasn't your everyday animal, he was still an animal. Izuku had learned the hard way across many lives that caution was better than confidence. He'd been watching Nezu closely ever since he'd started sharing food with him, cataloging reactions, energy levels, even how long he groomed afterward. No greasy food. No spicy food. No sugar-heavy nonsense. Tea, though tea was safe. Chamomile tea especially. And cheese, in small amounts, seemed fine. Nezu liked apples too. Izuku made a mental note to write all of this down later. A proper list. He could organize it by categories. Questionable. Absolutely not. Later. Right now, this was tea time. Izuku carried the plates out to the family room, placing the cucumber sandwiches neatly beside the cakes, then poured the tea with exaggerated care, making sure the cups weren't too full. He climbed onto the couch, grabbed the remote, and called out softly but cheerfully, "Bud, it's tea and video night time." Nezu emerged a moment later, calm and unhurried, as if he'd been waiting for the invitation. He crossed the room with measured steps, hopped onto the couch, and settled beside Izuku with an air of quiet dignity. Izuku smiled and unpaused the video. MatPat's voice filled the room, familiar and comforting. Izuku leaned back into the cushions, sipping his tea and munching on a cucumber sandwich, eyes flicking between the screen and Nezu. Nezu, meanwhile, wasted no time asserting his preferences. By the time Izuku reached for a second sandwich, Nezu had subtly but efficiently claimed every green tea mini cake, pulling them closer one by one until they were unmistakably his. Izuku snorted softly but didn't argue. He hadn't been aiming for those anyway. They watched in companionable silence, broken only by the occasional clink of ceramic and the rustle of paper wrappers. The room felt warm. Ordinary. In the best possible way. When the video ended, Izuku didn't turn the TV off. Instead, he scrolled for a moment and put on an old black and white film, something slow and quiet, the kind that didn't demand attention so much as invite it. Halfway through, Nezu yawned. It was small at first, easily missed, but then he shifted, climbed carefully into Izuku's lap, and settled there with a faint sigh. Izuku froze instinctively, then relaxed, one hand hovering uncertainly before resting lightly against Nezu's back. By the time the credits rolled, Nezu was fully asleep, warm and heavy in a way Izuku hadn't expected. Izuku stared down at him for a long moment. Then came the problem. Getting up. Izuku slid one arm under Nezu, the other bracing himself against the couch, and slowly stood. He wobbled immediately, knees protesting. Nezu wasn't that heavy, but Izuku was biologically 4, and physics was cruel. He shuffled down the hallway carefully, biting his lip with focus, adjusting his grip every few steps. When he reached his room, Izuku gently lowered Nezu into the box, tucking him in the way he'd learned Nezu preferred. He turned off the light, climbed into bed, and pulled the blanket up to his chin. A second passed. Then another. A soft huff came from the box. Izuku cracked one eye open just in time to see Nezu standing there, staring at him with clear offense, as if Izuku had committed some unforgivable betrayal. "So you weren't asleep," Izuku murmured, exhausted but amused. Nezu's ears flicked. He climbed up onto the bed without hesitation, circled once, and settled on the opposite pillow beside Izuku's head. If Nezu rolled his eyes, Izuku couldn't be entirely sure, but it certainly felt like he did. Izuku smiled faintly, warmth spreading through his chest, and closed his eyes. The next night, Kigo waited until the lights dimmed and the building settled into its familiar, artificial quiet. He lay on his side, wings tucked in tight, one hand slipping under the bed to retrieve the walkie-talkie. The tiny light glowed reassuringly. Sure. He pressed the button, heart thudding just a little harder than it needed to. Izuku, he whispered. Are you here? Silence. Kigo stared at the wall, counting his breaths. 1 second. A full minute crawled by, and he started to wonder if Izuku had fallen asleep or... Yes, I'm here. Over. Kigo's lips twitched upward immediately. Oh, hey, he said, then glanced around his room, suddenly paranoid. The door was still locked. No shadows under it. No footsteps. I have the craziest story to tell you. There was a hum on the other end, pleased and expectant. Oh cool. Spill. Over. Kigo laughed quietly and rolled onto his back. Okay, so first of all I went to shower, right? And I had to hide the walkie-talkie in a vase because they switch my clothes when I shower. The beat. Who? Over. Kigo hesitated. I think it's a handler that takes my clothes? Or maybe one of the assistants. I don't actually know. Copy that. Over. Kigo paused. Why are you talking like that? Over. That. Kigo snorted. That right there. You keep saying over after every sentence. Izuku gasped dramatically on the other end. Excuse you, that's walkie-talkie etiquette. It is. Yeah, Izuku said, clearly delighted to explain. You say over when you're done talking so the other person knows it's their turn. Otherwise you might both talk at once, and then it goes all Ks each and nobody hears anything. And copy that is a way to say you understood the message. Same thing goes for Roger that. Over. Kigo blinked. You're 4. And? Izuku shot back cheerfully. I'm 4 and correct. Over. Kigo laughed again. Oh, okay. Copy that then. Over. Actually wait, no, I'm not done with my story. Izuku made an exaggerated sigh. Then don't say over yet. Over. That's... Kigo shook his head, grinning. Anyway, when I got escorted back to my room, I dropped the charger on the floor, and one of the commission ladies walked in and saw it and thought it was commission property. Izuku made a small noise of interest. She took it, Kigo continued. So I had to sneak into her office and get it back. Over. Oh-ho, Izuku said. A daring retrieval mission. I approve. Over. You would, Kigo huffed. But you'll never guess what else I found in her junk drawer. Over. There was a soft chuckle on the other end. Let me guess. A mysterious quirked item? Some pens? Maybe a feather duster you mistook for a relative? Kigo groaned. Hey. I'm just saying, Izuku added sweetly, you are a bird. Over. Kigo scoffed. Rude. And for the record, yes. There were pens. And a quirked item. Izuku perked up audibly. Really? Yeah, Kigo said. It was an earplug. It lets you hear the last sentence the nearest person said. Over. Whoa, Izuku breathed. That's actually really rare. Most quirked items like that don't just show up. Really? Kigo asked. They had it in a junk drawer. That's weird, Izuku said slowly. Most quirked items that aren't homemade are bought from places like Snail Cove. Or the VGI market. Kigo frowned. Snail Cove? Where's that? And what's the VGI market? Is that short for something? Why wouldn't the commission get it from there? Do they only sell to certain people? Where is it located? Over. Silence. The quiet stretched, heavy and uncomfortable. Just when Kigo was about to apologize. Trust me, Izuku said finally, voice lighter but firmer than before. They wouldn't have gotten it from there. Over. Kigo swallowed. Okay then. He rushed on, eager to change the subject. Oh, and I also found a file at the bottom of the drawer. Over. That snapped Izuku's curiosity right back into place. A file? In a junk drawer? That's suspicious. What was it? Over. It said, classified, and do not open, Kigo said. Izuku burst out laughing. You're right. Like that's gonna stop anyone. Over. Kigo laughed too. That's exactly what I thought. It was about some old hero from, like, 25 years ago, Nana Shimura, I think? There was a battle, a dangerous villain, Theories about this guy named Gran Torino hiding information. Oh, and the villain was called the Quirk Stealer. Over. Izuku's tone sharpened with interest. Was the Quirk Stealer called AFO? Over. Kigo nodded instinctively, then remembered. Yeah, actually. You've seen him in old villain documentaries? Over. Something like that, Izuku replied. Was there anything else in the file? Kigo chuckled. What, are you a spy now? Over. I am for, Izuku protested. I'm no spy. Over. Roger that, Kigo said, amused. And no, that was it. Over. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. There was a soft hiss on the other end. Fabric shifting. Like something moving close. Then Izuku spoke again, a little quieter. It's getting late. I'm pretty tired. Maybe we should sleep. Over. Yeah, Kigo said softly. Good night then. Over. Yeah. Bye. We can. Beep. The line went dead. Kigo stared at the walkie-talkie for a second, then chuckled. Guess you slipped, he murmured fondly. He tucked the walkie-talkie back under his bed, rolled onto his side, and let his eyes close. For the first time in a long while, he fell asleep wondering not if he'd ever see Izuku again. But what they'd talk about tomorrow night. Morning came slowly. Sunlight filtered weakly through the curtains, and neither Izuku nor Nezu stirred for quite some time. They had stayed up far too late the night before. By the time Izuku finally woke, the apartment was quiet and washed in pale gold light. The day passed in an easy, domestic rhythm. Izuku drew on the floor for a while. At one point he attempted to coax Nezu into a game of chess. Nezu had hesitated, staring at the board as if debating whether indulging a 4-year-old was worth the intellectual investment. It was. Of course it was. They played. Halfway through, the board was almost perfectly balanced. Izuku had sacrificed a knight. Nezu had countered with a positional trap. They were close to a tie. Then the faint click of the front door unlocking reached Nezu's ears. He vanished into his box before Izuku could even blink. Inko made pasta for dinner. Izuku ate quietly, saving a portion carefully in a small dish for later. When Inko went to bed, Izuku retrieved it and brought it to Nezu. Nezu ate with reserved dignity. Eventually, both of them made their way toward the bed. And then, static. Izuku, someone whispered through static. Are you here? Izuku froze. His eyes widened. He looked down immediately toward the charging walkie-talkie on the floor. Nezu was faster. He moved in one smooth motion and planted himself directly between Izuku and the device. His posture was rigid, spine straight, ears angled forward. His eyes locked onto Izuku's with sharp, deliberate intensity. You are not touching that. His tail thumped once against the floor. Izuku frowned slightly. I'll be quick, he whispered. I promise. I'll only pick up at certain times. Like now. Nezu's ears flattened. He did not like this. But after a long, tense second, he shifted to the side of the walkie-talkie. Izuku reached for it. And Nezu pushed the button first. If this other boy was trouble, he would ruin it himself. Nezu wouldn't have to interfere at all. Yes, I'm here. Over. Nezu's ears twitched at the immediate cheer in Izuku's voice. Oh, hey, I have the craziest story to tell you. Izuku smiled faintly. Nezu stared intently at Izuku's expression before turning his focus back to the device. Oh cool. Spill. Over. Okay, so first of all I went to shower, right? And I had to hide the walkie-talkie in a vase because they switch my clothes when I shower. The beat. Who? Over. I think it's a handler that takes my clothes? Or maybe one of the assistants. I don't actually know. Handler. Nezu moved closer to Izuku and sat beside him now. Copy that. Over. Why are you talking like that? Over. That right there. You keep saying over after every sentence. Excuse you, that's walkie-talkie etiquette. It is. Yeah. You say over when you're done talking so the other person knows it's their turn. Otherwise you might both talk at once, and then it goes all Ks each and nobody hears anything. And copy that is a way to say you understood the message. Same thing goes for Roger that. Over. You're 4. And? I'm 4 and correct. Over. Nezu almost allowed himself the smallest internal huff of approval. Competence should be acknowledged regardless of age. Okay. Copy that then. Over. Actually wait, no, I'm not done with my story. Then don't say over yet. Over. That's. Anyway, when I got escorted back to my room, I dropped the charger on the floor, and one of the commission ladies walked in and saw it and thought it was commission property. Izuku made a small noise of interest. She took it. So I had to sneak into her office and get it back. Over. Nezu sighed internally. Who began this pattern of sneaking first? Izuku, or this winged child? Po. A daring retrieval mission. I approve. Over. You would. But you'll never guess what else I found in her junk drawer. Over. Nezu's ears perked. What else? Let me guess. A mysterious quirked item? Some pens? Maybe a feather duster you mistook for a relative? Nezu very nearly snickered. Hey! I'm just saying you are a bird. Over. Rude. And for the record, yes. There were pens. And a quirked item. Nezu stilled. Quirked items were not trivial curiosities. They were useful leverage. They could serve to be very useful in the future. Really? Yeah. It was an earplug. It lets you hear the last sentence the nearest person said. Over. Nezu huffed under his breath. That was underwhelming. Yes, it could be useful in specific scenarios, interrogations, negotiations, catching slips in conversation. But last sentence was a terribly unreliable parameter. A criminal might confess, or they might have just commented on tea brands. And if it was single use? Even worse. No wonder it had been shoved into a junk drawer. If Nezu had owned such a device, that was exactly where it would have ended up. Still, the mechanism behind it was curious. Capturing auditory data retroactively implied some kind of short-term environmental imprinting quirk. That had potential. Oh, that's actually really rare. Most quirked items like that don't just show up. Nezu glanced at Izuku. But not particularly impressive. Unless, of course, someone clever was holding it. Really? They had it in a junk drawer. That's weird. Most quirked items that aren't homemade are bought from places like Snail Cove. Or the Vigil Market. Nezu turned his head slowly toward Izuku. Snail Cove? Vigil Market? Odd names. Snail Cove? Where's that? And what's the Vigil Market? Is that short for something? Why wouldn't the commission get it from there? Do they only sell to certain people? Where is it located? Over. Silence. Nezu began grooming one paw deliberately, but his eyes remained on Izuku. Izuku looked distressed, uncomfortable. Perhaps that would finally put an end to this walkie-talkie nonsense. Izuku, meanwhile, was internally spiraling. No. Why did I say that? Vigil Market was short for vigilante market. In one of his past lives, well, many actually back when he'd been a well-known informant, he'd been approached by a retired vigilante. The man had said Izuku's analysis skills could help them stop criminals before someone got hurt. They tested him first. A quirk tablet. That was what they'd used. It had pulsed faintly under his fingertips, displaying a simple verdict. Trustworthy. Izuku had wanted to take it apart on the spot. Study it. Record how it functioned in his notebooks. But there hadn't been enough time and even less information to work with. Instead, the vigilante had led him down an unremarkable alleyway, lifted the lid of a rusted garbage bin, and pushed him in. Izuku had expected filth. He'd landed in a market. An entire underground city stretched beneath the surface. Masked vigilantes moved between stalls glowing with quirk tech. Some faces he recognized from old newspaper clippings. Some he didn't. A few weren't wearing masks at all. When he'd asked why, the retired vigilante explained that everyone down there had passed the same test Izuku had. If someone failed, the entrance, in their world whatever object it manifested as, would remain exactly that. A garbage can. A manhole cover. A door. Nothing more. Only the trusted could see the city. Only the trusted could enter. Izuku had wandered for hours. There were shops selling quirked gear, experimental support items, and strangely enough, food. Apartments tucked into the lower levels for vigilantes whose identities had been exposed or who simply couldn't afford life above ground. It had been incredible. A hidden society built at the dawn of quirks. Started by a handful of vigilantes. Expanded quietly over decades. Recruited across the country. And tucked into one quieter corner had been a shop with a crooked wooden sign. Snail Cove. Not popular. But they sold high-grade healing potions. Expensive. Reliable. Izuku had used them more times than he could count. If the commission ever gained access to that place. The thought alone made his stomach twist. Good thing they'd never passed the test, he told himself firmly. Izuku blinked, snapping back to the present. Trust me. They wouldn't have gotten it from there. Over. Nezu noted the tonal shift. Okay then. Oh. And I also found a file at the bottom of the drawer. Over. A file? In a junk drawer? That's suspicious. What was it? Over. It said, classified, and do not open. You're right. Like that's gonna stop anyone. Over. It was about some old hero from, like, 25 years ago, Nana Shimura, I think? There was a battle, a dangerous villain, theories about this guy named Gran Torino hiding information. Oh, and the villain was called the Quirk Stealer. Over. Izuku's voice sharpened. Was the Quirk Stealer called AFO? Over. Nezu looked at him immediately. That tone. He'd never heard Izuku say anything in such a sharp tone before. Yeah, actually. You've seen him in old villain documentaries? Over. Izuku bit back a sigh. All for One was still around in this life. Not defeated. Not rotting in Tartarus. Maybe I'll blackmail him again, Izuku thought absently. It had worked a few times before. Something like that. Was there anything else in the file? Nezu stored the villain's name away in his brain just in case. Kigo chuckled. What, are you a spy now? Over. Nezu yawned. It was late. He had already been deeply displeased with this entire walkie-talkie arrangement. Izuku had been giving that boy far too much attention. Nezu rose and brushed against Izuku's side where he sat on the floor. No response. He jumped onto the bed, walked to Izuku's pillow, and stared at him pointedly. No reaction. I am four. I'm no spy. Over. Izuku did not even glance at him. Nezu flopped onto his back dramatically, paws in the air. He'd seen videos cats did this and humans immediately melted. Why wasn't it working? He rolled to his side. Still nothing. With a small huff, he hopped down and gently headbutted Izuku's hip. Nothing. If he weren't afraid of frightening the boy or worse, being forced to leave, he would have simply said, "It's time for bed." Izuku finally glanced down and smiled, giving him a soft head pat. Roger that. And no, that was it. Over. Nezu did not appreciate being dismissed. Izuku knew exactly what he wanted. Nezu hissed softly and bit onto the fabric of Izuku's pajama shirt, tugging toward the bed. He let go just before Izuku toppled over. Izuku finally relented. It's getting late. I'm pretty tired. Maybe we should sleep. Over. Yeah. Good night then. Over. Yeah. Bye. We can. Nezu darted forward and switched the device off before a promise could be formed. He hopped back onto the bed, unbothered by the possibility of Izuku being upset. Izuku had never once been angry with him. Nezu seated himself squarely on Izuku's pillow like a small, judgmental guardian. Izuku turned off the light and climbed into bed beside him, chuckling quietly. You really weren't messing around, were ya, bud? Nezu didn't answer. He simply curled into Izuku's side, tail flicking once before settling. He wasn't angry at Izuku. It was that other boy's fault. Distracting him. Keeping him awake. Izuku yawned, eyes drifting shut. Ah, he murmured sleepily. Were you jealous, bud? Jealous? He most certainly was not. He was ensuring safety. And perhaps ensuring that Izuku remembered who was actually here beside him. Nezu tucked his nose under Izuku's chin and pretended that was the only reason his tail tightened slightly around the boy's wrist. The next day felt tough. Kigo noticed it before he could explain it. Nothing obvious had changed. The halls were the same sterile white, the lights hummed the same dull tone, and the schedule ran exactly on time. But something was wrong. He sat in the training room, legs crossed neatly, wings tucked in tight as instructed. Across from him, a handler flipped through a tablet, barely sparing him a glance. "Repeat," they said. Kigo recited automatically, voice steady. "A hero prioritizes public trust, emotional regulation, and operational efficiency over personal comfort." Again. He repeated it. Perfect tone. Perfect pacing. So, something was wrong. Footsteps passed outside the door. Then stopped. Just for a second. Kigo didn't look. The footsteps continued. Again. Repeated it a third time, just as clean. The handler hummed, making a note. "Your DLVY is acceptable." Acceptable. Not good. Not excellent. Just acceptable. Kigo smiled lightly anyway. "Thank you." The handler didn't respond. It kept happening. Small things. A guard turning the corner a second too early. Another one lingering half a beat too long outside his door. The faint click of a camera adjusting when it shouldn't need to. Kigo walked down the hallway later that afternoon, posture relaxed, expression easy, exactly what they wanted. By the time he was back in his room, he was sure of it. They hadn't caught him. If they had, this would be different. This was what? Adjusting. Trying to catch something they hadn't seen yet. Kigo lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. "So I didn't mess up," he murmured. The pause. "Probably." His eyes drifted to the side. To where the walkie-talkie was hidden under the bed. Still safe. Still his. His chest loosened just slightly. But something else had followed him back. Not fear. Not exactly. Curiosity. It kept replaying in his head in fragments. Nana Shimura. The quirk stealer. All for one. Gran Torino. Kigo frowned, turning onto his side. If it mattered, it wouldn't have been in a junk drawer. Right? That's what he'd told himself last night. That's what made sense. But why keep it at all? Why not destroy it? Or lock it somewhere no one could reach? Kigo exhaled slowly. "That's weird," he muttered. Later, during observation training, he tried something. Carefully. Casually. The handler stood behind him as he watched a muted video feed crowds moving through a street, heroes patrolling overhead. "Identify potential risks," the handler instructed. Kigo tilted his head slightly, scanning. "Dense crowd formation," he said. "Limited evacuation routes. High potential for panic spread if an incident occurs. Continue." He hesitated just enough to seem thoughtful, not suspicious. "Have there been cases where heroes just disappeared?" he asked lightly. "Like, not retired, just gone." Silence. Kigo kept his eyes on the screen. Didn't turn around. Didn't push. The handler answered too quickly. "No." The beat. Then sharper. "That line of thinking is irrelevant to your current training." Kigo smiled faintly. "I got it. Focus on the assignment." "Right." He didn't ask again. That night, the hallway outside his room echoed with quieter steps than usual. Kigo noticed. Of course he did. He sat on his bed, waiting, counting the seconds between patrols. Different. Still different. But not enough to stop him. Not yet. He reached under the bed, fingers brushing against the walkie-talkie. A small grin tugged at his lips. "Guess I'll just have to be more careful," he whispered. The room had settled into a soft, steady quiet. Izuku slept without trouble, one arm tucked beneath his pillow, his breathing slow and even. Every inhale came without hesitation, every exhale loose, unguarded. There was no tension in him, no anticipation of interruption. Nezu remained awake. He sat near the edge of the bed at first, posture still, tail curled neatly around his paws. His eyes reflected the faint light from the window. He replayed the conversation. Not the laughter. Not the pauses. The structure. The details that slipped through without intention. "They switch my clothes when I shower." A controlled environment. Handler. Not a parent. Not even a guardian, not in the way humans soften the word. Escorted back to my room. His movement monitored. Nezu's ears twitched once, subtle but sharp. This was not structure in the way humans claimed it. It was not routine built for comfort or growth. It was something tighter, something deliberate, something that required consistency to maintain. He had known something like it. Not identical. His own past had been colder, more clinical, stripped of pretense. But the pattern was close enough to recognize. The winged child was not free. Nezu's gaze shifted, drawn toward the bed. Toward Izuku. Izuku moved as he pleased. He chose where to go, when to leave, what to touch, what to keep. He had walked into a store alone. Nezu's claws pressed lightly into the mattress before easing again. Careless. Inko Midoriya allowed too much. A child that young should not move through the world without restraint. Should not be given that much independence without understanding the consequences of it. Exposure invited risk. And risk, when left unchecked, escalated. Nezu exhaled slowly, smoothing the tension from his posture. Still, that same lack of control had created something useful. It allowed Izuku to come and go without interference. It allowed time without supervision. It allowed access. Nezu's attention turned inward again. Kigo was observed, directed and contained for reasons he was unsure of. Izuku was unrestricted, unmonitored, left to navigate alone. Two extremes that reached the same conclusion. Failure. Simply inefficient systems producing unstable results. Nezu did not linger on it. Recognition was enough. The winged child was not his concern. But he was connected to Izuku. And connections, if left unmanaged, had a tendency to expand. Which made him relevant. And anything relevant required careful evaluation. Nezu's gaze drifted toward the floor. The walkie-talkie lay where Izuku had left it, near the side of the bed, just out of reach unless someone leaned down to pick it up. A point of contact. Not necessary. But influential. Nezu slid down from the bed without a sound, landing lightly against the floor. He approached the device, studying it for a moment before nudging it gently. Not far. Just enough to shift it slightly under the edge of the bed frame. Still visible. Still accessible. But no longer immediate. He paused, listening. Izuku shifted faintly above him, turning his head deeper into the pillow. His hand twitched once, then stilled again. No waking. Nezu climbed back onto the bed. This time, he did not sit apart. He settled close, pressing into the warmth of Izuku's side. His tail curled loosely around Izuku's wrist, a quiet, familiar hold. Izuku made a small, contented sound in his sleep, unconsciously leaning into him. Nezu closed his eyes. Not to rest. To think without distraction. Morning arrived gently. Izuku stirred, blinking awake slowly, still half lost in sleep as he stretched. His hand shifted, brushing lightly against Nezu's tail before settling again. But Nezu remained where he was, still and warm, allowing the moment to pass without interruption. Izuku eventually pushed himself upright, rubbing his eyes. Then he glanced toward the floor. The pause. Oh. He leaned over the side of the bed, reaching down to grab the walkie-talkie. It took him a second longer than it should have. Just enough to notice. Nezu watched. Izuku turned the device over in his hands, thoughtful, then set it on the dresser instead of keeping it nearby. A small adjustment. Not resistance. Not quite acceptance either. Noted. Later, as the morning settled in, Izuku wandered back toward the dresser. Nezu had already claimed the space. He sat near the edge, posture relaxed, as if he had simply chosen a comfortable spot. His tail flicked once, slow and idle. Izuku reached toward the walkie-talkie. Nezu shifted. The movement was minimal. Just enough to place himself between Izuku's hand and the device without making it obvious. Their eyes met. Izuku hesitated. Bud. Nezu held his gaze, unblinking. There was no aggression in it. No warning either. A quiet insistence that lingered without explanation. Izuku's hand hovered for a moment longer before pulling back slightly. I'm not gonna use it right now, he said, softer this time, like he was reassuring him. Nezu didn't move immediately. Then, slowly, he relaxed again, settling back into place without fully clearing the space. Izuku didn't try again. The rest of the day unfolded in small, careful observations. Izuku picked up the walkie-talkie once, turning it over in his hands. Nezu allowed it, watching without interference. When Izuku set it down, Nezu noted how close it remained, how easily it could be reached again. Later, Izuku passed by it without stopping. Another data point. No avoidance. No attachment strong enough to challenge interruption. Nezu did not prevent access. That would be inefficient. Instead, he adjusted the conditions around it. A pause here. A presence there. A moment of hesitation introduced where there had been none before. Subtle shifts. Enough to influence without forcing. By evening, a pattern had begun to form. Izuku did not push back. He adapted. He rerouted around resistance instead of confronting it directly. Flexible. Malleable. Nezu filed the observation away carefully. There was no need to act further yet. Not when the current approach was already producing results. Izuku didn't touch the walkie-talkie. Not right away. It sat on the dresser where he'd left it that morning, quiet, unassuming. Like it hadn't already shifted something. Instead, Izuku lay on his stomach across the bed, legs kicking idly behind him as he stared at nothing in particular. Thinking. Nezu was nearby. Of course he was. Izuku didn't need to look to know he could feel it. The slight dip in the mattress, the quiet presence that had, over time, settled into something constant. Something he didn't have to question. So, Izuku glanced over. Nezu was watching him. Not unusual. But, more focused than usual. Izuku smiled a little. "Hey bud," he said lightly. "What's with the stare?" Nezu blinked once. Izuku huffed a quiet laugh and rolled onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. "You're still mad about yesterday, huh?" A flick of a tail. Not denial. Izuku's smile softened. That made sense. His thoughts drifted. Not to Kigo. Not really. The walkie-talkie had just reminded him of something he hadn't handled yet in this life. Something he always ended up dealing with eventually. His expression changed just slightly. Less relaxed. More distant. He'd tried different approaches before. Once, he fought directly. That had worked, but only in the most technical sense. The kind of worked that left too much damage behind to be worth repeating. Another time, he hadn't bothered with fighting at all. That one had been easier. There was no preparation, no planning stretched across days. He hadn't needed to gather anything or chase down information. He already knew. He had always known. So he tested it. Set the camera beside his bed. Timed it. Slipped under the covers and forced his breathing to even out, eyes closed just enough to sell it. 10 seconds. That was all it took. After that, everything fell into place with almost disturbing ease. He sent it as someone else, as his vigilante self. Then another message followed, simple and blunt. Don't do anything stupid. No explanations. No threats spelled out. It didn't need them. And somehow it worked. It always worked. Izuku let out a slow breath, eyes fixed on the ceiling above him. That was probably the best option again. For now. A burner device. That was the only real issue. He didn't have one. Didn't have the money for one, either not for something safe, something that couldn't be traced back to him. And he couldn't exactly ask. Izuku snorted quietly at the thought and rolled onto his side again. Building one would take time. Parts. None of which he had right now. Izuku stilled. A small grin spread across his face. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, energy shifting completely. That would work. Aizawa had a laptop. Not just any laptop, a burner. Izuku had noticed it before. No login. Bare minimum setup. Barely secured because Aizawa couldn't be bothered. Perfect. Actually perfect. Izuku slid off the bed, already moving. Nezu moved immediately. Izuku didn't even make it 2 steps before he heard the soft thump of paws behind him. He glanced back briefly, then kept going, heading toward the door. The apartment was quiet. Too quiet. Izuku slowed just a little as he reached the handle. Behind him, Nezu paused. Not tense. Listening. Checking. Izuku waited a second too, just long enough to confirm what Nezu already had. No movement from the rest of the apartment. No sign of his mom. Izuku reached for the door. Nezu stepped in front of it. Izuku blinked. Ah! Nezu didn't move. Didn't make a sound. He just stood there, directly between Izuku and the exit, tail low, posture steady. Blocking. Izuku tilted his head slightly, then glanced down at him. You don't want me to go? A small flick of the tail. Izuku paused. The smell. Izuku's expression shifted into something softer. Understanding. Oh, I see, he murmured under his breath, more to himself than anything. That made sense. Last time, Nezu had really not liked that. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck a little, sheepish. I'll smell like him again. Nezu didn't move. Didn't confirm. Didn't deny. Just stayed there. Izuku sighed softly, but there was no real frustration in it. Okay, he said, stepping back from the door. I get it. Nezu a small smile. I won't go right now. Nezu didn't relax immediately. Izuku noticed that. But he didn't think much of it. Just waited. After a second, Nezu stepped aside. Not fully clearing the path. Just enough. Izuku didn't try again. He turned away from the door instead, walking back toward the bed like it hadn't been a plan in the first place. Like he'd just changed his mind. He climbed back up, settling onto the mattress. Nezu followed. Izuku lay back again, staring up at the ceiling. His expression stayed calm. Like nothing had happened. But his thoughts had already shifted. Timing. Adjustment. He'd just have to go later. When Nezu was asleep, a small weight settled near his arm. Izuku glanced over. Nezu again. Closer. Izuku smiled. Hey, he said quietly. Nezu didn't move away. You're kinda jealous, huh? Izuku added, voice soft, a little amused. No response. But Nezu stayed exactly where he was. Izuku's smile turned warmer. He'd never seen this before. Not like this. Other lives. Nezu had been different. In most of them, their relationship had been built on usefulness. Information traded. Plans shared. A quiet understanding between two people who thought the same way, even if they never said it out loud. They worked well together. Sometimes they played chess. Sometimes they tested each other, just to see who would slip first. In a few lives, they'd spent more time around each other. Longer conversations. More shared space. Even then, it hadn't been this. It wasn't closeness. Not really. Nezu had been curious about him. That much was clear. Amused sometimes. Interested in the way Izuku thought, the way he moved through problems. But it had always stayed at a distance. Like Nezu was observing something, not quite deciding what to do with it. They'd worked together. But they hadn't bonded. Not like this. Not like Nezu choosing to stay close. Not like this quiet insistence on being near him. Not like blocking a door. And definitely not. Izuku's smile softened even more. Jealousy. Across the room, the walkie-talkie sat untouched. For now. The room settled into a steady, familiar quiet. Not empty, never empty, but contained. Predictable in a way Nezu had come to recognize, shaped almost entirely by Izuku's presence. The boy lay across the bed, outwardly still, but there was a restlessness beneath it. Not physical. Something sharper. Nezu watched. Izuku did not reach for the device on the dresser. Not immediately. That delay alone was enough to draw Nezu's full attention. It suggested thought interruption of impulse, a decision being weighed rather than acted upon. Izuku was choosing not to move yet. Interesting. Nezu's tail curled loosely around his paws as he observed, committing the moment to memory. Izuku shifted and looked at him, expression softening slightly. Hey, but what's with the stare? Nezu held his gaze. He did not speak. Izuku interpreted anyway. He always did. You're still mad about yesterday, huh? Nezu let his tail flick once in response. Measured. Controlled. Enough to confirm without escalating. Izuku accepted it immediately, without pushback, without probing further. Noted. Time passed in small, quiet increments. Izuku's attention turned inward. His expression shifted barely, but enough. There was distance there now, the kind Nezu had learned to recognize in others. Not in children, typically. In thinkers. In planners. Nezu focused. That pattern again. Izuku moved. Off the bed and toward the door. Nezu reacted without hesitation. He dropped lightly from the mattress, paused silent against the floor as he followed. Close enough to intervene. Not close enough to alert prematurely. Izuku slowed at the door. Listened. Nezu did the same. No movement beyond the room. No immediate threat. The path was clear. Izuku reached for the handle. Nezu stepped in front of it. He didn't bare teeth. Didn't tense. He simply placed himself there, small, immovable, occupying the space Izuku needed. Izuku stopped. He looked down, confusion flickering across his face before settling into something more thoughtful. Nezu held his position. Stillness, he had learned, carried more weight than frantic motion. You don't want me to go? A slight movement of his tail. Enough. There was a pause. Nezu watched closely. Izuku's expression shifted again and then, understanding. Oh, I see. Nezu stilled. I'll smell like him again. Izuku stepped back. On his own. Nezu did not move. Not immediately. He watched. I won't go right now. The words came easily. No strain. No reluctance. Immediate compliance. Unforced. Nezu stepped aside slightly. Not a full retreat. Just enough to release the pressure without removing it entirely. A controlled allowance. Izuku didn't try the door again. He turned away instead, returning to the bed as though the decision had been his from the beginning. Nezu followed. Izuku settled back into place, expression calm, body relaxed. But the shift had already happened. Nezu could see it. This wasn't abandonment of intent. It was delay. A postponed action. He stayed close this time. Closer than before. Not accidental. Proximity mattered. Presence altered behavior subtly, but consistently. Izuku had already shown a tendency to adapt rather than confront. Maintaining that environment increased the likelihood of repetition. You're kinda jealous, huh? The interpretation was incorrect. But it was useful. Harmless. Nezu didn't react, didn't correct him. There was no need. Izuku reached toward him, hand brushing lightly against his fur. Nezu allowed it. He did not move away. Izuku made no further attempt to leave. Did not reach for the device. Did not question the interruption. Nezu's ears twitched once as he reviewed the sequence. The obstruction had been minimal. No force. No escalation. And yet, it had worked. Izuku had paused. Nezu's thoughts narrowed, sharpening around the pattern. Izuku had not assumed control. Had not questioned intent. He had assigned a reason, one that made sense to him, and accepted it without conflict. A benign interpretation. Trust the unquestioned. That was significant. Nezu shifted slightly, pressing closer against Izuku's arm. Not for comfort. For consistency. Reinforcement. Izuku accepted the contact immediately, without hesitation, without withdrawal. No resistance there either. Minimal interference had produced a measurable change. That alone would have been noteworthy. But this suggested something more. If guidance was introduced early, behavior aligned faster. Not through force. Through presence. Through interruption. Through subtle redirection. Nezu replayed the moment again, slower this time. Izuku had chosen to believe the interference was harmless. Protective even. He had not questioned it. That trust could be maintained. Encouraged. Refined. Across the room, the device remained untouched. Nezu's gaze flicked toward it briefly before returning to Izuku. Removing it outright would create resistance. But hesitation had already been introduced. Izuku shifted slightly beside him, still outwardly relaxed. But Nezu had already accounted for the change. This wasn't the end of the action. Only a delay. A deferred attempt. He would need to observe further. Adjust accordingly. Nezu settled more comfortably against him, eyes half-lidded, not sleeping, not fully alert. External variables increased risk. Unpredictable interactions introduced instability. Reducing them carefully, gradually would improve consistency. For now, this was sufficient. The method had worked. And more importantly, it could work again. The apartment was quiet. Not the light kind of quiet that came and went, but the heavier kind, the kind that settled in when everyone else was asleep and nothing was expected to happen. Izuku lay still for a moment, staring at the ceiling. Then he glanced down. Nezu was asleep, curled close, breathing slow, tail loosely wrapped around his wrist. Izuku blinked. Seriously? He whispered under his breath. The tail tightened slightly at the movement, like it had a mind of its own even in sleep. Izuku huffed softly, careful not to actually laugh. Gently, very gently, he reached over with his free hand and started easing the tail away. It resisted at first. Not actively, just instinctively. Izuku slowed, adjusting his grip, careful not to wake him. "Thibud," he murmured quietly. After a few seconds, the tail loosened just enough. Izuku slipped his wrist free. He didn't leave it like that. Instead, he reached down beside the bed, grabbed the small bunny plush that had fallen onto the floor earlier, and carefully slid it into place. The tail curled around it almost immediately. Tightened. Secure again. Izuku paused, watching. Nezu didn't wake. "That works," Izuku whispered. He slid off the bed slowly, making sure the mattress didn't shift too much. Every movement was controlled, practiced. He'd done this before. Not here, not exactly like this, but the process was familiar. Listen. No movement from the rest of the apartment. Izuku stepped into the hallway. Quiet. Still. He moved toward his mom's room, stopping just outside the door before pushing it open slightly. A quick glance inside. She was there. Deep enough that her breathing didn't change when the door moved. Izuku waited a second anyway, just to be sure. Nothing. He slipped inside. The room smelled the same as always. Familiar. Safe, in a way that didn't really matter right now. Izuku moved to the dresser and pulled it open slowly. There was the camera. Old, a little scratched, but still functional. He picked it up without hesitation. Something shifted in the drawer as he did. Paper. A lot of it. Izuku's eyes flicked down. Flyers. Stacks of them. His stomach twisted. He didn't read them. Didn't need to. He already knew. He shut the drawer a little harder than necessary. Then stilled. Waited. Inko didn't move. Still asleep. Izuku turned the camera on. No flash. He adjusted it quickly. He knew how this worked. Then he lifted it slightly. Framed the shot. The sound was quiet, but it still felt loud in the stillness. Izuku didn't hesitate. Lowered the camera immediately. Done. Normally, he would have taken a picture of himself. That had been enough before. But this was playing it safe. He had been a little terror before that monster of a man had left. A small, humorless smile flickered across his face. Deserved, he muttered under his breath. He slipped out of the room as quietly as he entered, closing the door behind him. Paused again. Listened. Nothing. Izuku glanced toward his own room. He walked back, just for a second, and nudged the door open enough to see inside. Nezu was still asleep. Curled up. Tail wrapped tightly around the plush. Didn't move. Didn't stir. Izuku watched for a second longer than he needed to. "I'll be quick," he whispered, even though Nezu couldn't hear him. Then he pulled the door closed again. Back to the hallway. Back to the front door. Izuku slipped his shoes on, careful with the laces, careful with the sound. Hand on the handle. The pause. He opened the door and stepped out. Like he'd never been there at all. Aizawa was just about to fall asleep. The room was dim, the faint glow from the streetlights bleeding through the curtains. His body had already started to give in, muscles loosening against the mattress, mind drifting just enough to lose the sharp edge of awareness. Then he heard it. Footsteps. So careful. Familiar. Aizawa didn't even open his eyes at first. He just let out a slow breath through his nose, somewhere between tired and resigned. There it is. A beat passed, and then, despite himself, the corner of his mouth lifted just slightly. He'd been wondering when the kid would show up again. It had been a while. Long enough that Aizawa had caught himself glancing at the door more than once in the evenings. Long enough that he'd made a few unnecessary purchases. More storybooks sat stacked on the small table by his bed. Still untouched. Impulse buys, he told himself. Another quiet step from the living room. Aizawa sighed and pushed himself up, dragging a hand down his face as he stood. His joints protested, exhaustion clinging to him like a second skin, but he moved anyway, padding silently toward the doorway. He didn't go to the kitchen. Instead, he leaned against the frame of the spare room he'd half-converted into a workspace. And there he was. Green-haired, standing in the middle of the room like he owned it. Izuku turned before Aizawa even said anything. The look on his face was immediate: wide eyes, stiff shoulders. A flicker of something close to horror, like he'd been caught doing something he really shouldn't have. Aizawa's eyes narrowed just slightly. Interesting. Then he smirked, voice low and rough with sleep as he tilted his head. Helping yourself into my home office? He drawled. Thought you knew where my room was, kid. The tension snapped. Just like that. Izuku's expression shifted, the shock melting into something sheepish, awkward. He rubbed the back of his neck, offering a small, crooked smile. Aizawa huffed out something that might have been a laugh. The smirk softened, edges rounding into something quieter. Warmer. Couldn't sleep again? He asked, already turning toward the bedroom. Come on. Bed's still where you left it. He paused, glancing back just enough to make sure the kid was following. I'll even read you one of those books you made me buy. That got a reaction. Izuku's eyes lit up just a little before he quickly schooled his expression and padded after him. Aizawa didn't ask questions as he tucked the kid in. Didn't ask where he came from. Didn't ask why he kept showing up in the middle of the night. Didn't ask why a child that small knew how to break into his apartment like it was routine. He just pulled the blanket up to Izuku's chin and handed him one of the new books. Pick. Izuku didn't hesitate this time. He flipped it open, pointing silently. Aizawa leaned back against the headboard, voice low, and even as he started reading. The story was simple. Something about a wandering animal finding its way home. Aizawa didn't pay much attention to the plot. He paid attention to the way Izuku's breathing slowly evened out. The way his small hands loosened their grip on the blanket. The way his eyes grew heavy, blinking slower and slower until they finally slipped shut. Aizawa kept reading for a few seconds longer, just to be sure. Then he closed the book. Silence settled into the room. He didn't move right away. Didn't look away either. His gaze stayed on the kid's face, expression unreadable as something heavier settled in his chest. A kid. Breaking into his apartment. Calling him Mum. Falling asleep like this was normal. His jaw tightened slightly. This wasn't normal. And if it wasn't normal, then it wasn't safe. Aizawa exhaled slowly, dragging a hand through his hair as his thoughts circled. Neglect, maybe. Had to be. Kids didn't just do this otherwise. His gaze flicked briefly to the door, then back to Izuku. Aizawa didn't know how long he stayed like that. Long enough for the quiet to settle deeper. Long enough for his eyes to start burning from lack of sleep. He was just about to shift, maybe lie down properly. When the blanket moved, Aizawa's eyes snapped back. Izuku was sitting up. Small, quiet movements, like he thought no one would notice. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. Kid. Izuku froze. Aizawa didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. It's not morning, he said, tone flat but firm. Get back here. Izuku turned, eyes wide again, surprised, like he hadn't expected to be caught. Aizawa held his gaze. Go back to sleep, he added, softer this time. Too late to be wandering around. Not safe. There was a pause. Then Izuku nodded once and climbed back into bed without arguing, pulling the blanket up again. Aizawa watched him settle. Waited. Good. He pushed himself off the bed. I've got work to finish, he muttered, more to himself than the kid, already moving toward the closet. He pulled out his sleeping bag, shaking it loose before spreading it out on the floor beside the bed. It wasn't the first time he'd done this. Probably wouldn't be the last. As he lowered himself down, adjusting it into something halfway comfortable, he felt movement again. Aizawa glanced up. Two green eyes peeked over the edge of the mattress. Watching him. Making sure. Aizawa snorted softly, not even bothering to hide it. Still not planning on telling me your name, kid? There was a pause. Then slowly, very slowly, Izuku ducked back down out of sight. Aizawa huffed, shaking his head as he settled onto his side. Yeah. Thought so. The room went quiet again. This time, it stayed that way.